Hello! Oh god, why am I all messed up?
Wow!
Only me. It's only me.
burp.
It's only me.
Oh, good.
Of course. It is only
You forgot
me.
what?
I forgot to make myself look pretty.
Hi.
What?
I'm the problem.
You already
it's
are
me.
pretty.
Has authority
Shut the
problems.
fuck up, Veeb.
I do.
Hello,
I need to
everybody.
go in the opposite way.
Hello.
I am obsessed with authority.
Hello.
Please tell me what to do. I'm clueless.
What?
Please tell me.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How do we sound? Do we sound okay? How's the volume? I'm moving my microphone closer because I'm always quiet. I'm always quiet.
Volume check.
Volume
I
check.
have my
Volume
phone.
check.
One, two,
Volume
three.
check.
Ohio.
Volume
Ohio.
check.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Sounding great.
Ohio. Ohio. Hello everyone. Hello. I'm gonna go over the things that I always go over before we start these sessions real quick so we can get it out of the way. We're sounding good? Awesome. Cool. So, little thing, hello. It's been like a month since our last session. Wowzer. But it's okay because we're back and we're ready to go. And this could be the season finale. Who knows? If it is, banger. If not, well, okay. So, anywho.
Wait, I thought that was like a guaranteed
I
thing.
hate
is it
the
not?
implications of this. I absolutely do.
That's too much freedom for us.
I don't like the
actually.
implications.
So, circling back, little things that we always go over. Just so you guys know, when we are streaming, we will not be looking at the chat, or we will glance a couple times. We usually always glance over, read little cute things that you guys say. So we do really appreciate you guys chatting. But we will not be responding like verbally to you or any messages or questions that you direct at us, because we are immersed. And another thing, please respect the preferred names. I have a little command for it. As you guys know, Jazz goes by Jazz, James goes by James, Theo goes by Theo, and D goes by D, and Vey goes by Vey. So please use those names for us, even though we might use different names for each other sometimes because we know each other by different names or we're very close, obviously. Please use the preferred names because that is what we prefer when we are doing our sessions. Oh yes, another thing. I know some of the characters are hot, sexy, damn, but please don't sexualize them. We haven't like really seen that yet at all, but I'm just throwing that out there just in case, because I know that we're all horny bastards and we do that sometimes, and like, respect, but we are also people on the other side of the characters, so just keep that in mind. I think that's all that I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say. Oh, I do want to add that in about an hour and a half, I think, Theo is going to vanish for only about an hour, and then he shall return. So we're going to be timing things like pretty well that he doesn't miss too much, and then when he gets back, we will be giving him the rundown. And we will probably time like a 20-minute break in there somewhere so that he's missing even less. Wow! Sorry, I just got a super chat from PJ. PJ, thank you so much. What the heck? Wowzer! Thank you! We really appreciate this. A little corgi giving me fireworks on the screen. That's really cute. Thank you! That's so sweet of you. We big appreciate. That is, we're getting some good energy going forward. We even though this session is making me so anxious right now. But thank you, PJ! Big appreciate you! We love you, and I'm so glad you're excited. I'm very excited. I'm very anxious and nervous at the same time. But you know what? We're just gonna get into it. Okay. Does anyone?
So real quick.
Yes.
For anyone who celebrates it, happy winter solstice.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
You might have also seen the little jingle bells on the starting screen. So
Got a little jingle bells.
little jingle bells. Happy holidays.
Happy Hanukkah the other day. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy holidays. Oh yeah, happy Hanukkah. There's not anything holiday or festive in this episode.
We are the holiday.
But
Nope.
you know what?
We are literally in a world in the late summer. It's not even close.
But you know
We
what?
said,
Pretend
We do
that
have
we have
Halloween
Christmas
yet.
together.
yeah, we do have some jingle bells.
I really want a Halloween episode though.
We have some jingle bells
it's ready.
on the intermission and end of session screen, so like you guys get to
Jingle
enjoy
bells.
those. I put some festive lights on the screens, okay?
It's just
I
so
did.
aggressive.
I put some festive
So
lights,
proud of
okay?
you.
Thank you.
We like lights.
We
That's
like that's my
We
favorite
do.
part about the holidays is literally just the lights. So that's why I
Sure.
put festive lights on the screen.
That's soft.
Yeah. With that, I take a sip of my hot chocolate from Wawa, sponsored by Wawa.
Oh.
I got some peppermint coffee.
Sponsored by
Peppermint
Wawa.
coffee.
Yeah.
The love of
It's
my
got
little
actual
life.
like chunks
The
of
only
bark
thing I
in
care
it,
about.
Vey. You have to have the Wawa one.
Peppermint.
It's
got
got
peppermint
got
on
actual
top.
bark inside
I
of
I
it.
got crunchy
I want
crunchy.
that so bad.
It's so delicious.
Just
Sounds
like
so
pour
nice.
some through your speaker, and I'll get it. I promise. I'll get
You hear
it.
the peppermint?
Oh, it's so crunchy.
So
Is it
crunchy.
crunchy?
Ooh,
It's
it's
crunchy,
minty
right?
and refreshing.
Side.
Anywho, I guess
Anywho.
we better dive in, boys. You guys might
Ooh.
notice that the background and everything is a little bit darker. We love it. And we are going to dive in with episode 6. Is everyone ready? Do you have anything that you want to say before we start?
Hi.
Dead stares at me.
Fucking go.
Let's
Hi.
fucking go.
Is my mic working?
Remember,
Yeah,
you're
you're
good.
good.
Working.
Always
good,
I
remember
just
Theo.
feel a blue box appearing, and whenever it doesn't appear, I get anxious.
Oh, that's so
Same.
bad. I know. I feel the
Always.
same way. I feel like you can't
Oh,
hear me when it's not
Because
there.
sometimes it doesn't
know.
work.
Yeah.
Like just now.
Yeah.
just
I
now.
hate-
Chaos.
Also, always remember to check out the trigger warnings in the
Yes,
description.
please know
Just in
that we
Just as
can't.
a little
The
reminder.
main thing
Oh,
is
shoot.
that we cannot tell you what triggers are going to be in each episode because we don't know. Because, like, I can tell you, but I want the players to be able to do whatever they want and be able to go any route that they want, and some of those topics could be triggering for you guys. So please just have that precaution when going into this, because we can't guarantee that there's not going to be anything that'll trigger you in this. Also, 18 and up content, for the most part. I mean, we say fuck all the time, which is already 18 and up content, so thank you.
I've never said that
is
word
it?
once in my whole life.
Little warning there
I've
for
never
you.
said fuck before, ever.
Oh,
All
I
right.
say it the
Listen,
most
It's
every
right
single
behind
day.
you, dude.
It's
Where-
right
where's that
behind
coming
you.
from?
The fuck is right behind.
It was inside you the whole time.
We about to dive in. All
Yeah,
right.
18 plus.
Alrighty.
What?
Are you guys ready?
Yes, sir, yes.
All right.
If I say
Oh,
no,
really?
does the stream just not start?
I will
Exactly.
add the
Like I
stream
say,
right
we're
now.
not prepared.
I would
No,
just, I would
credits
just
roll.
click end.
How did you do that?
Actually,
that would actually be
please.
really cute on the end screen if we put like credits.
Oh.
How's it?
What would the
Like
credits
just put like
be?
Oh, like
like
Sorry.
our own
like,
names?
yeah,
Like rolling
cute.
credits?
Sarah,
That would be
like, just
cute.
name our characters.
Resident
Like,
4.
Actually,
Resident 4 number 1.
Or number 1, Silas. Or
Number
number 2,
like, I
Darian.
don't know.
That's all
What
the
would you like me to
characters.
No, that
say?
would be cute. I could make that a thing, and I could just
And then
make
you
it.
could put, like the music.
Yeah,
Like,
I could just
like,
make it-
just
That'd
so
be
if
cute.
people
I can make
wanted
it
to
loop
subscribe.
also. They actually have a element in stream elements that you can add on credits onto your stream, and it just keeps looping. So
That's cool.
I don't know. I feel like that'd be so cute.
that would be
Anyway,
cute.
ignore me. I'm gonna get my
Alrighty, are we ready
I'm
to
here for it.
begin?
Yeah, yeah.
So this episode is called "A Heart Beneath the Rubble," which I saw chat was all like, "Is
Terrified.
that spice?" And then all of you guys were like, "Fear?"
Death?
What? Wait,
Wait,
Fine.
Twice.
A heart
trying to yell
beneath
at
the
me,
rubble.
Okay,
That's
okay, I can
not
see it.
what
Okay.
I got from
Romantic.
that at all.
Romantic.
it's actually a deer.
I feel like
underneath a rock.
anything can sound spicy if you
Yeah.
just
Like
say
a tiny,
it. It's
tiny,
spicy.
itty bitty
No.
deer.
If you
Like the
really
small
have it
pieces
in
That's
you.
not
You
true.
believe.
It shouldn't be like that.
All right.
I'll
So,
take a 12-piece Miss McNugget meal.
Miss, yeah, that's sexy.
What are we talking
Miss
about?
McNugget.
I didn't even
You
say
say
it correctly.
Listen, don't shame my kinks, okay?
This McNugget meal.
Don't shame what I'm
Little
into.
McNugget meal.
Okay.
What?
I'm a little McNugget meal for you.
I'll be
Oh my god.
All right.
I'll take it back.
This is a great energy to start off with. Okay.
We're doing great, guys.
So,
So proud of us.
You guys are on something. It's great.
Yeah, we are.
I'm going to give you guys a little recap of the
I'm
last
gonna
episode
Mute.
because it has been a while, but I have caught up with everything, so it's pretty prevalent in my brain. Previously on Ravenwood, you all basically got Arlow back. It was your first day kind of back in the swing of things, as it was titled. Y'all went about kind of getting used to routine again. Some of you went to class, some of you didn't. The main, I think, point of interest, or one of the main points of interest, is Mud and the guy gang went to coffee, while the girl gang also went to coffee, with the addition of Arlow in his skirt. And Indra had invited you to a girls' day of coffee day, and
Wait. Oh, should we?
Julien Julien had invited Mud and Theron to some coffee, and it made for a little bit of a tense outing, being in the same place with Andromeda. Even more intense when Mud got very suspicious of Darian approaching Andromeda in the middle of this coffee date, because why would he do that? That's sus. From there, we had some pretty big events happen. Aria and Julien woke Ku from his coma, bringing him forth basically as Kuro Fern, which is his true name, and revealing that he does not remember anything about his time here at Ravenwood Academy. From there, you also met Finnick Knox, who you all identified as FN, which gave you a very strange vibe. He seemed as though he had your well-being in mind, but of course in that way that the government and power is, of course, always suspicious. He gave bad vibes. That's a little Waven. The Waven of Ravenwood.
He's
and
watching FN.
from there, in the act to teach Silas a lesson, Arlow and Andromeda went on their little mission to track him down, meeting Dolph, his roommate, in turn, and not finding him, but having a very interesting conversation with FN as well. And from that point is probably when the most shit went down, where you all went out into the woods to investigate the portal that you were dragged through at one point, finding just an empty frame, an empty stone frame. And from there, Andromeda had shown you the new message from Alder in her book, and you had all kind of tried your best to unravel it, finding out a heap of information about some lore about two brothers named Rain and Orion and their mother Ven, who were half human, half changeling. And from that point on, after this absolute massive dump of information that we spent an extra 2 hours on, that we did not plan on spending an extra 2 hours on, you all returned to your dormitories. And we skipped pretty much through a lot of that because we were running low on time. And so I do have some of that for the start of this episode. But from there, what we did get to experience was the strange dream, if it was a dream at all, that Aria had lived through, with the addition of Zophiel being in her room as well, as he was waiting by her door when she returned. So, from there, that's a little recap for you. I'm going to dive into it. So, here we go.
Into that.
Let's dive in. The night before was an eventful one, to say the least. Surely none of you had expected to spend so long gathering over the mysterious words left in a book with an anonymous author. The sentences left by Andromeda's brother Alder will certainly not be easily forgotten anytime soon by any of you. When you returned to your rooms, each of you had surely had a part of the occurrence plaguing your minds, be it with curiosity, intrigue, dread, or fear. Andromeda, your heart was surely feeling as broken as it ever has, the weight of grief for what you may have just done, weighing heavy on its shattered pieces. What happens now, if anything happens? The question of whether or not you'll ever speak with or see Alder again is certainly a prevalent one. Julien, there is most likely a sort of adrenaline writhing in your chest with this new goal, this new will to find your lost memories, to remember all there is that you're seemingly not supposed to, a fire in your belly as well as a guilt for the events that had passed in the last few moments of the day. Theron, there is most likely a pull of necessity to know the truth curling within your gut. So many mysteries, and somehow you're in the middle of it, alongside a group of friends you most likely would have never seen yourself staying alongside of. The constant question is at the forefront of your mind. What does it all mean? Arlow, your hands are surely giving you pause, infecting your mind with questions you have no memories to bear answer to. Questions of how this power has come to be, of why, and why you. You are surely fueled, much like Julien, with the solution of retrieving your memories. It only makes sense that all the answers must be hiding within what lies dormant and forgotten in your mind. Aria, the tie between all of this new information and the things you've been witnessing are surely more than distressing and unsettling, and the words that are whispered to you from your own mind, as well as the writing that wasn't your own. The shadowy form of Tobias standing in your dormitory room, the ends of your hair turning dark before your very eyes. So much has happened to you in so short of a time, and far more than you've ever found yourself experiencing in your life. Someone or something's attention is on you, and surely that is the last thing you find yourself wanting. Just hearing her in the background. Yeah.
The echo. That's so good.
I forgot to close my door. That's why.
That's perfect. That's so
I'll go
funny.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was gonna do that before we started.
Yeah, you're good. I got it.
So, lots went down. Jeebus? Jeebus crust. Don't fall, please. From there, let me down my Arizona tea. Where we last left off, you'd all managed to make it back to your dormitories. Julien, you made it back to your room, finding Silky had returned, curled up beneath her covers, shifting in her sleep, with her nose wiggling as small mouse noses do. Arlow, you returned to your dorm, to a gift from Nari, presenting you with The Little Mermaid 2. But before tucking in for the night to watch it with her, you did make a point to leave a note beneath Silas's dormitory door, showing your concern for his whereabouts. Andromeda, you made your way back to your room, walked there by the rest of the group. You had found the art in Zephyrus' sketchbook, its primary focus on Alder, in a way that perhaps you're suspicious of. And following this, you had left the dorm, leaving your betrothed in the shower, from the sound of it, and leaving and heading towards the 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬 dormitory. Theron, you had found and collected Arthros from the bookstore, and the two of you had strolled back to the dormitory in comfortable companionship, eventually returning to your dorm, with your eyes most assuredly glued to Arthros' well-being. When you went to bed, she was up reading, sending you small, timid smiles here and there, before going back to her book. Her notebook remains out of reach and out of sight. Aria, when you returned to your dormitory, you found Zophiel there waiting for you, offering to stay with you that night, knowing you're alone and having seen how stressed you'd been that day. The both of you embraced, and he followed you inside, sleeping in your bed while you slept in 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸, or as you know him now, Kuro. Following these events, you had a very intriguing dream where you witnessed a dark, inky figure calling out to you and asking for you to find him. And we can continue from this point on exactly, starting with Andromeda.
We're starting with me?
Oh, yes.
Oh, God.
We're going in chronological order here.
Great.
All right.
1 second. Need a voice check. We're good.
Mad. Andromeda. You make your way towards the 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬 dormitory. Tear tracks surely lining your cheeks, and their salt stinging your eyes as you go. The image of your brother's face still in your head, sketched in clean lines, and the smell of burning paper still filling the air around you in a way that you know isn't possible. Not many other students are out, having already gone to bed. Those still in the halls and outside the dormitories are darting off into their rooms to beat curfew. When you get to the building, I assume you lift your TCD to enter. The door key beeps and opens, and you enter the hall. It's quiet, aside from a few creatures talking to one another in the corridor or closing doors behind them as they head inside their rooms. His door is one of the first you see. Dormitory advisor sitting atop it on a plaque of sorts. What do you do?
She is nearing the doorway, and she stops for a second and remembers the events of the day, and she raises her TCD up, and she's gonna send out a quick message to Silas as well.
Okay.
She never did that after her last I'm gonna be mad at you message. And she's gonna send out a very quick message that basically says, I really hope you're not kidnapped too. That would be awkward.
Oh.
And she's gonna send it.
Yike. Okay.
She's gonna send it to him.
And
yeah.
you don't get a response at any point in time, in this moment at least.
Okay. And she's going to walk up to the door, and it's just she looks
distraught,
grief stricken.
Valid.
This grief stricken lady, and she's gonna walk up to the door, and she's gonna she's fix herself up. And she's gonna raise a hand and knock on the door really quickly, and she's gonna lean against the door frame.
Aww.
Little
awkward gal.
In the way sexy men in movies do it, where they're
yes. She's
and then they're you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly like that. She's
With that, you hear some shuffling on the other side of the door before it is opened, and he stands there before you. And I hope you're ready for this description.
Oh my god.
He is dressed.
Lay it on me.
Listen, I workshopped this. Okay, he is dressed in his school.
Lay on you.
He is dressed in his school-provided sleepwear, but only the ignis ember burnt orange colored bottoms.
Oh my god.
He stands shirtless before you, his skin radiant and that bright peach hue, and he is well-toned and slender. Further down along his hip is a tattoo, bright and complementary to the complexion of his skin and the fiery ombre of his hair. It's a bird, surrounded by branches and flowers, and it is in tones of brown and red and warm shades and hues. Aside from that, his hair is long and down, and it hangs all the way to his lower back. It is damp and a darker shade, and by the floral smell radiating off the man, it can be assumed that he has just showered. He fixes you with a concerned look, brows pulling into a frown as he steps forward towards you. And it only takes a moment for him to look over your face to see how distraught you are before he is looking at you with a face of wild concern, and he says, Andromeda, what happened?
Hello, Darian. She like just collapses into tears.
He like, his eyes widen for a moment, and he like looks around over his shoulder as if like, what do I do in this situation? Before he kind of reaches out and grabs for your shoulder and then slides his hand kind of to the middle of your shoulder bones and like pushes you towards the dormitory, like bringing you into the dorm.
She allows herself to be.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Smashed it. Are you basically just crying right now?
Yeah, she's just like,
okay.
Her like shoulders are shaking, and it's kind of like that hiccupy, like, you know, you can't really get like a word. She's like that kind of like
valid.
Tears going down.
As he sees this, and once the door to the dormitory is closed, he like kind of looks you over carefully, and then with the hand that still is resting on your back, he pulls you towards him, and he wraps his arms around you and just holds you very tightly against him. And he's shirtless right now, so it's very warm. And
she
probably
doesn't mind.
Very...
Her face is pressed to his chest. Like...
She doesn't mind. I didn't think you minded. And he radiates warmth, especially being like a sun elf. He is like, it's like hugging like a heating blanket. Like he's like very warm. And he just holds you, and he doesn't say a word. He just kind of waits until you feel like you can say something.
She'll pull back after like a minute or so. She kind of like collects herself, and she's gonna like pull back from him. She's like, I like your bird.
He glances down a moment and then kind of like smiles, a little bit of an awkward smile, and he just says, thank you.
I have a tattoo, too.
Oh? What of?
It's a willow tree. I mean, it's not actually a tattoo. It's a birthmark, but I thought tattoo sounded cooler, so...
He nods, and he frowns for a moment, and he shakes his head, and he says, Andromeda, you don't have to say things to make yourself sound cool. You are cool.
You think I am cool?
I think you are very cool. Remember you tried to break into Ignis Ember dormitories?
Do you mind talking with me?
He shakes his head, and he shakes his head like to say like, no, I don't mind, but then he frowns, and he's like kind of gestures towards like his bed or in the area like he did the last time that you came into his room, almost giving you like the option of like, would you like to sit at the desk or would you like to sit on the bed? Is that too forward? I don't know. And so he just kind of stop with the cow. He just kind of like gestures kind of awkwardly. And it's clear that like while he comes across and the things he has said to you is good advice, and he clearly has good advice and is very wise, it's clear that he's still very awkward when it comes to like social interactions of this kind or dealing with emotional interactions of this kind. But he only just kind of gestures and stands there waiting kind of waiting for you to make the first move of speaking.
And she's going to, like, she has her little bag of, like, like, you know, just her little things that she needed. And she's gonna, like, kind of put it on the ground someplace, and she's gonna, isn't there, like, a chair or something she sat in last time?
Yeah, he's got, like, a little desk chair.
Yeah, she's gonna, like, look where he's, like, motioning. She's gonna, like, walk towards the chair and sit down and, like, cross her legs on it and just kind of...
And he moves to go over to where he has, like, a little small kitchen set up. And he kind of just leans against, like, a dresser there. And he, like, crosses his legs as he leans. And then just watches you very carefully.
You have a brother?
Mm-hmm.
He nods. He says, yes. Estranged, but yes.
How did it feel for you when he left? And it seemed like by his own volition. How did you feel?
He kind of looks down for a moment, and he looks down at his tattoo and then back at you. And he says, my tattoo is actually something we share. We grew up in the forests of 𝙍𝙗𝙬𝙗𝙬𝙗, and you see, there was always a ton of wildlife, and we lived in a cabin of sorts, and it was always dark, other than the mornings. The trees were so dense that it was dark. Anyways, you don't need those details.
Oh, I do.
He looks at you and he smiles a small, kind of like timid smile, which is not really a characteristic of his, before he continues. And he says, my father was a hunter, and he wanted us to be too, and that's how we survived. Of course, we caught our own food, ate the food that we worked for, but he was a harsh man, and what I remember of him is more or less simply yelling all the time. Eva and I, one day, we went out and we found a bird, and it had a broken wing, and we knew that we should have taken the bird back to my father, that we should have put it out of its misery and presented him with a trophy of sorts. But Eva said no, and so the two of us, we carried the bird to safety and nursed it back to health. Secretly, of course. And watching it fly away was everything to us. I'm pretty sure Eva cried. Only time I've ever seen him cry. We got the tattoo after our father left, and our mother moved us to the capital. The reason I'm telling you this, I suppose, is that to say that we were very close, and I know that I say that I hate my brother, but I don't. I hate him for leaving, and I hate him for abandoning my mother and I for the thrill of gambling and pleasure. And after everything I've done for him, that he could ignore all of that and leave my side is tragic, I suppose. I imagine that your brother and you had a very similar relationship.
My brother was a bit of a gambler too. Less, money, more like experiences.
A daredevil.
A daredevil. And I was angry at first when he left because I thought it was simply because he just wanted to leave. And I feel guilty now that I was angry that he left at first. don't. There's so many things going on with him that I never knew about. And I wish I could have. I really wish I could have helped him. And I wish I could have been with him when he left.
The thing is that there's so much we can say about the situation now, in hindsight. There are things that I wish I did better forever. Yet I know that in the moment I did what I felt was right, and I can't change that now. Perhaps I should have been there more when he felt the need to gamble and leave us. Perhaps he was going through something that I wasn't aware of. But it is not my job to fix his entire life for him. Just that it is not your job to fix your brothers either.
I had a book.
A book? Just one?
And just the one.
Ah.
And my brother was communicating to me through it.
Oh.
He
Can't
was...
say that ever did that with me, but I will try to provide whatever advice I can.
Yeah, he's just a boatman in Aviosis. So.
Yes, apparently.
But he loves you so very much. When he spoke about you, he like lit up like the sun. So
I like to think that if he really cared, though, he wouldn't have made the deal in the first place.
He made a mistake.
And now he's paying for it.
Mm-hmm. I think my brother made something of a similar mistake. And now he is dearly paying for it. Long story short, creepy psychic lady planted a book for me to find that he had paid for her to do so like a year ago, and then I read it, and he's like communicating through it with poems and poetry, which I was like, ooh, that does not seem like 𝙍𝙘, but oh wow, this is mysterious and kind of creepy, and oh, I feel like my life is threatened, and he's warning me about so many different things, and I don't care about who is looking for me or lies that were told to me. I just want my brother back. But he told me that I had to burn the book and get rid of it, or else my life would be in even more danger. So I did, and it feels like I lost a piece of him that I can never get back.
I can't say that I've been in such a similar situation. And he blinks a couple times and like looks around almost like, what do I say about this?
That was a lot of information, I'm sorry.
He shakes his head and he's like, no. It sounds as though your brother is something of a martyr. And I find that oftentimes I put myself in that role as well. And perhaps he is really well and truly only trying to take care of you. And if there is something that's happened to him, maybe this is the only way that he can protect you from it. And I mean, if he was talking to you through a book, then, well, he has to be alive, right?
Well, one of my worries was that by destroying the book, I destroyed him in some kind of way. But what's done is done, and I can't go back now and reverse it.
What you can do, though, is have a bit of hope. If there is a way that he contacted you through this, then perhaps there is a way that he still breathes on the other side. I do think having hope until the last possible second is important, even if the devastation hurts more in the long run.
I think I believe that too.
And he nods, and he kind of looks down at himself for a moment, and then frowns, and he's like, I should have put a shirt on.
No. You are fine. Why, are you like a shirt person?
Well, no, I just thought that it maybe wasn't courteous to you.
Oh, I am totally cool.
Are you a shirt person? Whatever that means. Oh.
Oh, sometimes people prefer shirts. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I already know
I think he's trying to
my
fix
screens
it.
are everywhere.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
Put a pin in it.
Put a pin in it.
Put a
It
pin
was
in
going
it.
down
Guys.
the road anyways.
Are
Put
you
a
a
pin in
shirt
it.
person? Are you kidding me?
Are you a shirt person?
Are you a shirt person? Put a pin right there.
Sometimes who's the sweat person?
Pin
You just
in.
freaked out.
Pin in. Are you a shirt person?
Oh my god, where am I? I'm in
Like,
Arlow.
I'm not a shirt
I'm
person.
in Arlow
You're
spot.
Arlo right now.
I'm
Okay,
part of
my
Andromeda and part of
freaked
Theron.
out. So I was like, what is going on?
No,
I need to
yeah,
reopen YouTube.
it just moved because of.
No. Like my YouTube like froze.
Oh.
That's why I was like,
Oh.
can y'all hear me?
Help!
Hear me?
Help! We're lost in the abyss.
Hello.
I can like Andromeda just trauma dump so hard on Darian. And he's like, should I put a shirt on?
Are you a shirt person?
You know,
He's felt like
Andromeda
he
from
felt
Arlow.
it's awkward. He's sitting there having a really deep conversation with you, and his nipples are out.
And his nipples are out.
His tits are out.
It's okay.
Sorry, Theo. You
Hi.
came back to
Theo.
that.
Wait, we can't hear
I
you,
can't
Theo.
hear you, Theo.
Oh.
Oh no, we
Oh,
can.
we
we're
hear
fine,
you.
we can.
You were just quiet.
Let me move.
Sorry.
Let me move
No,
you
you're
guys
good.
real
I'm
quick.
so sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Great.
Okay.
That was the whole reason that I wasn't getting off the call for going to therapy was because I didn't want to fuck up your
Oh,
your
you're fine.
little
Okay,
system.
You're back. That's all that matters.
I swear.
Yeah.
My charger
you a
is
shirt
leaking
person?
now.
There we
Yay.
go. Now you're back to Andromeda.
Okay, I'm muting myself.
And,
back to
well-
nipples.
Oh,
Back
there
to
you
the
go.
nipples.
Back to
Yes.
nipples.
I feel like he.
All right,
I
there
feel
we
like
go.
Darian would be
Anyways,
the type of
back to
person
the
get-
very important
would
conversation.
be the type of person to get nipple piercings. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, for sure.
I think I'm out of my box.
Actually-
Wait, on the screen. Wait, let
Wait,
me lean out
I've
of it.
considered it since I cannot feel
Nah,
my
Out of
you
your box.
you back
But then
now.
I'm like, I don't
I'm back
like
in. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're good.
It's
Sweet.
out of
I was like,
focus.
I was seeing my arm going.
Just me moving out of the box more. Like I think I'm out of my box.
I think I'm out of my
Out of my
box.
box.
And you just keep going.
Love it. All right. All is
God,
back
are
in
you
order.
a shirt person
Are
or
you
a bare chest
taking the
person?
pin out of
Are
it?
you?
Are you a shirt person?
out.
Are you a shirt person or a pants person or a hat
This is a
person
very
or
What
what?
did I miss? Please tell me what I missed.
Oh yeah, because you cut
No,
out.
it's like 2
So-
I'm
seconds.
sterile for the shit that I
Darian,
needed.
Darian said, I should put a shirt on because he feels awkward because he's been standing there the entire
Okay, we're
time
talking
with his
virtually.
nipples out. Yeah.
Sure.
And she was like, no. And she was like, what? Are you a shirt person? And he said, I guess not. He just felt like it would be more courteous. And then he was like, are you a shirt person? And Andromeda said no. And so now he's just simply staring at her.
I'm caught up.
And that's what you missed on.
That's what you missed on
Ravenwood.
Ravenwood.
Well, I mean, sometimes people prefer to wear shirts or pants.
Are you not a
Scarves.
pants person either?
Oh no, no.
Oh, so you're a nothing person.
Hmm. I'm like a very like nicely draped dress kind of person.
He just looks away for a moment, like smiles for a second, and then like is looking up almost as if like God help me before he like looks back at you. takes a deep breath and says, sorry, I derailed the conversation, I suppose.
It's okay.
Bless you.
Bless you.
We hear Arlo sneeze in the distance.
Bless you.
So, Darian.
Andromeda.
Not to make this all about, dumping my copious amount of trauma on you while you are shirtless in your dormitory, and it is sometime.
Well, I told you could do that anytime, so it's not a problem.
My fiance, little suspicious thing I found.
Theo, are you laughing at me?
It's terrible because that. Oh my! Tell me that it's not the most. Okay. I'm feral for this right now. Tell me that it's not the most pining. Like they're in the moment. They just opened up to each other. This is some of the best communication I have seen this whole time. And they're just like, they're flirting, and then all of a sudden, so my fiance, and then just like, I can just see the blood drain from his face.
I literally just went. I was like still in the character, so I just went.
But it makes me ship them more. Oh, okay, I'm gone now.
I love that.
it. It's so good. It's so good.
I'm the pining goblin.
Theo was going like really feral, so I had to question. I had
So
to ask
glad.
what was happening.
I'm so glad.
Writing paragraphs of why they're my favorite ship right now. Like,
Literally
this
same.
is why, and this is why.
This is why. This is why. This is why. I love.
My fiance, he was, he's a drawer. He likes to do the sketchy thing, right?
Oh, okay. Like art.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Which I didn't know that. Wow. Learning new things every day about people you are supposed to get married to.
Yes, it reminds me of my past relationship in which neither of us knew anything about each other.
And then he drew a very nice picture of me, very lovely, so very nice. And then he was drawing just so many pictures of my brother, but he didn't like my brother at all. Like, he was like, he is a delinquent, he needs to be, so very weird. And that's kind of what made me go, I do not know who I am, sharing a room with. I need to skedaddle out of here. So I did, and then I ran here. Here I am.
You have
Isn't
not.
that weird?
Just to reiterate, you have not. Sealed the deal with this man.
No, we are not married.
No, physically.
Physically?
Mm.
Ooh. No.
Okay, good.
I mean, I did ask if he wanted to kiss me, and it was very awkward. And he was like, we can try it. And I was like, sure. And then he just couldn't do it, and I couldn't do it. And it was,
Right. Well, it is clear that he is not aware of what he is missing, firstly. Secondly, I get one of two scenarios that come to mind with what you've just told me. One being that he has something to do with your brother's disappearance, and two,
bad.
Typically, artists draw things they find beautiful.
But why would he do that with my... You think so?
It is a spectrum. one of which I am on, and this seems rather clear to me.
Excuse me 1 second.
She's gonna grab a pillow next to her and go scream into it as loud as possible. And then she's like,
Okay. Or he could be evil.
Yes, gay or evil, that's usually how it works.
Could go either ways. Ooh. Oh, but he is just so, oh, I'm gonna marry you.
Yes, Andromeda, but please consider the fact that you are one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen in my life, and he does not want to kiss you. So, in turn,
Thank you.
there's something going on there, methinks.
Yeah. Ooh.
It would make your life easier.
Oh, I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe the Arlow plan would work then.
Excuse me?
Arlow was like, well, I can make him fall in love with me. So maybe it will work now.
Well, and Arlow. Right.
Likes men.
Right. So then, it's clear that Arlow probably has a good idea of it too then.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that is something definitely to unpack fully later.
I only mean that gay men typically gravitate towards one another. From my experience. The way that Theo's staring at me right now. And so perhaps,
Makes sense.
in some weird destined way, Arlow knows.
Arlow knows. Do you think everyone knew?
I think for some it would be quite enlightening.
Well, he has to tell me himself, because I think he should tell me himself. And it needs to be, like Aria said, I need to have a face-to-face talk with him about things. And then, maybe if he needs to tell me that, then he can tell me that.
That's very...
But if not, then I will take his truth at his word.
It's very commendable of you. And I think that is a good decision.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well...
So you don't need me, you're very smart.
I think I might need you at least a little bit.
Well, I'm here to provide whatever satisfaction your needs require.
Do you have any trauma you want to share too?
Oh, plenty, I'm sure, but none comes to mind at the given moment.
Okay. Well, if it does, then let me know. Okay?
Okay.
Well,
she's gonna push to her feet.
I'm not gonna keep you any longer because it is late.
Yes, in fact, it is actually past curfew, and it would be quite shameful of me to let you leave, considering the fact that I am a dormitory advisor and must stick by the regulation and the rules. So, added on to the fact that your fiancé could perhaps be gay or evil, and if it is the latter, then I don't think you should return. Just yet.
I think you are right, but I would not want to impose upon you in this room, And there's only one bed.
I was waiting for that line. He clears his throat. Then he
Let's
says,
fucking go.
he says,
And there was only one bed. Oh my god.
There was only one bed.
Oh my god.
he clears his throat and he says, well, as you can see, I am a dormitory advisor, and so my bed is slightly larger than the ones they provide to all of you, so I'm sure that we could fit.
Is it softer?
Oh, yes.
Maybe we should try it out then.
Yes, and if you do not find it to your liking, you are more than welcome to lay on me.
She launches at him.
Are we rolling for performance?
Yes!
Okay. We're saying not launching at him as in just like launching at him. We're saying like launching at him.
Like,
correct? Okay.
yes.
All right.
Oh my. Oh dear.
These
All
are
right.
2d6s.
The question of you going launching at him or launching at him, and D going yes to the second one, like going like this. The second one.
Like,
I'm
that's so
gonna
attractive.
roll-
Just, he's gonna get absolutely fucking.
Oh man.
He's getting
This is the
quarterback.
last thing he's seen
tackled.
before he dies.
Saw you at the
You know,
last
I need
thing.
another
It's gonna
cow.
be worth it.
I need another cow that's not horny, but
D12.
I need another.
Alright,
Okay.
Darian flavored
Oh.
dice.
Yeah.
Darian
dice.
flavored?
Darian flavored
Yeah.
dice.
I like
He's
candies.
flavored.
Wow.
Horny cow's here.
This is D20.
Yep,
Andromeda about to find out what
But I
that
need another
flavor
cow
is.
that doesn't have horns, because this is kind of horny, but not like horny. Oh no.
7?
What did
What?
you get? What did you get?
You're rolling for Andromeda's performance, right? And
Yes.
I'm rolling for Darian's.
Yeah.
So if I roll really high, that's really nice for Andromeda.
Oh yeah. No, what is it though? What is it?
An
Tell
11.
me, say it.
Oh, wait, 7 and 11?
I got a 10.
Oh, 10 and 11!
A 10 and 11! Okay!
Damn!
Lack of experience is not gonna stop her.
It's
No
You said
really
D12, right? You
Yeah.
said D12. Okay, cool.
Wow! Alright then. Well,
What did you get?
an 11?
We got an 11.
Powered by trauma. Let's
Truly.
go.
Trauma.
Powered by
Powered
grief.
trauma.
Sex
Let's
brought to you
go.
by
This is
The first horny
Roll
moment.
for
Well, not the first horny
performance.
moment. The first roll for
Definitely
performance.
not the last
actual-
time.
No. Let's go. All right. From there,
That's a nice
I'll
night.
leave that to everyone's imaginations,
Oh, lords
Yep.
above.
and we will slide over.
Slay, slay,
Slay
slay.
right over.
Typing,
One horse open
like,
sleigh.
typing a 12K fic about this
On a
exact
one
night.
horse open sleigh.
Catch me drawing
Wow.
the smut immediately.
But
Sorry.
I love
I
that.
mean, what? No, I would never.
I mean, who?
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait,
who?
who
Who
right,
said
are
that?
you?
Who said that?
Who said
You
that?
said
Well,
that.
You
who said that?
Fucking won't move, bitch.
Move, bitch.
I hope you
Right,
realize
no.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Now you can't get away from it.
We have that. We have it recorded live, so you can't get out of it.
Listen, they're so healthy. At least the first sex of the campaign is healthy sex, okay?
True.
That's true.
I love them.
Yeah,
I love this
That's fair.
one. This is quickly becoming like one of my favorite ships.
Oh,
It is
Okay.
my favorite.
they're really
We
good.
still need a name for them.
It's
Mm.
so
I thought it was like Sun Tree or something.
Suntree?
Yeah.
I thought it was like
Sun-
photosynthesis.
I thought it was photosynthesis. I like that one.
So many options.
No.
There's so many good
She
options.
literally, listen, the reason why this performance is going so well is because you're literally going to be getting energy off of this because he is a sun
Literally.
elf.
Yeah.
So,
True.
That's the only
True.
reason. Sure, it's not the
True.
outrageous
It's great.
chemistry, but alright.
that
Yeah.
too.
Can I get a
And
temporary
that.
+2 to my Constitution modifier?
You can roll. You can roll with advantage.
Yeah.
I'll let you roll with
Mud is
advantage.
crying.
You get
Oh my
one roll
God.
with advantage, or for the rest of the session, she gets.
She
I
gets
get one
one.
advantage.
She gets one roll with advantage, and she can choose
Okay.
which one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet. Oh,
That's not. Damn!
Well, we know what we need to do whenever
We
there's
all
a big bad ahead of us. We just have
listen,
to.
It's
Yeah,
purely.
he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm all out of them because I've been having sex in the beginning of every session.
Listen, there's multiple reasons because the roll was very high, and also because they have great chemistry, and also because she's getting energy from the sun elf of him. Okay.
That's so fair.
Thank you. All right.
Correct.
Interesting.
We love a man with a big bed. We love it.
And they
love a
use
man with
protection,
Absolutely
which we
lost
can
my
only
Obvi.
applaud.
Did they?
Obvi.
Absolutely, there are not going to be any children in this
There
campaign.
will not be any pregnancies here.
I
No.
appreciate that.
No.
except for Wesley. Wesley's the only one with rights.
He's the
Only
only
child
baby.
allowed
And
is
he's
Westley.
sweet. He's fine.
He's a baby.
He's the only child.
baby
He's a
emoji.
wee little baby boy.
Wee little baby boy.
There will be no like
Well,
Babies.
pregnancies.
All right.
Like babies.
From
have one-
there.
We've had
No
Rhea,
photosynthesis.
Rhea,
She's the
yeah.
You
only-
just like make a little like tree baby.
Oh yeah, and if Rhea has a baby, then her baby is gonna be her baby is accepted.
The baby, it's like Jack
Her
Jack.
baby is
The baby on fire.
It's like Jack.
Lord. Or it's like those Harry Potter. It's like a mandrake.
Yes!
It just screams constantly. Hate it. Sorry. Wow.
That'd
I
be
love it.
beautiful, honestly.
I
All
love
I
right.
just planned it in the schoolyard.
I do love the thought of them also just being called Sunshine. That's so cute.
Yeah,
Sunshine. That is
Yeah.
cute.
His playlist is called
Oh,
Sunshine
yeah,
Inferno.
love is sunshine.
Ooh.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
So, from that great moment to end on,
Lords above.
that night, you all have a strange amalgamation of dreams.
Ooh.
And we're gonna start with Julien. Hi. An image of a crowd comes into view. You are surrounded by strangers, bodies beside you like that of a vast audience. You can feel the tight space, your own figure pinned within the crowd. But when you look around you, you only see a blurry field of faces and people, all unclear to you, nameless and faceless beings in front of you, beside you, and behind you. What is clear, however, is that they are all looking up at one another, or that they are all looking up at another being, standing tall on a high pedestal, eyes beaming down at the entirety of the audience. The air is suddenly cold as you lift your eyes to the man before you. A frigid breeze wisping past your skin, caressing your cheeks, and you recognize the figure as Tobias. His blonde hair is slicked back, and he's dressed in gear that you haven't seen him in before. He dons what appears to be an elegant vest and necktie tucked over black pants, and a large jacket over top of it all to keep him warm. But along his belt sits weapons of all kinds, gear of different types and variation, some magic in appearance. He is commanding the crowd, smiling and lifting his hand in a fist into the air, and the audience follows suit. His words are inaudible to you, but you can see his mouth moving with vigor and enthusiasm. And when he drops his fist, his eyes fall onto you, Julien, picking you out of the crowd. And he bids you a firm nod and places his bald fist over his heart, his lips moving around words you cannot identify, before his determined expression is replaced by a smirk and another shout, and suddenly the entire crowd is running. You find yourself knocked to the gravel beneath your feet, and the dream fades to black. Or perhaps the memory. So.
Okay.
Okay!
What a lovely
Can I-
dream.
Can I
Yeah.
bring up one
How
thing?
relaxing.
Relaxing.
As a very, very short version of my friend Lexi's theory with Tobias,
Right.
is that he is a part of a cult,
Mhm.
which is called the Red River.
That's her
And
theory.
that's what the Red River cult
Yeah.
is. And so
I
this
like
whole
that.
thing
It's a very interesting theory.
Definitely plays into that.
kind of playing into it. I'm kind of into it.
I mean, I thought he was
Okay,
like
Mr.
the leader of a
Rebellion.
school for
Okay,
like
Mr.
outcasts and
Rebellion.
shit,
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, Mr.
Okay.
Rebellion.
Okay, Katniss Everdeen.
but
We fucking love it.
Mr. Rebellion.
Mr. Rebellion. Also, Theo will be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Andromeda. Hi.
Okay.
Your mind brings forth an image of Gulver Lagoon. The water is turquoise and bright, still and unmoving. Lily pads with ethereal-colored flowers sit atop the surface, and you find yourself sitting on the edge of a grassy ledge just beside the water, your feet sitting within the cyan liquid. The gold of your hair is bright in contrast to the hue of the water, and the sun shines bright above you, casting shimmers and sparkles across the surface of the lagoon. Alder is sitting beside you, and when you turn to face him, you see that he is clad in his long brown cloak, the hood down against his back, and he's dressed in loose clothing, earthy in color, and accompanied by an array of trinkets attached at his waist. He takes a deep breath, his eyes shut, basking in the sunlight, and after a moment of silence he blinks away, the bright light and a sad smile pulling at his cheeks. Mother told me she fears she'll never find me unintended. It was the best news I'd heard in a while. And Andromeda, this line of conversation feels insanely familiar, and suddenly you're feeling a sense of imminent déjà vu that not long ago you'd had this same conversation in a dream. How do you respond?
Am I forced to respond like how I did before, or am I able to?
You can say whatever you like.
Okay. She's gonna, like, blink and, like, look at him and go, "What?"
He looks at you then. And he looks at you and he says, "How do you feel about Zephyrus? I bet he's going to betray you." Alder is laughing as he glances over at you, and his lips pull into a bright grin, full of mirth and joy. "Just like I did by leaving." And he looks at you then, and his expression falls into a look of devastation. And he says, "I thought I was fixing everything." And he looks away and says, "I thought maybe I could save us all, but look at me now." And when he turns back to you, one side of his face is crackling in a fit of flames, and the skin of his cheeks and his jaw is burning away like that of paper. One half of his expression vanishing before your eyes. One half of his mouth opens once more, and he mumbles out a broken, "I am lost, sister. Why haven't you come to find me?" And in an instant, directly before your eyes, your brother crumbles to ash, the sand-like texture falling to the green grass below, until a gust of wind pushes it into the turquoise water and stains the lagoon red. That was a fear burp right there.
That was a fear burp.
You really say, truly.
Oh my. Am I able to do anything else after that, or is it just like...
It's just basically you're sitting by yourself and the lagoon around you is red.
Oh. Lovely. Lovely.
James. My next one is for Arlow, so I'm going to skip over this one for now until he gets back. And we're going to go to Theron. Theron. You drift into a deep slumber that only brings forth another dream version of Roz. This time, they're standing in a tavern, leaning against a counter and sipping on an ale. Live music.
Your thing is on the screen. Your writing is on the screen.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, it's just the dream that I'm reading. Thank you.
Okay. Just in case.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I
Oh,
forgot.
that could have been so bad if it was
I don't know why it
though.
does that, because it's supposed to be capturing like the.
Terrifying.
Only that. It's because it's a
Yeah.
tab. It's because of the tab.
It's annoying, but that's fine.
You have to do it on different.
Oh, I had a heart
that's
attack.
what mine-
It's all good. It's all
That's
good.
what.
Yeah.
Whenever I stream, that's what happens.
Valid.
too.
There's
So,
no secrets in my notes. It's,
Okay.
It's only on my secrets
good.
page, so it doesn't
That's
matter.
good.
Very nice, very nice.
So, Theron, you drift into a deep slumber that only brings
So
forth
cozy.
another dream version of Roz. This time they're standing in a tavern, leaning against a counter and sipping on ale. Live music blares from the stage behind you, and patrons joyously dance and take part in cheers as they fumble around the tavern, lacking in sobriety and grace. Roz spots you and lifts their ale in the air to you in celebration, smiling wide, and you approach, walking towards them, equally as pleased. But the closer you get, the quieter the music around you becomes. The fewer people bump and push past you, and soon you're standing a few feet away from Roz, but the tavern is now eerily silent and unsettlingly empty. When you glance at Roz next, they're soaking wet, a liquid of some sorts dripping off the entirety of their figure, even staining their clothes a shade darker. It smells awful, bitter, and chemical. They're looking at you with wide eyes before they glance to their right. You follow their line of sight until you see Arthros, standing still and stoic in the tavern. Her eyes are watery, and there's tear tracks trailing down her cheeks. Her lips are pulled downward, distraught, and in her hands she holds tight to a match, lit with a flame licking the air atop of it. And she lets out a shaky breath and says, "Why do you keep lying to me, Raffles?" And in an instant, she's throwing the match at Roz, and the puddles surrounding them and the liquid drenching their being bursts into flames.
Bruh. If you could not, actually. Cease and also desist.
Arlow, which is perfect timing because I could do
Welcome back, fish.
Arlow's little moment here. Welcome back, fish. Arlow, you hear more than see your dream as it swells in your mind. The sound of rushing waves emanates from the hazy hue surrounding you, and you shift and cough slightly, the feeling of water lapping against your sides, pulling the world into sight around you. You blink open your bright blue eyes to a handful of sand in your hands. You're lying on your chest atop a beach, and a familiar one at that. Familiar to you now, at least. You cough up salty water from your lungs, feeling a burn in your throat at the sensation. Your hair sticks to your skin, wet and caked with sand and salt, and you can feel the grit of the ground in every crevice and wrinkle along any skin left exposed to the world around you. As you move to climb up, you find that you can hardly budge, your gut writhing agonizingly with every movement you make. All you can do is lift your head just slightly, and as you do, you see two small figures approaching you with trepidation. One is a man, his ears pointed and his hair brown, graying at the roots, with gray stubble along his chin and jaw, and worried amber eyes. Beside him is a woman, her long auburn hair graying at the roots as well, just as the man before her, and her green eyes fixate on your position along the shore. One of her hands rests atop her heart, and her features fall in concern before both of the halflings before you are approaching you, cooing and whispering words of comfort that you practically relish in. Your mind in a slate of utter emptiness, not a thought, nor a memory, nor a sensation to remember. As they grab your arms, attempting to get you into position that will help them hoist you off the beach, you can feel a warm glow of hope blossoming in your chest. The only one who gets a really cute dream. You're welcome.
Thank you. I love my mom and dad.
As you should.
I love your mom and dad.
I
love your mom. Okay,
stop.
new goal, get Julien and Arlow's memories
So
back,
good.
and also find Arlow's parents, because I need them.
I need
Little
them.
When-
babies.
When do
Say,
I
good
get a
job.
cute dream?
Yeah, that's
When is it my
I mean,
turn?
also, like,
When is it our
When
turn?
will it be my
I have
turn?
How is it feel to live our dream?
My turn.
Where's me and
Love, love,
why do we get bad sad dreams?
Listen, I have dreams written out for all of you that were happy dreams, but you guys rolled really poorly, so you didn't get them.
What? I didn't roll. We didn't roll last time.
No, one of
like a few
one of the
weeks
times in
ago.
the session you did.
Oh.
We rolled to see how
We
I
could've had a
had
good
I had
dream.
some
We could've had it
really cute ones.
God damn it.
Aw.
There
They
was one
might
time
they
I
might come
slept
back.
really
They might
early,
circle
so-
back at some point.
I want
Do
cool
it again.
dreams.
Yeah, bring them back.
Do it again.
Bring them back.
Bring it back.
So I have
Do
a
it again.
little,
Round
Do it again.
You won't.
I have a little section here that technically chronologically I was gonna jump to Aria, obviously.
Oh no.
But I'm
Yes.
gonna do
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna do Arlo's part because we
Oh,
have
yes.
about like 12 minutes that we can do your part, Arlo. So then I'll do
Let's
everyone
do it.
else's,
You're right.
and then we'll take a break and it'll be perfect timing. So oh, that reminded me of that song.
Woo.
All the windows down. Woo!
Woo!
Running through your town. Woo! That's gonna be
So-
our party.
We will come back to you, Aria, and
Please don't.
Creepy Dream and Zophiel.
What if we don't?
Whoa,
Yeah,
Zophiel.
never mind,
I'm-
actually.
I'm gonna need spark notes. I'm gonna need spark notes.
I got you, Beth.
We got
I'll buy
you.
them back. We got you.
So
That's my other ship. Okay.
so
We're yelling.
We're jumping a little bit, so just so you guys are aware, like, the time sequence is a little wonky because we're gonna jump to when you guys are waking up, but we're gonna go back to thing. After the scene with Arlow,
he immediately knows that his bestie has gotten laid. just by the way he wakes up, he's like,
Arlo
he's like,
change.
Does Arlo get a +1 because he's hopeful?
No.
Thanks.
No,
if Andromeda tells him, maybe.
Oh, okay.
What?
Cool.
What?
Tell us, Andromeda.
Excuse?
Tell us.
no,
Kill all of us so we can get +1, I guess.
I want
Obviously,
+1.
she will.
So,
You'll notice the glow in the face.
Arlo, when you wake up, it is to the blue screen of the television in your room, and it is clear that both you and Nari fell asleep watching the movie last night.
Of course we did.
You hear shuffling at the side of the room, and Nari is there, flipping through a notebook on her desk, and it seems as though she is working avidly on some schoolwork before she glances over at your sleepy form and smiles a cat-like smile, sharp teeth on display. And she looks you over and she says, how did you sleep, little fish?
I think okay. I felt like I was swimming, and then it was scary, and then it wasn't so scary anymore. I don't know. It's kind of fuzzy. How about you?
Oh, no dreams.
That's must be nice.
You know, sometimes I think so, but I think my life is much less exciting.
Well,
so many things happen to you.
We'll have to spice it up.
I suppose. Maybe I should just stick by your side longer.
Well, maybe. Avoid getting kidnapped. I'm glad that didn't happen. But
yes, that's true.
But new stuff? New stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
And she looks down at her notebook for a second and kind of like fiddles with her nails for a minute before she looks back up at you and she says, we haven't talked much recently, and I know that you've been feeling a lot of feelings, and I just suppose I wanted to ask genuinely, how are you?
How am I?
Yes. You know, like the inside, not on the outside.
Yeah. Because on the outside, you know, everything's going great.
On the outside, you're hot, sexy damn, and that's the usual.
Sure. Right. And we know that.
Yeah.
But on the inside,
not
you
so
know, I haven't really visited
damn.
my insides off recently.
Oh.
I feel
I think that is maybe for the best.
Yeah. I feel like I'm scared that if I visit my insides right now, that everything that's happening is not over yet. And I will be in the middle of inside while everything is still going on outside.
But
but I feel like if I ever want to go through the inside, I have to wait till the outside's all clear.
Oh, wait, but is it not better to be in the know on the inside of what is going on so that you can better face it?
Yeah, well, you would think that. But then my brain on its own is forgetting it, and I kind of just like, you know, if that's what you want to do, I can't stop you from doing that. So I just vibe it.
Right. And is this about the things that have happened recently, or the fact that you don't remember things that happened a long time ago? Or both? Both is fine.
That's what I'm sensitive about. Yeah.
I'm sorry if this is intrusive. I only wish to make sure you're alright. I was watching The Little Mermaid 2 last night, and then Ariel didn't have good control of Melody, and so I was concerned for Melody, and then I thought, maybe that's like Arlow. Arlow is trying to flee the coop, and I'm just here, and I don't know what to do to help you.
Well, first off, if I fled the coop, you would be the penguin and the... Help me!
The polar bear.
I'd be by your side.
The polar bear, the bears.
Thank you! I haven't watched the second. I always watch Ariel's
You mean to
beginning.
say that I would be by your side, yes?
Sorry. Yeah. And you know, I think that if it was reversed, I would be asking you the same questions because you care about me. But
I only wish that you will not turn into mermaid and swim away from me.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Not one. I would never do that. We'd be swimming together. I feel like the problem is that I don't even know myself. And I want to let everyone know how I'm doing, but I don't know. So I feel like I'm letting everyone down when they want to talk about it, because I don't really know how to.
Oh, I understand. You should know that before I came here to this school, before everything happened and we fell from the sky. That little thing. I spent lots of time at sea, and I actually spent lots of time on a boat, and had lots of cool weapons and things.
Were you a pirate?
I suppose in a way, but like we didn't.
Wait, were you a pirate?
Well,
am I friends with a pirate?
Kind of, but like that, I feel like that's like not a nice term, because like we only stole from some people.
Sorry, is there a more appropriate term I can use?
Well, we didn't pillage and like murder people. We just kind of pillaged.
Well, that's cool.
And occasionally murdered if it was necessary.
Did you killed someone? If you don't mind me asking.
I thought I kind of implied that by what I just said. But only what was necessary. Like when they boarded our boat or stole our oranges.
They shouldn't have done that if they didn't want to die.
Yeah, no.
So.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
The reason why I went down this rabbit hole. I just meant to say that, not physical rabbits, but you know what I mean, figure of speech. I mean to say that I had lots of weapons, and should you need to flee out to sea, then I will be by your side on my boat with my weapons.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yes.
Even if we don't have to flee, that sounds like a good thing to do just like on the weekend.
Okay. Yeah.
You see more adventures, right?
There are so many adventures, yes. I miss this life a lot.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Now I listen to music on this weird device, and she lifts up her MP3 player, and she just says, and it's very strange, I never had this on boat before. If I had it on boat, I think it would have been very popular.
I wonder if we can merge the both one day.
A boat that plays music?
On a boat.
Oh my god.
And The Little Mermaid.
Oh, like a TV on boat. Boat TV.
Boat TV.
Oh my god.
Think about it. We could make a business out of this. Never mind.
What if we sink? If we sink, will we murder all the sea creatures around us in a 20-foot radius?
Why would that happen?
Electricity.
The who one now?
The zappy thing from the wall. I stuck my nail in it one time.
Would that happen?
I think maybe. I don't know much about it.
Do that then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for checking in on me.
You're welcome. If you would ever like to use boat metaphors in the next conversation, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
she just like turns and she goes back to her writing her schoolwork.
So sorry, it's so awkward.
So is she. It's okay. She's literally so awkward.
But, like, I like that for them.
Yeah. They're the awkward
We gotta find a better
gay and
term,
lesbian.
because I want to call her a pirate. That's so cool.
That is so cool.
She's Stede Bonnet.
I mean, she could be like a buccaneer or something.
She's Blackbeard.
I was waiting.
Blackbeard.
I was waiting for you guys to find
Sailor.
that out, because remember a little while ago when Arlow had another conversation with her and she was like, "Oh yeah, I fell in love when I was out at sea, but only for like 30 minutes."
Oh yeah.
I did not remember the at sea part, but fair enough.
Yeah, me neither. But I love
Did you say
that.
at sea?
I'm just trying to say. I'm just trying to say what that implies. Maybe if she was in love for only 30 minutes. Yeah.
A mermaid.
What?
A siren?
Or a siren.
Oh my god, queen.
A siren?
Pop off.
I want to know how that affected
That's why she
her.
felt like she was cheating on whoever it was when she wanted to get with Dune, because she was like,
She was seduced by a siren and was still
Oh my
in love
god.
with that person? Bruh.
We're just
Oh, honey, that's
uncovering
magical.
Nari.
I'm glad that she survived.
Nari.
Nari.
Pirate
Nari.
queen.
Oh my god.
Nari.
She's literally the pirate
kitty.
queen. I love it for her.
I love that.
I wanted to have that little
Love
scene
that.
play out before I knew Theo had to
Alright.
leave for his little hour.
I gotta go now.
Hey,
No worries.
You had Arlow, you
Message
had
us.
Arlow therapy, and now you have Theo therapy. Have a good time.
Are you just
Oh,
gonna?
that's so
Good time.
true. Okay, I'll see you guys soon.
Are you just gonna mute and
Love
turn your camera off?
Love
Yeah, I'm just gonna
you.
mute and take. Can I turn my video off, or do you need my video on?
You can turn it
You
off.
can turn it off. It's fine.
Yeah,
Turn
turn
it
it off.
off.
It's like
Yeah.
the camera's still there.
It's
Yeah,
good?
that's fine.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Good.
All Gucci.
Bug.
It's your cute
Okay, bye, I love you.
Yeah.
It's your cute face.
It's just your face.
All right.
Good luck.
So I'm gonna go back
Can
in
we-
time a little bit. Yeah.
Could we actually take a little break? 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm hot.
Yeah. I have to go. I have to go potty too. So that's
Yeah.
good.
Just a tiny one.
You wanna do? Do you wanna do 5 or 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
10 minutes or 5? Whichever's good for you guys.
Maybe like 10. That'd be cool.
Let's do
with that.
10.
Let's do 10, and then we'll do these
Good.
scenes. And depending on where we are, we can take a break. Depending on how far we get with Zophiel, and then this next one. So
Zophiel.
yeah.
What do you mean with Zophiel?
Oh.
He's
What do
in
you
your
mean? How
room.
far
He's
is
in
he?
your room.
But what do you mean?
Are you gonna join me on
Zophiel.
Advantage Island?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
The one finale.
Zophiel.
The one finale when all the party members have
Everyone gets laid.
partake in coitus.
Yay!
Okay. 10-minute
you're
intermission, guys. We see you later.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
to
Yeah.
recap,
For context, I said the name Dune because I mean you guys haven't met her yet, but for context,
name is
Nari's girlfriend's
Girlfriend's
name is Dune.
is Dune.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cute
D-U-N-E.
little, cute little cat lady.
Do we know
Love
the
that movie.
siren's name? Question mark.
I don't
Do
think
not.
so.
Okay.
Okay.
To be
10-minute
fair, though, if she
intermission.
was a siren and she was in love with Nari for 30 minutes, I don't even think Nari knows her name.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably just saw like pretty like siren person and was like, ooh,
That's so valid.
and then left. Like, how did you get out of that situation though? I'm so curious.
We're gonna find out.
She's
Guys,
a
I'll find out.
swashbuckler.
Getting the
She's a
deets from
swashbuckler.
Nari.
10-minute break, guys. We see you later.
Player.
Enjoy the intermission music.
Awooga. Okay.
Awooga.
Oh.
Oh. Wow.
We're back. We're back.
Avoid the bus.
How'd you like that sweet intermission music? It was really pretty. I liked it a lot. I listened to it. It sounded so nice.
So
All
nice.
right.
I wasn't listening to it, but I'm sure it was lovely.
It's pretty. It's so
It's
nice.
very cute.
I'm sure you'll watch it back. You hear it.
True.
So we're gonna go back in time a little bit.
Ooh,
Because obviously you all had your crazy dreams. And
Didn't I already have a crazy dream for the night?
Aria had a crazy dream. And so we're going from that moment.
Oh dear.
Aria,
Mm-hmm.
we all know that you had quite a dream yourself. The image of an inky figure plaguing your mind and calling out to you in a fit of drowning, despairing desperation for you to find them. Aria, I assume that you're awoken from this dream. I assume that you wake shortly after experiencing this.
Am I awakened? Do I feel?
I feel as though you would, yeah. As soon as the inkiness of this enveloped the figure and kind of enveloped you,
Yep.
I imagine it would startle you awake.
Okay.
And so your eyes shoot open after the onslaught of this nightmare, or was it a nightmare at all? And you see a slight bit of light shining through your dormitory window, dawn swiftly approaching. And it seems like it's yet another sleepless night in the books for you. Zophiel is across the room in your bed. He breathes softly on the other side of the room, and he's still dressed in his uniform, minus the tie and jacket. And he's curled slightly in his resting position, knees buckled up towards him, and arms resting at his sides, one beneath his head against the pillow. His deep, dark brown hair looks black in this light, and his expression looks peaceful, unaffected by the weight of reality while in his slumber. His wings rest oddly behind him, and one even bends to curl over him, a makeshift blanket seemingly more efficient than the school-provided duvet. His feathers flutter slightly in his sleep, and on occasion the wings shift and stretch a fraction, as though having a mind of their own. When you wake up, what do you do?
I think Aria kind of wakes, like a.
Mm-hmm.
And she's kind of just like, in that like when you sit up really quickly and like looking around.
And I should mention there is no Tobias in your room.
Okay, good. Gotta check, gotta make sure. Does anything look amiss?
He's in my head. He's busy.
He's doing something else.
He's doing something else. There's nothing in your room is out of sort,
Okay.
aside from Zophiel laying there, because he's not usually there.
Right, you're right. Okay. She's just gonna kind of sit up. I can't remember, but I said that she got like in her comfies, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
Yeah.
Just checking. She's gonna kind of like puff out her shirt and square back her shoulders. Like rub out her eyes. Does she see anything like when she closes her eyes?
No. I imagine you see kind of like the image of that creature purely out of like being a little bit distraught by it.
Oh, I love it and hate it. That's delicious. Okay.
You can't forget when you see something like that in your dreams.
No, you cannot. I think. Hold on. You roll real quick. Okay. She's gonna kind of like look over at Zophiel and just kind of like watch his wings moving. Just kind of trying to let that kind of like calm her back in from her very flustered, like overwhelmed, like loud head.
And you can see with the like force of the air conditioning and everything that's in the room that, kind of, how air conditioning kind of like blows up a little bit of like a wind in the room. You can see like the little tufts of feathers kind of like moving slightly from the force of the air as he lays there.
Cute.
He's baby.
She's gonna kind of like sit up and like put her feet on the floor and kind of just like tap her feet a few times, just waiting for something. She doesn't know exactly what, but I think because of her frazzled state, she's gonna kind of like stand up and like pace like the very edge of Kuro's bed a few times, like just looking over at Zophiel, trying to make sure that he's not waking up, but also like, I kind of want to wake him up. Like, what do I do right now?
That's so valid.
And she's still having that like really like just overwhelmed state of like shock,
existential dread,
shock, and just overall fear of every corner of her room that is like covered in darkness. And she's gonna look over at him, and I assume there's like a mirror in her actual room other than in like the bedroom. Would you say that there is one?
There's one in the bathroom. If you do have a mirror, you can say kind of like maybe you bought a tabletop one. But the only one really is in the bathroom.
Okay, never mind then.
Okay.
I think she's gonna go, because I remember you saying that there were windows in the rooms. She's gonna look at the window.
Okay.
Look out the window. Just make sure nothing's going on outside. Still chilling out from the little bit of lightness.
You see the campus, and it's very still. There's a few guards that pass by, kind of walking along the paths, but there are no students out from what you can see, and nothing awry.
When she looks at herself, like in the reflection of the mirror, is there anything? Or in the window, is there anything?
When you look at your reflection...
Oh no!
You can feel as though... When you look... I mean, I'm trying to describe this. When you look, you see almost like the outline of someone standing behind you.
Oh no!
Like very much in the way that it's not very crisp, as though it's like a sludgy figure standing just behind you, and you see no details. You only see like a dark mass of sorts.
Aria is having a wee bit of a panic attack at this point. She's gonna like look at the reflection like in the window and kind of like wipe like at it, just like, you know, like when you like hit a window really hard, just to see if anything happens when she does that.
When you do that, it's gone.
Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. She's now beginning again to panic. So she's gonna like look around, smack that parasite away. She's gonna kind of like take a deep breath, look down at Zophiel, and she's just gonna like walk over to her bed and like sit on the edge of it, and just like just put her hand onto Zophiel's shoulder. And does he feel like he's breathing? Like he's normal? Nothing's weird about him? It's not like an illusion?
Nothing's weird. And as you do press your hand to his shoulder, he doesn't startle awake, but you just see his eyes open. Very much like he's either just an extremely light sleeper, or he is, in a way, from what you could assume, trained to be able to wake up quite quickly. And so his eyes just kind of spring open, and he like looks around for a moment to kind of register where he is before he looks up at you, and he frowns a moment, and he just says, Aria?
Hi.
Is it morning already? I feel as though the night was very short.
Not exactly. It's getting there, but it's not morning yet. Sorry, I shouldn't have woken you. You were sleeping so peacefully.
He frowns, and he begins to get up, and he like shifts and stretches his shoulders a bit. His like feathers shuffle.
I got frazzled.
You're breathing quite quickly.
Yes, I am doing that.
Right. Would you like to sit down? And
I am sitting down.
You are sitting down?
She's sitting on the edge of the bed.
Oh, I thought thought she was standing over him. Okay.
Just standing over him.
He moves.
You know what? That's funnier.
He moves and he sits more like up in the bed and kind of like adjusts and kind of moves so that he can kind of put his feet or his legs down so that he's sitting right beside you on the bed. And he like stretches a bit and like yawns for a moment before he looks over at you and he says, I'm here for you. That is the reason why I came. So if there's something wrong, I would like to know.
Right. Which was very kind of you, by the way. I don't know what it is that's exactly wrong. It's just I keep seeing things that I haven't ever seen before. And it keeps putting me in this state where I feel very out of control and I don't feel in control.
Okay, well, you're sitting beside me right now and we are talking and
right, we are doing that.
You are controlling this situation, you should know.
Am I?
Yes. This conversation.
I mean, you're part of it too, though, so...
Well, you needn't say anything you are not comfortable saying.
That's... Right. That's the thing, though. It's very... You're very comforting. More comforting than I think I've felt in quite a bit of time. So, that's nice.
He nods his head slightly and, like, very carefully you feel one of his wings kind of, like, wrap around you a little bit. And almost as if, like, a hand on your shoulder, the wing, like, the end of the wing kind of, like, curves over your shoulder on your far side. So it's just, like, hanging there as, like, a little bit of, like, a weight and, like, a presence behind you.
She kind of, like, startles. And,
not
like,
that kind of presence.
Startles and looks back. And she, like, notices it's the wing and she's like, okay.
He looks sheepish, like, for a moment, kind of, like, looks down and he's
it's
like...
okay, I just feel like I'm constantly being observed.
You should know that I am not the best at comfort in general, but I am here to do whatever will help you.
You're doing a great job at comforting. Really great.
And you are doing a great job at breathing.
I'm getting there, I think.
Yes.
We're getting better.
Please continue to do so.
Okay, I will try my best.
As I said, I was not a cleric in the war, so I do not know quite what to do if you stop.
No, right. No, it's okay. It's okay. I think I can breathe.
Would you be comfortable telling me what it is you are seeing?
And she's gonna kind of like look at him. Can I do a perception check?
Yeah.
To see, I'm looking firstly to see if it's like he's being genuine and this isn't something like possessing him to ask this.
Okay.
Of her when she's in this state. You know, we have too many options.
No, that's valid. She's suspicious of everyone.
As
you all are, basically.
What do you want me to roll?
2d6s for me.
2d6s? Okay. It's so dark over here. I can't see my dice.
You can turn on that light next to you.
Oh, I guess I could. Forgot about that. Okay.
The other one. On the wall. Yeah, there
now
you go.
I look terrifying.
No, you don't.
No, yeah, it's dark. I'd rather dark. It's fine. Okay, I got a 7.
Okay. From what you see, he's being entirely genuine. And his voice doesn't come across, like his tone of voice doesn't come across as though he really, like, desires to know. He just wants to be able to almost, like, take in the information and hopefully provide some sort of, like, relief for you. But there's no ulterior motive behind his question, from what you can tell.
Okay. She's gonna kind of, like, take another breath.
Sorry, I was turning up my volume.
It's okay.
I made a loud
I thought
noise.
you were saying that in Zophiel, so I was like...
I was turning up my volume.
She's gonna kind of keep just, like, staring into his eyes. I don't exactly know what it is, but it feels like something is asking for me to listen. And watch. And it's quite scary.
Is it scary in sight or scary in feeling?
A little bit of both. The sight alone is a bit disturbing. Not much I've seen like it before, so it's just mostly shocking. Very decrepit and oozy, if that makes sense.
I suppose.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't unless he saw it. Anyway, but the feelings that also come about with it just feel very overwhelming. I had a nightmare, and it told me to listen, which is something I always thought I was good at, but now I don't feel like I am.
Listen to it?
Listen for it, listen to it. I'm not exactly sure. It wasn't very clear. And that's also another thing, because then it makes me uncomfortable, because I don't know what I'm supposed to be listening for. Like, is it the voice? Is it like...
Okay.
Like what? Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Is it violent?
Not particularly. It doesn't seem violent yet. But maybe that's just because I'm following its orders.
But have you followed its orders? Are you listening to it?
I don't know. I feel like I'm listening more now, because I feel like something's always looking over my shoulder and watching me. Like in the reflection of the window, I saw something behind me, and now I don't know what to do about it, because now I feel like I'm constantly being watched.
Right. When you saw it behind you, what did you do?
I just wiped it away, and it went away. Which
so
is good.
Then, in turn, you're not listening to it.
What do you mean?
Well, if when you see it, you do everything in your power to get rid of it, then I suppose you're not listening, really, right? Maybe all it wants is conversation with you. I enjoy conversation with you.
That was a very sweet thing you said, but a very scary thing you also said.
Scary and sweet at the same time.
Okay, yeah,
Sounds right.
you're probably right. But the thing that I worry is, if I do listen to it, what is it going to do to me?
Well,
if I listen,
it hasn't been violent with you, right? So maybe it only wishes to be heard.
I can understand that.
As can I. Perhaps all it's asking for is empathy.
You absolute fucker. Sorry. Getting back in it. It's funny that you say that. Empathy.
Is it? You didn't laugh.
I guess not funny in the ha-ha way, funny in the other way. Like, you meant to say that.
Peculiar.
Yes, peculiar. Peculiar is a good way of saying it.
Mm.
I think I'm really scared. And I haven't felt this scared in a while. So, I don't know how to react. If that makes sense.
He nods, and he says, I'm going to tell you something.
Okay.
If you are willing to listen.
That would actually be great. I'll start practicing now, listening, that is.
Oh, I did not mean that.
No, I also didn't mean that. I meant it in a joking way.
Okay.
Like I'm listening. I'm listening. Please.
I meant it more out of comfort for you, if you would not like to listen to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like listening to you. You're very...
He like nods almost as if like he understands, and he's like, and then he says, Avarials, their wings are white. I mean to say that I am one of few abnormalities. My entire family has white wings. Even my brother, though he doesn't have much of any wings anymore, but
right.
There are others, of course. They have black wings, some with grey wings, and others with brown, but they do not speak of us. We are not raved about or celebrated as equals.
Oh.
It is why I never became a commander, not because I was not capable, but because I was not seen as sufficient. He clears his throat for a moment, and he kind of sits back and stretches his back and glances at his wings before he glances back at you. And he says, it's a flaw, you see. We live in the mountains, and everything is white and snow-covered, and it's protection to blend in. And black is certainly in stark contrast to white, so...
Right.
Anyways. I mean to say
Aria's gonna take his hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hold his hand.
He sighs a moment, and he says, whenever we were sent to battle outside of our home, we would dye our wings all sorts of colours, like a sort of war paint, but I never could. Doesn't show up quite well on black wings. But it was my burden to bear, I suppose. And what I mean to say, I suppose, by informing you of such nonsense is that oftentimes we look at things as astounding and amazing, and yet we do not know their flaws. I know that you look at me and my wings with a sort of respect.
They're beautiful. That's how I look at them.
Yes, and I had not heard that before meeting you. So, I mean to say that, in other words, I think that you shouldn't berate yourself for simply being different. And after all, you're not the only one. Even if it doesn't look it on the outside.
You are so lovely, Zophiel.
He just stares at you, and his eyes are like wide almost. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was trying to look in the session chat, but
sorry. Continue. Sorry, I should be listening more.
He shakes his head and he says, as I was saying, compliments are rare, and so appreciate you saying them, and I would not want you to stop.
Duly noted. Oh, would you like me to continue now? Because I will. I have...
No, I just felt like I said
I mean, no, really, it's fine. I will gladly compliment you all night if you wish.
No, that's not necessary.
Oh, well, it doesn't have to be necessary, exactly. It could just be fun. It could be something you like, makes you feel good.
But that would be a lot of talking.
We could also not talk. I mean, it is quite early. We could go back to sleep. It just depends on what you like.
No, I mean to say that I wouldn't want to tire you out.
Thank you.
You're thirsty there?
No.
A flash of the horny cow. It's so funny.
I will tell you. I'm very good at pulling all-nighters, and not much tires me, so, and especially not you. I love spending time with you and hearing you talk, and, it's very, very comforting to know that I'm not alone in that feeling, and also in your other feelings about your wings. Can I tell you something?
And his mouth kind of like, he shuts his mouth and he looks at you and he says, well, yes, I should hope you feel comfortable too.
I'm getting there. And she's gonna kind of like take her hair, because I also imagine she doesn't sleep with her hair like in a bun.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna like take her hair, and take the bottom of it. Just be like, something new is happening to me, and I don't exactly know how to feel about it because it's very new, very different.
He reaches forward a moment and he takes like the strands like in his hand and he looks at them and then he looks back at you and looks back and he says, perhaps this is your war paint. Simply the other way around.
Well, that's a very comforting way to look at it.
Is it? I feel as though that means that war is approaching, so perhaps that is not comforting.
Oh, yeah, I suppose you're right there. Just saying, because, like, this was really stressing me out, and now it's kind of a soft way to look at it, because it reminds me of you.
Oh. Well, I was going to apologize, and now I suppose that I will not.
Yeah, yeah, don't have to do that. Anyway, I was going to say something else, but now I feel weird saying it.
Please do not feel weird.
I feel weird a lot of the time. I'm going to be honest.
I do not think I've ever felt weird in my life, so please continue.
Oh. That's actually quite comforting to hear as well.
In a manner of speaking, but that is simply because I do not understand correct social cues.
That's
I think that if I did, I would probably feel weird a lot of the time.
To be fair, I don't also really know social cues. So. Then
you shouldn't feel weird.
That's fair logic. Mostly, I think. Okay. And she's gonna kind of like let go of Zophiel's hands and like stand up and just pace a few times, like she's like amping herself up. Okay. Please. I've never told anyone this. Because a lot of the time there's never anyone to tell.
Sorry, and Haley just like, what the heck?
Well, keep it in your pants. Keep it in your pants. We'll get there. Get there when we get there.
We'll get there when we
I'm
get
bringing
there.
it out. I'm bringing it out of my pants.
And I took that personally.
And I took that personally.
Andromeda somewhere just has like a feeling of like deeply like wrongness. Of,
She's like after
something
she's like
is not
sleep,
right.
She's like sleeping and she just feels like a dung.
She's had the best sex of her life, and that's what wakes her up.
Literally.
She opens her eyes. She's like, Aria is telling lore about herself right now, and I'm not here to hear
Am
it.
I telling more about myself?
Maybe.
If we
We haven't
like,
got there yet.
Proceed.
Please proceed.
Proceed. Zari's just pacing a few times. Okay. And she's gonna kind of like hug her sides really tightly. Yeah. So, but, maybe just wait to tell anybody this.
I will not speak a word of anything that we are talking about in this room, if that is what you would like.
I think for now that is what I'd like, mostly because I just feel like I should, but I want to very badly tell you what's going on.
You are telling me and no one else, and that is how I will keep it.
Right. Okay. Zophiel, and she's gonna kind of like let her arms go and just like sit on her knees in front of him and just take both of his hands. Look up at him. Do you remember at the sports festival when I joined that line with you?
Well, yes, it's been hard to forget about.
And they turned off our anklets.
Yes.
Well, it was kind of not exactly required for me.
I came to that conclusion, but I am glad that you've told me yourself.
The school got it wrong. I may have... Sorry, face. I can't.
Vay is so in it right now.
I tried really hard to stay, but I keep looking down at Vay.
I know, I do too.
I
do too. I saw like when you started talking, Vay was like,
you have my undivided attention right now. There's nothing that could pull me away from focusing on this moment.
And suddenly, we hear Cookie at the door. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you can't do that. I would lose my absolute mind.
No, I'm just kidding.
I would go on a murder spree.
No, that's so fair.
So please continue.
Since I was a child, I've always been considered a risk. A flight risk, you could say. But I've never actually flown before. Whatever's wrong with me has been wrong since I can remember. And it was also something that I was always trained to hide. And she kind of stands up and she kind of like, as you can probably tell, most people don't see me in this light.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
You're like in your comfies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He glances down and then back up to you. And he says, I see nothing wrong with how you look in this light. Like, and? Yes, and? Yes, and?
That's very sweet of you to say. I haven't heard it much, so I know you're being genuine when you say it.
He gets to his feet, since you got to yours, and stands in front of you. And he kind of lets his wings hang down at his sides. And he looks at you for a moment. And he says, I should like to make a promise to you, should you accept it.
A promise?
I promise, from this moment, in this moment, that as soon as I am able, I will show you what it feels like to fly.
Aria just starts welling up. I think I would like that very much. I think I'm also a little terrified of it, but I think it mostly would be fun.
He smiles and he says, it's all I've done for all of my life, so I promise you will be in safe hands.
Aria's just gonna kind of like take his hands. She's gonna like move her hand from her side and take his hands.
I would like to say, when you take both of his hands, you notice something that you haven't quite noticed before, because you haven't really been this intimate with him in this light, and you've never held this hand particularly. But on his left hand, and you feel it when you grab it, there is a scar that runs from the top middle thumb pad all the way down to the bottom of his palm, as though someone had taken something sharp and cut deep along his finger.
She's gonna kind of like turn his hand over and just like gently brush a finger against it.
And as you do this, he does look down and he frowns a moment before he looks back at you.
Archie can tell you have a lot of stories.
He looks back at his finger, at his thumb, and he just shakes his head and he says, this one isn't all too exciting, honestly.
I mean, I feel like all of your stories are going to be exciting. I mean, you win the war, which, a war, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of sheltered, but I never heard of any wars.
Right.
Sorry, I'm kind of ruining the mood, aren't I?
No.
Talking about really not good things. I've heard wars are bad.
He shakes his head and he says, no, my family is all about tradition and doing what is destined for us, and becoming a soldier is what you are born for on 𝙍𝙗𝙠. And, once you reach a certain age, the elder of our clan takes your thumb and cuts it and pulls one of your own feathers off to place it in your hand. You're meant to soak it in your blood and drop it off the highest peak of the White Hills. And you're meant to watch it sink to the bottom, and that is your oath to the clan and to the war. And it is your promise to fight without fear. And I have been fighting without fear for as long as I can remember.
Well, if you had any fear, I feel like that would be very traumatizing.
I suppose. But it confuses me that the only real fear I've felt is in this moment. In the way that I hope that you will be okay. Faye just went.
I'm like, bruh.
I'll hold on to your bras.
It's so fucking soft. I love them.
Aria's going to like take one of his hands and just slowly move it onto her shoulder and just hold it there. And then just take his like elbow and just kind of push it back onto her shoulder blades.
And he shifts his fingers a moment, but he shifts them in a way that is like a caress or like a stroke, and looks at you, and for the first time you see him try his best to do what could be considered as like a smile, and it is like warm and genuine, and he just sort of nods his head at you, and
this fucking man.
And then he says, as you've taught me. And then he lifts his other arm and he pulls you in for a hug.
Oh! She's kind of like, oh. For a second. And she's gonna kind of just like wrap her arms around his waist. Her waist? His waist?
His waist?
His waist.
You said his waist.
Okay, good. Just checking. My brain autocorrected.
You're good.
The lesbian, sorry.
The lesbian in me is showing.
Sorry.
This was too straight for you.
We're getting there. It's okay. Listen, Zophiel also uses they, them pronouns. It works.
He's a he, they. He's a he, they if I've ever seen one.
My fave, he, they. Hugs them. And then just slowly kind of like starts to begin to pull out the hug, and just put both of her
those
hands
eyes
on his
away,
face.
Haley.
You got
Darian.
hugging.
You got Darian on your mind.
We're hugging, Miss Horty Cow. Moo moo.
She's only thinking about Darian right now.
Yeah, she is.
True.
True.
And she's just gonna put both of her hands on his face. I'm gonna be honest, this is the closest I've ever been to another person in a very long time.
He clears his throat and he says, me as well.
I'm glad to hear that I'm not alone in this.
And he kind of pulls away slowly, and he says,
her hand is still just like on his face, like awkwardly, like if they're pulled away. Just like
he doesn't seem to like even like care. He's just like, he's like, yeah, this is normal. And
I love him.
He swallows and he kind of just says, should you like to try and get some more sleep, I will be here, and I will not let anything hurt you.
I think I would like that. And she just kind of like realizes her hand is still like at an awkward angle, still being on his face, and she's kind of like pats his cheek and then puts it back down and just like
valid.
So how do we do this?
He frowns and he says, typically it involves you laying down on a mattress.
Right. That's That's fair. I was more meaning around the fact that I get a little weird when my back is stuck. I tend to sleep not in corners. I get claustrophobic. I just get really claustrophobic.
Well, that's all right. You can lay down, and I will sit at the end of the bed, and I will.
No, I think you should also sleep because it's very early still. We still got at least a few hours, I'm sure.
Well, no, I'm going to make sure that no creepy things get you in the night.
I'm sure that you could do that while also sleeping. You seemed very alert when I woke you up earlier.
Yes, that is simply normal for me.
We should talk about that later. I'm just saying, because I'm a very heavy sleeper. Sometimes it's hard to wake me up. You gotta. Know what I mean?
I will stay up.
How about this? And she's just gonna kind of like push him to lay down. Not in a sexual way.
Okay.
Get your mind, that's better. She's just gonna like push his shoulders down onto the bed. And just kind of like go. Lay down.
He blinks and then slowly just stiffly like lays down.
Well, get comfortable. Get comfy.
And he pushes up against like the wall of the bed and lets one of his wings lay kind of like underneath him but spread out across the mattress with like the feathers hanging off the bed because his wings are so large.
Your wings are so big. Every time I see them, it's so...
He blinks for a moment and then kind of gestures with his head to his wing. And he says,
Okay.
Feathers make for good pillows.
You're right there.
And, I assume you lay down?
Yeah, she's just gonna kind of, like, awkwardly lay down and then remind herself that she just told Zophiel to get comfy, so she's like...
Valid. And as soon as you lay down, he lifts his other wing and puts it on and over you like a blanket of feathers.
She's just kind of, like, looking up at the wing and is just, like, lets a hand kind of, like, brush against it while, like, looking at him. Make sure this is chill.
Valid. And, he lays and he, like, looks at you and then he lets his eyes fall closed and, like, you can tell that he's still, like, aware and awake, but his eyes are just closed. And he says, when I was younger, my mother used to tell my brother and I that mighty Varials were watching over us. And I suppose I can say the same for you now. Though there's the question of whether or not I could be classified as mighty, of course. And he opens his eyes once more, and he just kind of looks at you. And, he clears his throat, and he's... Huh?
I was just gonna say, Aria, like, puts her hand back on his cheek and kind of, like, tips it up a little bit. Just like, you're the mightiest of Varials.
And he does that, like, awkward little, like, smile again, but the side, like, only one side of his lip, like, curls upwards.
I'm gonna make this man smile. I'll make him grin.
And it's, like, just a little smile. And he, like, kind of nods to you, and he says, in that case, I hope you rest well.
You as well.
He nods.
At least attempt to.
And with that, do you try to go?
She's gonna pat his cheek again like she did earlier.
Okay.
And then she's just gonna kind of like look down at the duvet that's like underneath the two of them and just be like, she's just gonna kind of like.
You got a feather blanket.
Get like kind of comfy in, and she's just gonna like turn so her back is outward to the room, but like facing Zophiel.
Oh, I love them.
I also love them. It's very cute.
Also,
So cute.
did you? I don't know if you saw my reference, Faye, but angels are watching over you. Vibe.
Yes. Sorry. Wow.
Oh my god, I love them so much.
I was wondering if you were gonna do the like I'll watch over you thing, but then
So
angels
cute.
are watching over you is also very good.
Good.
Mighty Varials
So
are watching
cute.
over you.
He's the mightiest.
That's so cute.
It's the mightiest.
Can I go pee real quick?
I also have to
At the
pee.
speed
So
of light.
Okay.
let's
Are
do
you
a 5
kidding me?
five
It was
minute.
like half an hour ago.
I know.
Why are you
I'm
guys
doubting
like this?
Arizona tea right now.
That's great. I'm
But
glad
I
you're so hydrated.
5
I'm
minute
glad
break,
you're hydrated.
which is perfect because it'll be 6:10 my time, 3:10 your time.
Cool,
Mhm,
cool, cool,
mhm,
cool,
mhm.
Okay,
cool.
we'll be right back, chat. I hope you just enjoy what you just witnessed. Okay.
Just bask in the loveliness.
Bask in the loveliness.
Oh God.
Hi, chat. We're
Aria,
back, and Jazz is informing Theo of what happened. We timed it perfectly. Look at us go.
We really did. That was great.
Yeah.
Aria wiggity woggity wakes him up, goes, "Hey yo, welcome, wake up." But she actually doesn't. She's just kind of like, "I'm scared," and he's like, literally just like one single touch, he goes, eyes open, ready to go.
I love it,
Soldier mindset. Welcome to the party.
So true.
He like is like, "Yo, Aria, why are you stressing?" And she's like, "I'm scared." So they have a cute little moment where she like sits on the bed, and she's basically like, "I don't know if I should tell him. Should I tell him what I've been seeing?" And he's like, "You can tell me if you want. Tell me, because I will be here to listen." And so she tells him that something is asking for her to listen, but she doesn't know why, and she doesn't know if she should listen because she's really scared that if she listens, something bad's gonna happen.
Yes.
And then so he's like, this is just Aria and Aria and Arlow like
tea.
doing their little, and Julien, yes, Aria and Arlow having their little talk again, like they did with the last time that something stressful happened. Rehab. Should I do this in Aria's voice? No, that's funny.
If you want.
If you want. So she basically says, something's telling me to listen, but every time I see it, it freaks me out, so I don't listen. And he's like, well, maybe you should start listening. Maybe if you start listening, maybe it won't be bad, because it doesn't seem violent. And she's like, no, you're right, it doesn't seem violent, so maybe I should start listening. So that was good.
He gives her very good advice, and then it's basically like a bunch of Zophiel lore drops.
What the fuck?
And
so
a big Aria lore drop.
Do you want to do the Zophiel lore drop? So I don't.
It's okay. I don't want to.
Later, if you want to, if you guys want to keep going, I can.
No, it's up to you.
Otherwise, I will listen.
You give Zophiel lore drop though. I want to check.
I'll give a little summary of it. Essentially, he revealed that Averials, which is what he is, they don't often have white wings. They don't often have the color wings he has. They often have white wings. The majority has white wings. And so he was basically like a abomination type thing, abnormality in his clan. And there were a lot of others like with gray wings and brown wings, but they weren't really talked about or raved about or celebrated. And
which is why he wasn't a commander.
Yeah, which is why he wasn't a commander, which he said in the past that the reason he wasn't a commander is he just didn't feel like he had the voice for it, but the real reason was because he would never be chosen because he has black wings. And he... Yeah, and his clan essentially would dye their wings for the war because the paint would catch onto white feathers, but it would never really catch onto black feathers. And so he wasn't able to even partake in that kind of tradition. Yeah, which leads to a really cute part because Aria shows him her hair that is slowly turning black, and he says, "Oh, maybe that's your war paint." Which
and I took it in the wrong way.
Yeah, well, you took it like, "Oh, wow."
That's cute.
No,
you. And he was like, "No, actually, it kind of reminds me of like the war." And she's just like, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Well, he said maybe it wasn't the right thing to say because maybe that implies that there's a war coming.
Yeah.
He was just referencing The Great War by Taylor Swift 3 AM version.
Oh, I agree.
True.
He's
a Swiftie!
But if any more little interactions with them come up, we'll give the little lore drop, and then I think probably after session you should give your lore drop, Jazz.
Anyway, so ending of it though, they fall asleep together in the same bed.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well, he stays up watching over her. Yeah.
Peter
So cute.
You should have seen, literally, the way that they were all just like, and like Vay was like, oh. Everyone was like,
so
wow,
nice.
wow.
Everyone's
so invested. I was so invested in the lore and the sweetness.
Listen, I love them.
So from there,
we were well fed.
I love those two so much.
I love them. We got some.
You gotta join them.
We started the session with just. This is just the romance. This is the romance session, apparently.
Romance.
Romance.
From there,
man, this entire session is gonna be wholesome and good, and nothing bad is gonna happen. It's all just gonna be up, right?
Just wait till we get to you waking up, Julien.
I refuse to knock on wood. Oh, okay.
That's your mouth shut.
Wow.
So that's the only reason. I'm so sorry. There's a specific reason why we haven't gotten to your part, Julien, yet, and we will get there.
Okay.
So
What does that mean?
Fun.
So,
Oh my god.
we are gonna slide to. We did Arlow's little waking up point before you left, Arlow. And so we're gonna go to Theron.
Theron.
Hi, Theron.
Tavern.
What wakes you this morning, Theron, is a twinge in your back so painful it pulls you from whatever slumber you were resting in.
God damn it.
The pierce of pain is harsh and pinches agonizingly for a moment before it returns to that same dull ache that you're used to by now. It's getting worse, and you're well aware of it, but it doesn't make things any easier. Something new you do notice when your eyes blink open and your mind begins to come to is the thin, slender body pressed up against you. At your side,
Say what now?
at your side, closest to the edge of the bed, is a sleeping Arthros. She's dressed in a simple white tank top and her school-provided Ignis Ember pajama bottoms, and she is curled directly up against your side, with one arm extended to wrap around the entirety of your chest, squeezing tightly as though holding on for dear life.
Me, like, for a split second, thinking she literally, like, stabbed me in the back.
Remember when we were saying
not
that
yet.
There's no angst.
Not yet! Stop! Don't say that. Don't say that. Do not.
So, her
Okay,
face
just
is
cuddle it, it's
peacefully
fine.
blank, aside from the small frown between her brows, and her odd pink hair wraps around her face and splays out atop your arm. You can feel the weight of her horns pressed against your scales where she rests her head on your bicep, and she is warm and radiant beside you. One of her long legs is tucked over one of yours, and she holds onto you with a pressure that is surely soothing in a way to you, and in a way you are certainly not used to. What
The
do you
horns are
do?
warning.
What do you do from here?
So, to be clear, he just woke up in pain and she is just cuddling, being very sweet.
Yeah. Because
Just
before...
gonna try not to, like, move too much.
Valid. Before you guys went to bed that previous night, she said that she would join you when she was done reading her book. So it's
okay.
clear that she did, in fact, end up joining you.
I didn't know that was the plan, but I'm thrilled to find this out.
If you don't smooch that woman, I swear to God.
Oh. Ooh, wait a second.
Oh.
She's asleep. She's asleep currently.
She is.
Can he, like, position-wise, very gingerly, very carefully kiss the top of her head?
Absolutely.
From, like, where she is.
Absolutely.
Okay, he's gonna do that.
As you do this, she shifts a little bit, and then all at once, like, sits up super quickly. And her head kind of flies around for a moment in search of, like, what woke her up, or even just trying to double check where she is.
Whoops.
And her hair is bundled atop her head messily, and strands hanging her face in a way that, while out of sorts, is kind of endearing at the same time.
Very cute.
And she glances at you, and she sees that she's directly next to you. And she, like, takes a deep breath and, like, kind of runs a hand through her hair, like, fixing it, before she kind of smiles sheepishly at you. And she says, oh, I thought it was that. I hope it was okay that I slept well.
Yes.
I slept well.
I'm so glad.
Quite well, actually.
You're welcome.
No one
anytime.
died. At least I don't think so. And she quickly, like, looks at her arms. And she's like...
Checking for new, like, marks.
Yeah, she's like... She puts her thumbs up for a moment. She's like, looks good.
That's a success.
Yes.
Well, considering that we had a night with no deaths, maybe this should become the norm.
Oh, yes.
If you're
Simply
comfortable with
to
it.
keep people alive, of course.
Yeah, yeah, just for that.
Just for that reason, primarily.
Good morning, by the way.
She clears her throat. She says, good morning.
Wait. Sorry,
what?
real quick. I just saw a seat. Like, I'm trying not to pay attention to.
They
chat
are
right
my
now,
soup.
I literally just saw the message. They are my soup.
They are my soup.
They are
I
my
love them.
soup.
What the...
she kind of like stretches a little bit, and it's almost like a little bit of like an over dramatic stretch, like she's like looking for something to do, and she kind of like itches the back of her head. She's like, I better get ready for the day. And she starts to kind of like climb out from the sheets and places her feet like on the floor, so she's just kind of sitting up on the bed. And she glances over at you and she's like, any plans for the day? I know that you've had a crazy couple of days.
What day is it?
I
Like,
believe...
is it a weekday? Is it a school day? Is it a weekend?
I tried to do the math of it.
Bring up a good time.
I'm pretty sure it's Saturday.
Oh, nice.
From what I tried to do like the math of the days. It's either Friday or Saturday, and I'm thinking it's Saturday, and I'm hoping it's Saturday because
we can make it Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
We can, if we believe hard enough, it could be Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
In that case, she doesn't have to get ready for the day. She could stay and cuddle. As she gets up, can he just like gently grab her hand and like pull her back to bed? Like, it is Saturday if you want to rest a little bit more.
She immediately, like, she doesn't even know what to do. She's just sitting there like, okay. Like, immediately, like, just, like, whoms herself back down.
Oh my God.
And, like, yanks the duvet over. And, like...
Because he was asleep. He didn't even get to, like, enjoy cuddling her.
That's so valid.
He's gonna take it.
And she curls up right next to you again. And she places her, like, face in, like, the, like, crick of your neck. And then just, like...
Perfect.
Just hides it in there and, like, doesn't make a move. Just stays in that position.
That's perfect.
Jazz is going
very
full metal.
Casually trying to be casual, but not at all casual. He's gonna say, on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely are you to set things on fire? Just out of curiosity. I know, we just really swapped.
She...
he needs to know he's a little...
She, like,
just right now.
Pulls her head out, and she looks at you and she says, what do you mean?
Like, is it something you enjoy doing, or
arson?
Are likely to do? Yeah, arson.
I suppose it can be fun, given the circumstances.
Okay.
But I will not set you on fire?
No, yeah, good.
Is that the correct thing to say?
There is no correct thing to say. It's just, I was just curious.
When it comes to violent acts, arson is low on my list. I do prefer stabbing most of the time.
Actually, same, but... Okay, that's somewhat comforting, maybe.
She, like, smiles at you and she's like, you're welcome. Any other questions?
He's just gonna, like, get comfy again and, like, relax a little bit.
She immediately just, like, face plants her head back in the crook of your neck. Immediately just, like, in the dark. Like, she's clearly trying to shield her eyes from the light so she can just, like, snuggle into the dark.
Fair.
With that, because I'm just gonna let them snuggle. Yeah, as they should.
Saturday morning.
As they should. We are going to slide to Andromeda, and then to Julien.
The morning after.
The morning after.
Oh, walk of shame.
She's gonna do the walk of shame.
Walk of shame? You think it's shameful? Hell
No.
Pride.
Listen,
it's Andromeda. Most of the time, she feels shame.
Yeah,
walk
that's
of
true.
confusion. You're right.
Walk of shame.
No, I do like walk of confusion.
To that.
I like walk of confusion more.
Darian would not let her walk back in her old clothes. He would provide her with some clothes for sure.
Oh no.
Andromeda. When you wake after an eventful night's sleep, one thing you realize is that you remember the dream that you had. You remember what you dreamt, and you are confused about such a fact for a mere handful of seconds before you realize that you are most certainly not in your dormitory. A tidy, larger dorm room comes into view with only one bed, of which you currently lie in, next to a warm, slender figure.
A bigger bed.
A bigger bed. Darian lies beside you. Fire-like hair sprawled out along the pillows elegantly, and he is a picture of beauty even when he's deep in sleep. His lashes are dramatic where they rest against the swell of his cheeks, and he lies on his side, facing you, an arm outstretched and lying just above your stomach, limp with sleep. His scar across his face stands out this morning, dark in contrast to his peach-colored skin. From here, what do you do?
Ah, so cute. Okay. So cute. She's gonna flop over onto her side to face him, and she's laying there, and she's she pushes up to sit up.
How is she feeling right now? Because this is the first for her, correct?
So many many things. Her hair is out there, she's
she's got a bee's nest of hair.
Yeah. She sits up.
She has the Epcot ball of hair.
Yeah.
Truly she does. And she's like,
oh my god.
She's gonna look down at him and lean over.
She's also never slept beside someone, correct? I guess Mud.
No, she just slept beside Mud.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry. Didn't mean to bring up the trauma.
Don't bring his name up here.
Don't speak his name.
Don't bring the boys into this. Don't bring the boys into this.
She's kind of really unsure of what to do next because she's never been in this type of situation before. So she's gonna lean over him very gently. She's gonna poke his cheek.
You see his eyes kind of flutter a little bit where they're closed. And he kind of adjusts slightly, but he doesn't wake fully yet.
Darian?
He doesn't move.
Oh, you are a heavy sleeper. Okay.
She's gonna push over him and try to climb out of bed.
I have a question.
Is it up against the wall or is it
Yeah, it's up against the wall.
Okay.
I imagine you were laying against
she's an
the
inner
wall.
sleeper.
Yeah.
She's against the wall.
I have an important question, not to be too TMI.
Oh, that's fine.
Is she wearing clothes?
I'm naked.
Okay, cool.
There's no clothes on my body right now.
You helped me get to that. Thank you.
Yep. No, yep.
Cool. No. He does have his
natural
pajama pants on because I'm not about to picture that right now.
Good for him.
Yeah. So, so he, as you start to, you're climbing out of the bed, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's climbing over him, and she's not being graceful about it because she is not. She's
He begins to stir now. Oh God, do I say what I was gonna say? Okay, I'll say it. He begins to stir as you start to climb over him, and he frowns, and as he speaks out loud, and his voice is muffled and kind of hoarse with sleep. Very the hot raspy, in the morning. And he stretches slightly, and he looks up as you're climbing over him, and he's round 2 already. Theo's uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
I'm not uncomfortable. This man just needs to take a breath. Just take a breath.
Take a breath, please.
Listen. You lined it up.
She literally jumps at his voice because she thought he was still asleep. She jumps and she catapult somersaults off the end of the bed.
Bruh.
And
you're naked.
Yeah.
You need details.
It happens.
Details.
It happens. Okay, it happens. This is where she's at right now. She lands on her feet because she's super cool.
Like a cat.
And she turns to him. She's
he sees this all happen, and through bleary eyes, he's still a little bit sleepy. He frowns at you, and he's do you want some clothes?
Yes.
Right. And he sleepily kind of starts to get out of bed, and he goes over to one of his dressers and like pulls it open. And
I mean, I brought my own. You do not have to do that.
He glances at you and he's like, do you want to return to your dormitory in the same clothes you wore yesterday, where your fiancé is currently still living?
Maybe not.
Though I suppose mine isn't any better, but it sure makes a statement.
I will take a shirt.
Right. And he reaches out and he hands you a shirt, and it's clearly like definitely a size or two too big.
She'll tuck it up.
But he hands it to you, and he like gives you like a once over as you're getting dressed, and he frowns and he's like, the nipple thing was a surprise.
Oh yeah, really is all the time. I get that a lot.
I'm so glad you understood what I was saying by that. Okay, thank you. I didn't want to feel weird in that moment.
Wow. Hey.
Tuck shirt in. Bruh. Hi, Lexi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Alexi. Andromeda just got laid.
Andromeda doesn't have nipples.
Him to walk in right now.
You don't have nipples?
No.
Oh.
No, she's a tree. She's a.
She's smooth like bark.
You just have mounds?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess I would feel way more comfortable about being naked if I just had mounds.
Yeah, me too.
True.
Yep.
She's like a Barbie doll.
She is. She's like a Barbie doll.
That's iconic.
He's like, oh.
What, did you tell him?
Yeah. And
Oh.
he's like, did it happen? He's like, oh.
They're so cute.
The chaos is like, did you know
I
that
just
you're...
love that. Hey.
Hey! Hey!
It's like your mom walking in and you're like watching something you shouldn't be. You're like, hey.
Hey!
You just had sex with a fictional man when your actual boyfriend walks in.
Bruh,
Listen.
It was for Andromeda.
Yeah.
It was for Andromeda.
It was for Andromeda.
For my-
Listen,
go for it.
This was probably so healing for her.
We can only hope.
She's feeling pretty good.
He looks at you as you respond, and then he like nods, and then like kind of smiles, and he's like, are you feeling any better then? Yes? Oh, right. That's good.
Oh yeah, I'm good. How are you feeling?
Wonderful.
Cool.
Better than I felt in ages, to be honest.
Oh. Nice. Interesting. What day is it?
Saturday.
Oh. Because I was going to say you have to go to school, but I guess there's no school. Today?
I can walk you back to your dorm. And if your fiancé asks, I will simply say that I was scolding you for something. Yeah, he like smiles. That's like a very like snarky smile.
You're doing the thing with your face when you know you are being all and you are smug about it.
Yes.
But I would like you to walk me back to my dorm.
Wonderful.
Are we? What are we now?
He looks at you and he kind of frowns for a moment and he just says, whatever you would like us to be.
Could
Though I just mean to say preferably not betrothed, because I don't think I'm at that point in my life quite yet.
Oh, me neither.
Well, you are betrothed, but Yes, I understand your meaning.
Oops. I'll get back to you on that.
Take all the time you need.
Okay.
There's no rush.
She's gonna like reach into her pocket. She's like by a table or something. She's gonna pull out a little bit of dirt. She's gonna put it there.
Troubles.
And she's like,
For your troubles.
Oh. He looks at it. He looks back at you. And he frowns and he says, it was no trouble at all. You should know.
Yeah. No trouble for me either.
In fact, if that is you troubling me, I would like you to trouble me more often. Not the horny cow.
Your wish is my command.
He nods and he says, though maybe not the command thing, because I don't want to do that.
Valid.
Purely if my wishes are consensual to you.
Oh, yeah.
Is what I mean. Okay. Right. I'm going to get dressed. And he turns around and he straight up just like strips.
she fully covers her eyes and turns around.
Oh wow, now she's modest. And he pulls on his clothes, and the next minute that I guess because you're still covering your eyes, he'll probably tap you on the shoulder when he's fully dressed. And then he kind of grabs his TCD, sticks it in his pocket, looks at you, and he's like, shall we? Yes.
McDonald's.
Oh, yes. That was like fancy looking McDonald's. I was like, did he just make a burger for you?
I was seriously served on like a silver
Yeah.
platter.
I was like, that's some pretty looking McDonald's, man.
Yes, please.
Oh,
thank
sweet
you.
tea, bruh.
Right. Sorry,
Jealous.
sorry about that. Sorry.
That Theo says hello.
Theo says hello.
The earth says hello.
He says hi to everyone.
The earth says hello.
Love that for him.
Horny cow.
Horny cow.
I am
Horny
fed.
cow.
So,
I'm fed.
from there,
Are you seeing this shit? Are you seeing
I,
this shit?
I assume that you guys both walk towards your dorm, Andromeda. And from there, we go to Julien, who has been so very patient with me this entire time.
My angsty little baby.
I love you, James.
James has just been
Dread
saying-
has consumed me.
Dread has consumed the cat.
James has sat for so long just listening to all you horny
It's so
bastards.
good. It's so good. I'm loving it.
Got to play.
I'm eating this shit up.
Still very nervous for Julien right now. And for him.
I
Everyone.
am pray.
Yeah, very funny. Honestly, Jay like the other day told me to make a new character sheet, like a new character. For some reason.
You did what?
That's
I
so
would
funny.
cry. I would.
James?
He's
Say
lying.
right
He's
now.
lying.
Say motherfucking psych right now. You better say psych right now.
So, like,
That's
just in
as well.
case.
You
I
better
don't think
say
anything
psych.
will happen, but like.
Yeah, just in case.
You better say
I
psych right
told
now.
him. I told him it didn't mean
You
anything.
can't leave Arlo alone. They're
That's-
brothers.
I told him it didn't mean
They're
anything.
brothers.
It was just for
Brothers.
fun. It was just for fun.
I believe it.
It is not.
It didn't mean
Say
anything.
psych right now. Motherfucker.
So-
I can't do
Fucking
this.
not.
James? I'm upset.
Second that. Well said.
Well said. Well said, Dad. Well said.
Thank you.
I want.
Thank
Can
you.
someone add that in the quotes? Can someone just wrote oop as Jazz and then
there for
Vay
a
just
second.
responding well said.
Aria really consumed me there for a second.
So
I love.
Julien, when you wake that morning, it is to an unnaturally warm sensation pressed up against your forearm. As you open bleary and sticky eyes, after what was surely a fitful night's sleep, it is to the sight of a small mouse dressed in gray pajamas curled up against your wrist. She's tucked in a tight round ball, her tail circling her, and her nose and ears twitch from time to time with restless sleep. She feels you stir as you wake, and you see her eyes begin to flicker. And they open, squinting in the light of the morning. and she lets out a small squawk of a yawn before she freezes in place and glances around at where she lays right beside you. She then rubs at her eyes with a paw and gazes at you, wide-eyed, for a moment, and says, "Had a nightmare. Sorry. Should have asked first."
No, you're good. Everything's fine. Yeah.
She then, itches behind your ear, and she moves to kind of scamper off the bed, and she seems like she's going in the direction of the bathroom, but just before she fully crawls behind the door, she pokes her head around and glares at you for a moment, and her eyes are threatening, and she says, "Tell no one." And then she nods, and she disappears behind the bathroom door. Julien, how do you go about waking this morning, out of curiosity?
Julien sort of kind of leans up from bed and sees the pile of gifts that he's sort of hid in the corner.
He still has those gifts to give.
He takes out his TCD to give the gifts and goes to messages with Silas. Nothing more.
No messages.
He's going to text him. If you are getting this, whatever is going on, you don't have to do it alone.
God, all my ships are coming true today. What's going on? What's going on, man? I'm being fed.
Horty Cow is working his ass off today. Everyone give Horty Cow a round of applause.
As you do this, Julien, the moment that you put your TCD down, there is an aggressive amount of knocking at your dormitory door. And it is frantic and hurried and unending. Just...
Julien rushes up to the door.
Okay. And it's so loud that you even hear Silky spitting out curse words beneath her breath from the bathroom. And she...
I got it. I got it.
And she calls back. She's like, "Okay." And when you open the door, I assume you open the door.
Yeah.
It is to the sight of Westley. And he stands there, and he looks small in the wide corridor. His hair is ruffled and messy, and he's panting with exertion. And his bright eyes are wide with fear, and his clothes are messy and rumpled. And he wears basic clothing, like a pair of black pants and a black shirt, very much like something that the Cardinal, Allie, everyone there had probably provided him. And he swallows quickly and very stiffly, and he coughs, clearly exhausted, and he says, and looks at you, and he says, are you Julien?
Yes, how did you get in here? And sort of looks around the hallways to see if anyone's seeing this kid who probably isn't supposed to be here, and sort of
and he looks around as well.
Pulls him into the room.
He looks around as well, and as soon as you start to pull him in, he immediately goes into the room. As soon as you confirm that you are Julien. And he pushes in past you, and his breathing is uneven and unsteady. And he takes a deep breath, and he turns around, and he's fiddling with his hands, and he's looking around, and he says, "Silas told me if I was ever in any danger and couldn't find him, that I should come to this location and ask for Julien." And he starts fiddling anxiously, and he pulls at the hem of his shirt with his hands. And behind him, you see Silky kind of exit the bathroom, poking her head around, frowning with a wide-eyed expression. And she kind of whispers and looks at you and mutters and glances back at Westley and says, "Why is there a child in our room?" And Westley turns and looks at her and then looks back at you, Julien, desperation on his face. And he takes a deep breath and he says, it's Cardinal Allie. You have to do something. It's been attacked.
What?
And he like
Would you attacked?
he nods like frantically and he says, I woke up to shouting and the smell of smoke and I didn't know what to do, and then Clancy just told me to run to find my brother, and then he wasn't in his dorm, and I don't know what to do. Please, you have to help. You have to help Calanthe and Killian and Leo, and you have to make sure they're okay. Please.
Goes to his book bag. He shoves Napoleon there. Looks at the TCD. Oh god. What was the thing? What was the word?
Signal.
Oh,
the signal.
What was it? He
Wasn't it like a
finds
red pencil
book,
or something?
and he takes a
Or
picture
book,
of it,
yeah.
or in like a pencil, and then he just posts it. And he,
all of you at this moment in time get a little notification on your TCD that says Julien has posted a photo onto the social communes app, which you have never received before, because this man has never posted a photo on this social media app before. So for all of you, you're probably all like, what the heck?
What the fuck? Also, for anyone who's like watching or monitoring us, that's like already suspicious.
it's just supposed to be. It's like a neat photo with like
funny.
tea and a book, and then there's a single
He
cup
says,
with
like-
a single red
He says, like,
pencil in it.
Hey friends, finally posted here.
Love tea in the morning, and then that's it.
That's it. Love tea in the morning. That's so spot on.
That's
I love
cute.
it.
And drop like, but he loves tea in the afternoon.
But he only takes me in the afternoon.
Then you know something's wrong. You know something's wrong. What do you all do?
Please remember the red pencil.
I mean, Theron's gonna remember the red pencil.
Oh yeah.
I think part of this was his idea.
Does Arlow know this, or was
You
I
don't
kidnapped?
know this because you were kidnapped.
Arlo has no idea.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Cool, bro, and comment on it.
Cool, bro.
Fuck! Right! No!
Just like, wait,
For the rest of you, do you
can
immediately?
Theron like
Can someone
comment
communicate
like
that with me? Thanks.
got it or something like that?
Aria's in the same dorm as Arlo, so
Yeah, Aria's gonna
That's
like
true.
wake up, kind of like feel
Dorm
her
building.
yeah, the dorm building. Her TCD
I was like,
does,
what?
and it's like, and then look at Arlo's comment, and she's be like,
Oh no.
fuck, and she's just gonna like head out of bed, and then she's gonna look down at Zophiel and like shake him and be like, come on, we gotta get up, let's go.
He just looks. He looks at you and he's
He's
like.
a light sleeper. Be gentle.
He like wakes up like
again.
this.
Poor boy is
He's
awake
immediately
already.
outside.
He's
taking a
already
walk right
keeping
now.
an eye on you. What?
Arlo's outside. He's just taking a walk. He's walking around campus. He's by himself. Like he's
Aria's
just
gonna
walking.
text.
Feeling
Aria's gonna
it.
text Arlo, be like, hey, I have a present for you at my dorm. Please hurry.
Arlo's gonna start running.
Whoa! Get in there faster.
He's in the middle of the field looking at the statue of that man.
Aw.
Of Vlad.
The
And all of a
centaur.
sudden he just
Wait,
starts
isn't that where we
stretching
meet
his
at?
legs.
Isn't that where we
Yeah,
meet?
that's the meeting
Okay,
spot.
I'm already there.
Oh, I'm already there.
You're a genius.
they don't know that, so they're
They
just
don't
gonna
know
run
that.
back and forth.
You're a genius,
Aria
Arlo.
also doesn't know that.
That's so
Good
funny.
job, Arlo.
Am I next to, is Darian next to me still? Are we still
Yep.
walking back?
He's probably walking you back to your dorm right now. Like you're in the middle of walking.
I stop on our way to walk and I look down, I go. I like look at him.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Shit.
I'm muting my
You gotta go.
It's like, fuck it. She's gonna grab his hand and she's like, come with, and she's gonna drag him.
And
Sorry.
he watches you and he's like, "Where are we going?"
I'll tell you later.
Are you going to get dressed?
No.
oh,
You're just in your. She's in her other clothes, I think, from like the day before,
Okay.
with
We
a
borrowed a
new
shirt
with a new
With a
shirt.
From him.
That's
Okay,
a little
so
weird.
Yeah.
And him. She's taking him with.
Okay.
All right.
He's
So
trustworthy.
Aria,
Maybe, hopefully.
do you
Yeah.
take Zophiel with you, or are you just kind of like, I have to go? Like, what do you do?
She's, well, first off, and then runs to try and like get all of her shit. And she's like, yeah, help with the back, help with the back, help with the back. While she's like trying to like make sure everything is like steamed out and like
You're literally gonna take the time to steam your clothes when there's an emergency.
She's waiting for Arlow. She's waiting for Arlow.
All right,
to see who we got in there.
We're waiting for Arlow.
Oh,
so she's gonna
Arlow's
okay,
at
fine.
the door.
She just shakes out her. Okay, fine. You know what?
You're good.
Shake it out.
I was joking. You're fine.
Hangs it up. She starts lacing up her corset in the front while Zophiel does the back, kind of like instructing him, like.
And he doesn't blink twice. He just does what you tell him.
Go do a little bit tighter.
He's tightening. He's tightening the best thing he can. He doesn't know what he's doing, but he's doing it.
That's good. That's great. Good job. Okay, that's good. That's good. Great. Okay. I have to go.
Okay. Is there anything I can do for you while you are gone? I can visit 𝑄.
Oh. God, there's so many things to tell you. Okay, if you go visit 𝑄,
Fenner's still there, so
I know that he's waking up, and he goes by Kuro. So
yes,
just as a note,
I was there when it happened, so
yes,
I will.
Yes, you were right. You were there. Okay,
yes.
So Kuro is his name. But if you want to go visit him, that'd be really great.
Okay.
Just be gentle because I don't know what's gonna happen, and I'm really overwhelmed. And I'm waiting for Arlow to get here because we're supposed to go do something together.
I will send him your regards.
Yes, but he might not remember my regards, so just be careful.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And she's gonna kind of like hug him.
Valid.
Just like quickly pull him into a hug.
And before you do move to like leave, he basically like grabs your hand and he says just like very carefully, like, just be careful, whatever it is you're doing.
I will do my best. And
okay.
If I'm in danger, we should have a code word.
All
Ready.
right.
Do you have any code words from the war? Is that a thing that you guys use? I've only read about wars in books. I don't know anything about wars.
He frowns and he just says, no.
Okay, so if I text you no, then we will reconvene somewhere.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Has Arlow gone to my door yet?
I imagine by this point it's like.
I'm a fast runner.
Okay, Aria's just gonna like, okay, and she's just gonna like lean forward, kiss his forehead, and then run to the door and open it. And he's like,
I'm like,
hey,
go
now.
Hitting as hard as I can, and I'm like, okay, I came for the present.
Guess what? I'm your present. We gotta go do something.
I'm Zophiel here. Did he get a present too?
Oh. Zophiel,
Sure
if you glance at him, he is just like.
Yeah,
staring.
that's what I expected.
Okay, we should go. We have somewhere to be, and that's where the present is.
Okay. Yay!
Aria like runs back,
a
grabs
child.
her CD, kind of like smiles at Zophiel. He's like, "I'll see you later." And then she like grabs Arlow's arms and they're running.
Valid. So you're both running. Andromeda.
I'm out of breath.
Valid. Andromeda, you're running with Darian.
She's gonna stop
So
for a
fast.
second. She's gonna stop for a second before this gets bad, and she's gonna like look at him and be like,
Can you keep a secret?
He looks at you and he's like, depends on the secret.
You keep a secret!
It depends on the secret.
Okay.
You can tell me something and I can pretend that I never heard it.
Okay. Because this is really bad, important. Something's going on.
Okay.
Fuck it, no time. She's gonna grab him.
You're literally just teasing and dragging him along.
And he continues to run along with you. And then
We're going along with this.
Theron, what are you doing?
I mean, he probably was so close to like dozing off and being comfy and like cozy with Arthros. And then his TCD buzzes and he's like, God damn it. But he'll like go check it and then see Julian's message and be like, oh shit, we gotta go. And he'll comment on it and be like, I don't know, like on my way or something like that, or like I want tea too or something like that.
That works, that works.
I'm coming over for tea or something like that.
That's cute.
And then he'll like, I'm sure Arthros is paying attention. They're like reading it together because she's right there. And then we'll head towards the field and like the statue.
Okay.
He's gonna get dressed so fast. And he's not gonna steam his clothes.
Arthur says the same, and she follows you out. And so, all of you... yes, Julien.
Julien gets dressed real quickly, and then he's gonna kneel down, get eye level with Westley. We're gonna need more information about what's happening, but first, I need you to take a breath. Breathe in. I know it's happened very recently.
When do I breathe out?
Breathe out. Again. Out. One more. And out. Okay. Who's attacking Cardinal?
I don't know. I don't know. It was just everything was gray and smoky, and I couldn't breathe. And then the Clancy just told me to run. She told me to run to find Silas, and then I couldn't find Silas. And so then I came to find you because that's what Silas told me to do. And she said to get help, and I don't know what happened to her from that point on.
All right, you're going to stay here. If
well, no,
anyone
I can't.
Knocks. What?
Well, I have to come with you. They're like family to me.
I know, and we need to also guarantee your safety. We can't guarantee that by bringing you back to where they told you to run from.
He nods slowly, and he sighs, and he says, "The scanner that you gave to Calanthe, it's hidden behind the spam in the pantry. In the tavern. She said it would be safe there because no one likes spam."
Got it.
I like spam.
Me,
Sort of...
like an avid spam enjoyer when I was a child. Like, all right.
Sorry.
I love onigiri spam. Like, you fry spam and you put it in rice.
I also like spam.
Fried
I love spam.
is the best thing in the world.
Right? Okay.
Anyway.
You just offended all these
I have
spam
apparently.
players.
The whole party.
I apologize.
Julien sort of takes him by the back of his head and sort of like rubs his hair as he holds him in.
I love
And
Westley.
sort of looks to Silky. I need you to look out for Westley for a bit until I can figure out what's going on. If anyone knocks on the door, have Westley be in the bathroom, hide there.
Silky looks at you,
to do this for me.
and she frowns. She's like,
guard them as if you would guard me.
"I'm not a babysitter, but okay."
I know, I won't be here long. Please, I won't be gone long. Hopefully.
Okay. Fine. And she nods at you. And Westley, like, kind of nods against your, like, shoulder and then takes a deep breath. And he's, like, a little teary-eyed. And you can see that he's getting, like, really emotional. And his, like, bottom lip is starting to quiver. But he, like, nods his head, like, firmly, like, trying to be strong and steps back.
Okay. Julien sort of stands up, thinks, do you like tea? What do you think about tea? Do you like...
He looks at it and he's like, "I don't think I've ever had tea before."
Oh, how about try something new whilst you're here? And he sort of sets up a kettle of tea to start
A single dad that
going.
works two
And he's
jobs.
just... Silky should be able to walk you through whatever else you need to do, and when it finishes, they've seen me doing enough. I'll be back. And goes for the door.
Okay. And he just, like, kind of stands there with the tea until Alison nods and sighs, and he says, "You're gonna come back, right? You won't just, like, leave me here?"
I'll be back. I promise.
He nods, and then he watches you leave. And I assume you go to the Ravenwood statue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like to imagine that you're all, like, beelining it and you're getting there at the same time, so it looks very suspicious, but, like, you know.
We're not like inconspicuous
No.
at all.
We all
out
enter in the vicinity of
This is
like
like the
we all
most
enter in,
bizarre behavior for all of us.
we all enter in like the same vicinity where we all see each other from like across the different parts of the yard, like the lawn,
Yeah, we're all
and we
coming
all
from, like,
just
different
stop and we're
areas.
all like,
Strolling along. Hey, fancy seeing
Why are
you
we acting
here.
weird?
Oh, Arlow.
there's something very important I have to tell you right now. Please continue walking and acting normal and smiling.
Wow.
Oh,
Hey,
oh no.
it's Saturday.
Did you see that thing that Julien posted?
Yeah.
It's a code word.
Oh, what?
Keep smiling.
Oh, Saturday.
I'll tell you
I don't
more.
have classes today.
Oh, we don't have classes today.
Are we in
Day
trouble?
weekend.
It's the weekend. Let's just keep
Are
walking.
we in trouble?
No, but we could be.
God, I hope not.
Or is it like to everybody else?
So, you all walk
I can
up.
tell him, alright.
I imagine probably more
We're
or
so
less
close.
at the same time you're all walking up. A little bit weird because you see that, like, Aria's with Arlow and then Andromeda's with Darian.
Aria's like eyes just like
Sounds like, what the fuck?
Walks up to Andromeda and looks
Oh, no.
her in the eye
No.
and like squishes them and like observes her. So I'm like, and then I look at Darian and then I look back at her and I release.
Release.
Can I tell what they've
Put it
done? Can I
together,
roll
put it
for
together,
it
Shit.
What?
Put it together.
to see if I know what they did?
Are you
Yes,
kidding
but
me?
roll
You're
with
literally
roll
rolling-
with disadvantage because they haven't said anything.
Roll what?
2d6s.
And roll with disadvantage? Okay, so I need 3d6s.
Which is not.
This is not prevalent right now,
Not
considering
the
there's
whole
an
monitor.
emergency, but you know what? It's fine.
Julian apparently is not here yet because he would
Apparently
not
not.
allow the time
yeah.
to
This
I
is
mean,
this
this
is
is-
right before Julien
So
arrives.
that'll
Friday,
be
maybe.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That'll be an 11. On disadvantage.
Okay, you
I
can...
rolled
your high
I
perception.
rolled. I didn't even add anything. I just rolled 2 6s and a 5. So I take the 2 lowest, which is 6 and a 5.
So
Jeez.
you definitely
I
can
can
tell.
smell it in
Oh.
the air.
Oh.
Oh,
no.
Like
You,
that.
take
No.
it back.
Take
it back.
No, take that.
right now.
Take that
I
back.
take it back.
Stay sight.
Wow.
You didn't shower.
You can tell by.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
I take it back.
You can tell by how
Entangled.
close they're standing
I take it
together.
back.
You can tell by like the air of confidence that Darian has, even as confused as he is. And it is
Is
giving the
Arthros
vibes. Arthros is arriving with Theron, probably, yeah.
I'm going to Arthros.
God
Okay.
damn it. And by proxy, to Theron, who is right next to her.
Hi, Theron.
Hey,
Good
Arlo.
morning.
I give you a hug.
Oh.
Oh.
Pats you on the back, hesitantly.
Arthros. Arthros.
She looks up at you and she's like, yes, fish?
That our tree and the tall, handsome, king-looking man.
You called him a sea witch before.
Yeah, and I've changed my mind, Theron. All right.
Theron.
She glanced over at him and she like looks him up down and she's like, I don't know, he's still a bit of a sea witch to me, but yes, what?
I think they were under the sea. You know what I mean?
Aria kind of
What could that possibly mean, Arlo? I know you're feeling that makes 0 sense.
Yeah, but you know what I mean when I say it. Do you or do you not?
Probably not very far away, you're just by the statue.
You were. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that your rule of anything, if you say it like this, is very simple. Went away when it's my turn. All right.
Arthros just looks at
First
you.
off,
Arthros looks at you, looks at Darian and Andromeda up and down, looks back at you, looks at Theron, back at you, Arlo, and is like, well, I'm glad he's found someone else to occupy himself with.
Yes.
What?
Aria puts her
for
head
them.
down. She's
Good-
looking.
good
Actually,
for
she
them.
puts her head up. She's looking at the trees. Like, wow.
Julien finally arrives.
Yeah.
Take the first-
Yes.
I forgot
Whoa,
this was a sensitive
we needed
subject.
that.
I'm looking at everyone talking. I like step forward a bit. I'm like, hello everyone.
Hey.
What's
Good morning, Andromeda.
what is the
Andromeda.
word? Hello.
Very happy for you.
Yeah.
What?
Don't
Very
say that
good.
out loud, Theron.
I'm assuming. I would hope.
I'm
And
very
Aria's gonna
happy
look
for
at
We're happy
Darian.
you're
your
here.
presence
With your
and
friend.
You're here today. I'm glad you got the message. Obviously. What did you think I
Aria's
meant?
just glaring at Darian.
We were hanging out in the morning.
Oh.
I'm sure.
But why did you bring him to this, meeting place?
Yeah, he looks around
Julien
at all
walks
of you.
up.
Yeah. Why did you bring him to this meeting place?
He said he could keep a secret.
I don't trust him.
He frowns
also
and he's
don't.
like,
What did we just talk about with the whole
It's like-
trust and
Oh,
people around that could not be trusted?
listen, if
Yeah.
this is something that goes against regulation, I really should not be here to listen.
Okay, then bye.
I will turn
Yeah,
a blind eye and walk the other way and pretend that you are all not having this very inconspicuous meeting.
We're definitely not having any meetings.
We're meeting up for
Right.
just, morning.
Coffee! We're getting
hangouts.
coffee!
Coffee!
We like
Yeah, we're going
coffee.
to the
Um,
barbaric queen.
We're very
eventually.
coffee caffeinated.
And he just nods and he's like, okay. And as he moves to kind of leave, he looks at you, Andromeda, and he like lifts a hand, like squeezes your shoulder slightly, and like smiles at you, and then like starts to walk away.
Bye.
I
He
assume
does a
Julien
little
arrives
like,
now.
yeah.
He rolls his eyes
Julian's
so
like,
hard.
Julien sort of speed walking, very nonchalant. Sort of walks by the group and keeps walking. Let's walk
Julian,
and
thank
talk.
God.
I was thinking that maybe we should
Oh,
like,
walking.
I think we should go into the city today.
Oh, the
for some good
city!
fun times.
Shopping,
weekend!
yeah,
Sort of
weekend.
just keeping an aura of
It's the
a
weekend.
smile and just keeping it nonchalant.
Yeah.
We're going
I
I do
it's
need
weird
a-
because the
a
tone
few
keeps
things.
changing, so I'm really confused about what's happening right now.
Me too.
Are we going shopping? Are we going shopping?
Arthros.
You need to
We
work
are
on
going
your
shopping.
inflection, Arlo.
We're going shopping.
Are we going shopping? Going shopping? Are we?
Um,
shopping?
Arthros.
Uh,
Oh! Arthros like
What do you want
steps.
from me?
Probably the second one.
What do you
Probably
want
the
from
second one, Arlo.
me?
Arthur
I don't
steps
know.
What do
in.
you want from me?
Arthur steps in and looks at you all, and she's like frowns and she says, "If we're going back to that place, I'm not quite sure I want to join.
Why not?
You know, the one shop that I'm not a fan of."
Right. Julian,
I
where are we
think
going?
we could really use your help shopping.
I
If
could
you're
distract
comfortable
you
with
in the
it.
shop by dancing on the other side.
I said once before that I do not want to go back there, so I suppose I will leave you all with
Would you
whatever
want
it
to
is that's going on.
stand guard? You can wait outside. Keep watch.
She looks at you, Theron, and she's got kind of this like desperate
But
look
you
on her
also-
face.
You don't have to come if you don't want to.
You don't.
Julien looks at Arthros with a very desperate face.
Oh God.
Or maybe the fate of
Ah.
whatever the fuck's going on with his face depends on it.
Mhm.
She takes a deep breath.
It's up to you. Really.
Arthros, it truly is up to you.
We've-
It sounds as though we could
We are
use your
just going
assistance for your
shopping.
presence or support, maybe.
Going shopping.
Yes.
But if you truly hate it that
Yes.
much, then you are not
Absolutely.
obligated to come at
Retail
all.
therapy.
I simply do not think it's a good idea for me to be around you for a good amount of time, all of you, considering recent events.
Okay.
You didn't like my joke last night?
She looks at you, Arlo, and she says, "No, your jokes are wonderful, Arlo. I laughed very loudly out loud, actually. I LOL'd, as they say. Except
Oh, good.
that,
That's cool.
Who says that?
I think that part of me is trying to either kill Aria, Andromeda, Zophiel, or Zephyrus, and so I think that maybe it is best that I keep my distance."
Uh-huh.
Oh, fantastic. Let's unpack that later. We really need to go shopping. There's a thing that might go away if we don't get there on time.
Right. Go wait.
Ah.
Okay.
She
Arthros, I
nods.
trust you. I
Arthros,
don't think you'll actually
stay
kill us.
safe.
Yes. But it's okay. Everything's fine. We'll figure it out
Message
later.
me if you need anything at all.
Yeah.
And likewise, I'll do the same.
She nods and she looks at all of you, and her face does look like apologetic, but also like overwhelmed. Like she just really hates that place and like really thinks that
if it's
going
destroyed,
back.
I don't think it'll be that much of a problem. But of course, we
Well,
don't know
you
that.
don't know that.
Exactly, I can't say that to her. Only Julien knows.
She nods her head, and then she turns to you, Theron, and before she leaves, she very quickly plants a kiss on your cheek, and then quickly like speed walks away.
Theron is fully stunned for like a good 30 seconds.
Is his tail doing that?
Just like it's swaying slightly, yes. And he just watches her go for a second.
Ugh, I love him.
Watches.
Julie's just
Hate to watch
speedwalking
her
towards the
leave.
train.
Love to watch her go.
Love to watch her go.
We're all running after Julien. We're like,
He's just muttering to himself, alright, yep, well, fine, 5 is definitely fine. For shopping,
Shakes
it's
himself out of
definitely
it.
enough.
Okay, it's fine.
Right, we're going.
Julien, what's going on? What's fine?
We're going.
Right.
We're going.
Good.
We're
No,
going
you don't want
shopping.
the train.
Yeah, we're going shopping.
Weapons?
Do we need
Yeah, we're
Okay, to the
going
train
shopping.
first.
Lemons?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to go shopping!
I can't wait to go shopping.
Alright,
You
let's
guys
go.
don't look excited.
Okay, we're going.
I wonder what we're
walking,
shopping.
going.
Anybody know what we're shopping for today? Anybody got any ideas?
I want coffee.
That sounds great. I haven't had coffee yet today.
Starbucks. Definitely.
Oh yeah.
And maybe that little bookstore or something.
Rugs. A
my
nice
God.
rug.
Oh,
Either
wow.
way,
Wow.
we're walking to the train, right? We're all
They get on a
walking
train.
to the train.
And they,
Get on the
they
train.
try to get it on a car where other people aren't on.
Okay.
Okay.
And you board the train with ease. Doing the little scanning on your phones, on your TCDs. And there's not too many people on the train today. And so it's pretty easy for you to find a booth towards the back of one of the wagons that does not have any people around, and has the guards on the train are further up in the train.
Ari's gonna lean over to Andromeda and be like, Andromeda, you're glowing.
Obviously.
Wait, literally?
Basking
Is
in
she
the
literally-
afterglow.
true.
Cute.
She literally would get a physical afterglow.
Yeah.
Good
She
for
got
you. So she's literally glowing.
photosynthesized.
Andromeda's gonna lean over to Aria and be
You
like,
look different.
I am.
Yeah, whatever you did with your skin last night, you should keep doing it.
Are you happy?
Wow.
Very.
Very?
Mhm.
Okay, good. That's all I care about. And she's just gonna stand up
Theron's
and just
gonna
like
lean to
pat her
Julien.
head.
Julien.
What's going on?
Julien sort of leans in, looks around.
What are we shopping for exactly?
Any
Our
birds?
friends, because apparently Cardinal Alley has been attacked.
What kind of attack?
By who?
We don't know. Wesley just came to my door this morning.
Wesley,
Wesley's on
Little
campus?
the tiny child.
Wow. How did he get on campus?
I have no clue.
What the fuck?
Oh, he's a sneaky little guy.
Sneaky snake runs to the family.
It
Yeah.
was one in the family.
How under attack, like at a scale from 1 to 10.
Arthros could have come.
Enough to tell Wesley to run, apparently. We don't know.
Who told? And he knew to come to you?
He knew to come to Silas and he couldn't find Silas, so he came to me.
Right, Silas is missing since last night.
So he's
Silas
actually
is
missing?
missing. If Wesley can't find
Since
Silas,
last night,
where's Silas?
Oh,
And with the attack,
God above.
that's odd timing.
That is very odd timing.
Cannot just be a coincidence.
I hope he is not hurt.
Did he say anything about it? Like, about the attack? Was it people?
Any
Was it...
details?
What was it exactly that he said?
He
It
said,
was like
you have to do something.
smoke.
It's been attacked, and he said, I woke up to shouting and the smell of smoke, and I didn't know what to do. And Calanthe just told me to run to find my brother. He wasn't in a storm. I don't know what to do. He basically said
Also,
that...
what is hidden behind spam?
The
the
TCD,
I
the
was so caught up
scanner.
in, like, this
The
spam
scanner.
scanner.
that I didn't
Our
realize
scanner.
what was hidden behind it.
Yeah, the scanner that Julien left with Cardinal
Okay.
Alley.
wait.
Fair.
How do we know that's actually Wesley, though?
Yeah, that's a great
What if it's
question.
not Wesley?
God, yeah.
We didn't
Oh my
scan
God.
it before. We didn't do a check.
Well,
I mean,
It's
probably
probably
better to check, right?
Why are you smiling?
Maybe this is a trap.
I'm smiling because I should have checked, but I realized
Okay.
Julien wouldn't not.
No,
I
That's
think you
true.
take it
In
based
that
No,
moment,
I don't think he would have
prefer-
checked. You're good.
That
I was
is
just.
fair.
I
all
was
need
just about to
work on
check
our,
you.
like,
I was like, that's a very
He's
inherent
baby. He's
trust.
baby
sussy
emoji.
smile.
Yeah.
That's
Because how would
if it was a
Wesley
trap.
have made it?
God damn.
Okay.
But what if it's not?
Yeah, I mean, I
Stop.
would go anyways, like, regardless.
said
I would
he-
still
Some
go.
of us
Yeah.
have stayed behind just in case something shitty
Arthros
happens.
did?
Arthros
Arthros stayed
is-
behind?
That's true.
And Julian can talk
I'll
to Arthros
text her.
telepathically.
Yeah, and Arthros
Were
knows.
they still?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, they
still
still
They
have
alive.
the
haven't
bonds.
disconnected.
and
Julien
Arthros
hasn't cast
knows.
it on somebody else.
Arthros knows where you guys
No, I
are
want you to
going.
cast it on Arthros.
Okay.
She also knows where you guys are
Oh,
going.
check.
So if anything, she knows.
That's awesome.
True.
Yeah. So that probably worked out for the best that she stayed behind.
Yeah, I'd want to hear
He
that.
said he woke up to shouts and smoke, and that's about it.
So they.
We should be very careful going to this place. We don't know if it's been overtaken completely, if it's gone, or where everyone inside is. Plus, it could be watched if they were compromised. So, how are we going to go about this?
Disguises for sure.
Tourists.
Tourists.
If Theron just, like,
At
looks
least-
down at himself.
We should.
At least
They
observe
already
what's
got
happening.
You're sitting on a hat.
They believe
What
he's
am
an
I
old
supposed
lady.
to do? Julian's
Try and
fine.
see.
You're a tree. You're mostly human.
Okay. Well, then better plan.
What?
Well,
Is
did anybody
that
notice anything
the-
weird?
Do
We
our
scout it
best.
from a distance.
Did
first.
anything? Yeah. Did
Yes,
anything?
we scouted from a distance first. We looked at
Anybody?
the alleyway
We can
and
get
looked at
binoculars,
that manhole
maybe,
and see what's going
or a
on.
scope or something.
Did anything look weird, like guard-wise at the school?
No, like when you were leaving and stuff.
Normal.
Just checking. Okay.
Nothing was weird.
And
Yeah,
the train is still
the train was still working. Everything was working as usual.
okay.
It'd be really nice to have that TC.
I think we should act as
Let's
though
scan it right
we're
now.
simply shopping around at nearby shops. We should definitely get a couple things so it looks genuine, so we're not too out of place. Maybe walk by and see if anything is going on still.
D is on
Is that a jump
edge.
scare? Are you
I
okay?
thought he was gone, so I was like, who's coming in?
Oh my god.
It was a tense
Already
moment.
experienced
I'm
now.
scared.
Honestly, immersed.
I am.
So,
That's
Oh, it's so stressful right now.
They come to take you away, IRL. Oh my gosh. So brave. Anyways, so act normal, walk past, circle back around.
If we see any smoke
or
coming from the
anyone
manhole
around.
or anyone around, then we'll know something's up. But I really think we need to get that scanner. I just don't know how we're going to go about it. Because then we can at least understand if it's coming from the school or if it's coming from an outside perspective.
Absolutely.
Do we know of any other entrances to that alley aside from that manhole?
no.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Damn.
Ah.
It's gonna be kind of tricky.
This is going to be so.
The person at the bookstore, when we were asking about the Cardinal thing, were they like, was it hinted at that they were a part of it, or they just saw that?
They just had
somewhere.
seen the art, and they had seen
Okay.
that
This is on the
it
building.
was like it like went down a couple buildings, and they didn't know what it meant, but they knew that it had to be something because it was like there was multiple of them.
I don't think they're allies per se, but
I
they're
just-
chill.
I feel worried since we are the most
Hello.
recognizable group at the school right now. Not only have the,
Yeah.
all these bad guys
Absolutely.
know us and are watching us, and we have proof of that.
Also,
But,
we
like-
showed up in that alley, so they already are
I
kind
know.
of suspicious of that location
We're
because
also,
that's
like-
where we like popped into existence.
Yeah.
Can I
We're also
survey
what
the?
all the whole school's talking about.
Can I look around the car of the train we're in to see if anyone's like being suspicious at all?
There's no one that seems suspicious right now. Sorry, let me refresh my chat because my chat's not updated on my Streamlabs, but it's updated on my actual like YouTube stream. So I was just double checking that everything was working okay. It says excellent connection, so cool.
Oh.
Speaking of,
Oh.
X is there.
True.
Where is he?
No,
we
baby,
don't
I'm
get
not.
my X.
Baby
So
robot.
you do not
Baby
see
robot.
anything suspicious. You see like a few outsiders ahead in the cars up front, just sitting. Some of them like reading books, some of them looking out the windows. And there's a few guards, but they're all just minding their business, kind of leaning against the side where the doors are to the train. Yes, Aria.
If I look out the window and I look in the reflection, do I see anything?
I was hoping you would do that.
behind me?
Yes!
Fun.
Okay.
Oh no.
I
Oh
simply-
no.
So Arya's just gonna like
nobody
casually
else
walk
can
up
see
to
it.
the window,
I would assume.
doodly doo, and kind of
Okay.
like potentially just looking out of it, but she's looking. Anybody hanging?
Just a little paranoid, maybe.
Just a
When you
bit.
glance out the window, Aria,
Oh, God.
there is something off in the reflection that you see against the sunlit glass. It is not your own. Instead,
You gonna
in your
listen this time?
place sits a dark, mangled figure, a black liquid dripping in strands off of his every facial feature.
Love.
God damn.
And when you see
Slay.
it, for a moment, you hear a voice in your head, hoarse and accented and familiar, and it says, and breathes heavily, "You have to go home and find me." And that is all you hear.
No, thank you.
Right now?
How about
Arya's
no?
just kind of looking
Alternatively, perhaps not.
and just like, and she's just gonna whisper, "Who are you?"
You get no
Say
response.
what?
The reflection in the window is gone.
Do
I'm
we,
Arlo.
It leaves.
do we see the reflection at all, or
It's
is
me.
it just through Aria's eyes
Arlo.
only?
It's me.
Arlo turns out it's
Hi. I'm
Wait,
the
how
Arlo
did
No
you-
with
problem.
me.
I'm the fish. It's me.
Do we see the reflection at all, or is it just through Aria's eyes?
You
that
cannot see
Aria
it.
sees it? Okay. Cool.
Can I make an insight check that something's up with Aria with them just suddenly walking up
Absolutely.
to the window,
Window.
and looking out?
Roll 2d6s for me.
But wait, do you want me to do?
Ooh.
Do you want me to like compete?
Yeah, you can compete.
Yeah, you could do that. See how well
Okay.
you're
You
hiding
can
it.
certainly try.
I can
Oh.
certainly try.
Whoa!
Like the
Oh,
confidence.
okay. Well, are we adding anything? Let's see. I don't know what deception would be considered.
Charisma, I would assume, for you.
Charisma. Okay,
And
I have a +1 to that.
Wisdom
That's
for
good.
me.
That's a 6 and a 5. So whatever I got,
11?
11. Like 10, 12.
Oh,
That's
Oh,
also a
+1.
6 and a 5 for me, and a +1, so that's a 12 for me as well.
Oh, wow,
Meets.
Max.
Meets.
dang.
But to be
That's
fair, you
cool.
didn't try to see what was wrong with her. You just needed to see
No,
if
I just
something
know
was wrong with
something is wrong with you.
Mhm.
her. So yeah, something is definitely.
Something's
wait,
going
wait,
on.
something's
Something's
wrong.
sus. Something's
I guess,
sus is
yeah,
going on.
Ari-
Arya's just like
then.
staring. Arya's like staring out. the
Julian reaches into his book bag and takes out the 6 lens glasses and clicks them on and casts
Cool.
detect magic. And he sort of like says to the group,
Oh my
I'm
god.
going to
That's
look
my boy.
around the car in case there's any magical sensors watching us. And then he's gonna look towards where Arya is. See if there's
Do I
anything
hear this?
funky going around.
Or does he do this when I'm talking?
I'm sure he does
But
that
he
like
probably
Or
right
not
after.
talking, but looking. Like when
Right after
does he
you
like
saw it,
do
I
this?
think.
Like when she starts walking, or does he do this after she's been there for a minute?
Probably after you like saw it.
What do you
Mhm.
think?
I guess
Probably when
so.
you after you start walking.
Okay.
Because you also it allows him to
just
conveniently
walks-
jump off the point of Andromeda looking around. So Julian's like,
I
I'm
like
gonna
it.
look around magic.
Are you guys
I like it.
off the train by this point?
No, we're still on the train.
No, we're still.
Oh,
on.
okay, okay.
Probably towards the
I
end of
whispered
it.
to Theron,
Okay.
do you think those glasses actually do anything?
Oh yeah, Arlo doesn't know about all of that because he wasn't there when he used them.
Oh.
I'm an idiot. No, not only was I an idiot before,
Oh.
but now.
You're not an idiot.
You're
I'm
not.
getting information.
You're not an
You just
idiot.
don't
You
know.
just don't know.
Theron's gonna like lean over and be like, "You were so incredibly out of the loop. It does magic.
Okay.
We'll catch you up. We'll catch you up.
Yeah, everyone keeps saying that, but I'm
Do you have any other questions? Because he
I'm
will
running
like
really
fucking
fast.
drop it right now.
No.
Then don't complain.
I mean,
that
I
you're
have a
out of
lot of
Um,
questions, but I also don't know what they are.
Julian,
that's
can
fair.
What
you
do I see?
can you roll
Well, yes,
2d6s
it's
for
black.
What do
me?
you see with your elf eyes?
For
Okay,
how
Elven eyes.
for
Let
how
me
well
see where
your
you're specialized.
how well your detect magic works, essentially.
Double sixes.
Hey!
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna cover.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Julian.
I get all the good rolls today.
I
Apparently.
know.
As a
At
tree.
least when
Julian.
it comes to
As a
Aria, goddamn.
Okay, but
Which
don't
means
use
a
them
very
all up.
bad
Save
thing,
some of
because then
them.
it's gonna
Save
be bad
some of them.
later.
Yeah,
know,
I know.
when
That's what
you-
I'm worried about too.
Not true.
When
Save
you
some
like-
of the good ones, please.
Trying
when
to
you
put good
flick
magic
these
in it.
glasses on and you look directly at Aria, there is this like aura
Speaking of.
of magic around her head.
Mm.
And it kind of looks as though it's like, I want to say like almost like ash that is like floating around her head. And it shines, whenever the light catches it, it shines with like a purple hue. Very much like that of like, there's like a stone that I'm thinking of, and I don't know what it's called, but it's like
Amethyst?
black. Maybe it's like black, but then when it shines in the light, it shines with like a purple sheen.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And that's, you see it kind of floating around, and it looks as though it's like floating ash around her head, pertaining mostly around like the center of her skull, like around her skull. And it just kind of hangs there like heavy, but it doesn't move anywhere else. It only stays around her head. Yes.
Can I feel if he's watching me?
Oh my gosh, just
Like,
a
can I
back
feel
and forth.
his presence?
Roll
Does he know
for-
that I know that he
roll
knows
for
that he
insight.
knows that I know?
2d6.
Yeah, roll
Do you want me to
deception.
add?
And Julian sort of like
What do you
looks
want me to
around.
add?
He's like,
Like, oh, look at this.
Do you-
That's
what
a
would you
nice
like me to
feeling.
add?
2d6s
What's
and do
that?
your like wisdom check, like perception, and then
roll.
Julian, if you want to do deception, you can.
I certainly tried.
Mm.
Okay, I got a 10 because I got a 4 and a 6,
Okay.
and then 11 because of +1.
Okay.
4 plus 0.
Cool.
Oh!
So it's Aria just like looking and then just feeling presence. That makes sense for her.
Well,
though. So she
you
just kind
feel
eyes
that
on me.
Julian's eyes are
Is
on
looking.
you. Mm-hmm.
somebody's watching her.
Yeah.
Just in the reflection of the window, you see Julian
Just see-
staring at
Yeah.
She's just gonna look over her shoulder back at him, just like, "Hi."
Hi, just checking the train car.
Everyone's acting so.
Takes off the glasses. Just looks at you.
Aria's just gonna walk up to him. and be like,
Theron's gonna lean over to Arlow. They got some tension.
By the way,
No.
chat has informed me that it is obsidian that I was thinking of, and that is what I
Obsidian,
was
yeah.
thinking
Oh,
of.
obsidian. I was
Yeah.
trying to figure out.
Thank you, chat.
Does it look purple or-
Why didn't I
wonder
think of
what's
Minecraft?
Are you okay?
Oh, Minecraft.
Minecraft obsidian is purple.
That's different.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true.
True. Aria's
Arlow
just gonna
obsidian
walk
doesn't
up
look
to
purple.
Julian and just be like, "Are you okay? Everything good?
Yeah.
You're
Are,
watching me.
are you
that's
okay? My
I'm fine.
gaze just commonly averts to you.
Oh, smooth.
Ooh.
That's a
Did he
really
say that in front of all of us?
conversation.
Did he say that in front of all of us?
I think so.
I grabbed Theron's like hand to be like,
Like,
oh, say that? Because
told
you
you they had
just
tension. I
invested
said they had tension.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm invested.
Okay, I called it.
We all have things to talk about, but that's for a different time. Julian starts walking towards the door of the train car, because I assume we're close to getting off.
Sure.
Yes.
Way to deflect.
And as this is going on,
Almost busted better than me.
as this is going on, Theron, you feel your TCD buzz in your
What?
pocket.
What does Arthros say?
How'd you know?
Because it's always
Um,
Arthros.
It's always
The
Anna.
love of
Who
my
else
life.
She's
would it
the
be?
only one that matters.
The message that comes in is, have a safe trip to the city, with the brackets and the heart emoji. And then another message buzzes in shortly after. And it reads, Arthros is requesting a private meeting with me today. Not sure what that's about, but I'll keep you updated.
Oh, Theron is very quickly.
And then she
going
signs
to
off
say,
the
"No."
message with, love you, X.
This bitch is dying.
Wait,
This bitch is dying.
Shut up right now.
She's
You
gonna
better
get
not
napped.
get some motherfucking good right now.
I'm sorry, Vay, for your loss.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
All of you.
Y'all are so mean.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my
God.
god, Theron, since Silas and both Arthros are gone, and we're both...
Well, Julien, I guess
I guess y'all bet.
Wow.
So sad, though. Okay, let me text back.
Okay,
What
you
did
can text back.
she say again, verbatim?
Oh, she said,
First
Our
one.
terrorists have a safe trip to the city. Our terrorists requesting a private meeting with me today. Not sure what that's about, but I'll keep you updated. Love you, X. Like kisses.
Cool. Very cool.
Absolutely
Theron's going to text back. Miss you already. Heart, I guess.
Oh.
The
Just
three in
the
the
right
thing.
part, I guess.
No.
Just the
That's very
heart.
clearly
The
Heart,
three.
I guess.
part of the text.
Three. How do you do it?
The three, and then the. Yeah. Anyways, you know what I mean. And then the second one, he's gonna be like, "Do not shake his hand or let him touch you."
Oh, can you give her more context?
Interesting.
No.
She.
But the "not" will be in all caps. Like, do not let him shake your hand or. touch
She
you.
just responds. Wasn't planning
Wait.
on it. Oh, you're not done? Okay.
I'm also gonna say,
Okay.
love you too.
Oh, okay. She responds and says, wasn't planning on it, period. And then says, but I like this side of you, winky face.
Oh.
And then,
I mean,
Not
also
the title,
that,
then.
that's not. That's not what I meant. Not to be trusted, but also, yes. I don't want anyone else touching her.
she just sends the
smiley face.
LOL smiley face. She sends back the little emoji with the little blushies, and that's all she says.
So cute. I love her so much.
From there,
I'm scared.
the
For
train begins to slow
She
to
better be there
stop
when we get back. I swear to God.
in the city station. And it is surely with anxiousness that you all make your way from the confines of the train and out into the world once more. Beelining it, I assume, in the direction of where you know the alley to
Beelining
be.
it casually.
Casually beelining it.
As normally as
We have
possible.
to get something, we have to have, shopping bags or something with us to act natural.
We'll just go to Starbucks and grab a bunch of Starbucks bags.
And we're all
Okay.
carrying Starbucks
I
bags.
can't.
We just got a lot of. They're
I'm
empty.
so silly, Goofy.
They're just empty bags.
Yes. Oh wait, Aria's gonna go into a shop, and just be like, "Excuse me." Oh, she grabs out her TCD. Do you have a bag I can have? Question mark. Shows it to the clerk at the counter.
The
We're
clerk
standing
looks.
behind her
The clerk looks a little bit. You just went into a store, right?
Yeah, just ran up
Yeah,
the
just random
Gucci.
The clerk looks at you, gives you a once over,
Gucci. Can I have
And
a
then,
free bag?
grabs out a plastic bag and hands it to you.
And then she's gonna write, "Thanks," smiley face.
The shopkeeper just nods.
Andromeda's
walks
gonna
out.
reach into her pocket and put a little dirt on the counter.
For your
Are you kidding me?
troubles.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
walks out.
Fire
yeah.
trouble.
It just sounds like
So
birds
cute. It's
chirping
my favorite
from
bit
her
that
mouth.
she does.
Do you guys, before we get into the nitty gritty, do you guys mind if we take a little 10-minute break?
Nitty gritty.
Nitty gritty.
Nitty and
Nitty.
also gritty.
Nitty gritty.
Oh yeah, let's take a break though.
Ayo.
Okay,
I would like to go pee pee.
Yeah, we can take a break.
sounds good. 10-minute break, is that okay?
Yeah.
10 minutes sounds good.
Yeah.
So it'll be
35.
45.
45.
45.
All right. See you guys
Yeah.
very soon. Mwah.
And a
Love
roll
you.
of ice.
Love you. See you in 10 minutes, chat. Get food, get sippies, go pee-pees.
I must go get sippies. I'm
Go piss,
quite
go
busy.
piddle.
Let's Sadie out real quick.
You can.
Only if you want
Hello.
You
We've
can.
returned.
to. Okay. So we're meeting our new friends. In order for everybody
new
who is
friends.
watching to look away in case something is XYZ. So horny cow is here when it's horny. And
It's
or
always
just very
here.
affectionate. Yeah. Our next friend is called Wholesome Pelican. So things are being very wholesome.
I love him.
Why would they want
Wholesome
to look
Pelican.
away for wholesome pelican?
You know, sometimes you just want to be ready. Just to prepare yourself. Sometimes
That's
you know,
valid. You know,
or
I felt
like,
that.
hey, maybe you're really stressed out and you just like took a break from it, but
So you go
see
looking.
Wholesome Pelican.
You scroll through the YouTube video later.
If you
to
see
find
Wholesome
Wholesome
Pelican, then you could be like, oh, good. I could watch this and feel
Oh,
some
good.
joy and happiness. So Wholesome Pelican. And just for note, also his name, his classification is Wholesome Pelican, but his name is, hold on, I used to have this.
I love him. He's adorable.
Scoop. His name is Scoop.
Cute.
So
That's the cutest thing in the world.
and finally, our last friend. I haven't come up with an official name for him yet because he's just the distressful friend. So if we're in pain, if we're distressed, if we're scared,
Which
Which
is
is
always.
Fucking jinx.
this guy.
He's
He's our distressed friend.
Stop. I'm gonna
like
cut
So
Look at his eyes. Look
if
at the
you're
pain.
scared,
Oh wow.
if you see him, hide.
There
I'll
is
give him a
stress.
scoop.
Hide.
me seeing
Give-
him
Give
hiding.
him a little kiss the red.
So he's our distressed guy. So if you get scared,
I love him.
he's coming out.
Yeah, he's pretty creepy looking.
He looks
And
like
hopefully-
Andrew.
Terrifying.
And hopefully, we'll bring out
It's like
Scoop
Puggy.
later. But he's on my hand because
We already had a lot of wholesome moments.
I'm
I feel
feeling
like
very
we used
distressed.
them all up for the entire episode, and
Have
now
I
we're
been
gonna
this whole
die.
time?
Huh?
no,
Not this
No.
whole
Have I-
time.
I haven't?
I don't
No,
think
I
so.
don't think
Oh,
so.
I must not even be using this mic because it was on
Oh.
Oh.
Love that.
embarrassing.
sorry. Anyway,
Embarrassing.
so
Embarrassing.
let us begin.
All right.
To the nitty gritty, as Boff says, which is terrifying.
That's his name, Nitty.
Nitty.
Nitty and also gritty.
Gritty is his best friend, but we don't see him.
Oh.
What? Who? What?
Well,
I have so many questions now.
after this visit to the store, Aria, and for the rest of you, what is your plan? What do you do? Where do you go from there?
I'm gonna walk on the other side of the street, like past it, and see if we see anything.
Like
Like
past the
one
alley?
designated, yeah, just like
Okay.
walk past it and then glance down it.
When you glance down it and walk past it, nothing seems out of sorts. The manhole seems to be there. And there's no suspicious figures in the alleyway. There's no smoke.
That's
there's
what they want us to think. Somebody want to do an insight check?
You said you're doing this as Arya's going in the store.
What? No, after
Oh,
the store.
after I
Well,
leave.
like, as all of us, I would assume,
Just walking.
Okay,
as a group, we're just walking past. With
Arya's
our bags
put
are
her
random
hand
empty
against
bags.
the manhole. Is the manhole warm?
Wait, we're going down the alley?
Or are you going
No,
down?
no. She's feeling the top of the manhole.
No, I know, but
Yeah, we're going down the alley, like the.
Oh, y'all are
alleyway.
down?
no, they're on the other
No!
side. They're on the
Like,
other side of the street, looking
in
down
the
the alley.
alleyway above.
I see.
Mhm.
I see. Okay, never mind. She
Because
doesn't
I was
touch
just
the
across
manhole
the
yet.
street, and then you jumped to.
I mean,
over
that's
the
the
manhole,
that's smart though.
which
That's
is
smart.
fine. If you want
Haley,
to feel it,
Dee, stop.
You should feel
Sorry.
it.
No, you're not.
Oh my god. Jade,
Yeah.
that was the first time Julien saw Westley, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't know who that was.
Probably knew it was Westley because they look similar enough.
Yeah.
That's fair. But he didn't know that
But
that
he
was.
just had
You
he
were
didn't
unconscious
see
at
him
the time. I
before because
forgot
I was
about
about to ask, I was like, can I like think back and did this Westley that I talked with act differently from
But you
one
wouldn't know.
before?
You
But I
didn't. Yeah, you
really
haven't
know.
met him.
Goddamn.
So you wouldn't even know if that was
He was-
actually the right kid
He was
or not.
obviously like talking about Silas, so like from that you can context clues like, oh, it's Wesley.
Yeah.
Like that must be like Silas's brother.
Plus,
Um,
also, like he looked.
But of
Very
course,
similar.
yeah, if he was acting differently than he was before,
Can
you wouldn't have been able to.
Do you think Julian would have said anything like about the fact that you've never met Wesley?
Well, he told us that like.
Well, we
he
can
met
infer
Wesley,
that
and we
he's
none
never
of
met
us
Wesley.
reacted like.
He's
poorly to
never
that.
met Wesley. He
forgot
knew
about
his
that.
name for like the longest time because of the
Mhm.
TCD,
Right.
not TCD
True.
scanner.
Yeah.
When he was telling us about when Westley came to his room, do you think he would have said anything? Because this is the first time he met Westley. Or do you think he kind of would have just been like, oh, Wesley came to my room?
Well, he did say, he said Westley came to his room.
And then we asked how Wesley got to campus, blah, blah, but we didn't react to it. We should have reacted because we should have been like, how did you know it was Wesley? Because you've never met Wesley before, but I forgot they hadn't met before.
We all be forgoring.
Forgoring.
I forgore.
Well,
I was just saying because
let's change
then maybe you would text Silky to see if anything's like how things are going.
Yeah, you could.
I mean, he'd probably still do that, so he'd probably just send a message real quick. How's it going back at the dorm?
Oh, Aria's getting a bag.
Yeah.
Looking.
While this is happening, Silky does text you back pretty soon after, Julien, and she says, she said the kid's fine. He's drinking lots of tea.
Oh, that's cute. I hope we can trust this.
Maybe it is him.
I hope we didn't mess up with that one.
From there, what?
I think
From
we gotta
there,
go down the manhole.
Dangerous last words.
I think we gotta go in.
We gotta go in the manhole.
So you said that
Aria,
when we looked.
Do you want to feel the? Because
Yeah,
that was smart. That was smart idea.
Thank you. To see if it was warm.
Yeah.
It feels no different than it's felt in the past.
There's just a woman like leaning down, feeling the ground. Like,
She's like, well,
we're like sitting here from
or something. I don't know.
You're pretty well hidden in this alleyway too.
Are there that many like people out or like on the streets?
They walk by on the streets, but no one's really gonna care enough to like look down an alleyway and see what's going on down there. They're going about their way.
What's going on down there?
Do we see any like extra like guard presence around at all, or is it just kind of normal?
It's the usual.
Normal.
It's the normal.
Okay.
Hey, Julien.
This is so
Click on glasses.
Can
Anything?
you look for for magic?
Roll 2d6s for me.
Can I give him something?
Keep up the good rolls.
Can I give him
please.
something? Hold on.
What do I add
sure,
to
you
this
can
again?
help.
Is it just no ad?
You can do
Just
it
roll.
for your like perception. Like
Okay.
Can I
that's
assist
a-
him?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna roll to see if I can give him a +2 or +1.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's a +1 because I got a 7.
Okay.
Still
So
helps.
+2 total for me, so that's 7.
Okay.
Okay, hey, at least we got that.
When you put the glasses on, Julien, you see like a faint detection of magic, but it's coming from very, very, very like you can tell it's coming from underground. Not that it's on the surface. You can tell that it's beneath layers of ground. The same way that when you look up, you can see what's upstairs, as you did when you were in the tavern on Aviosis. So you see
How
like a
far does
thin...
it seem underground? Like in the direction of the tavern?
It seems in the direction of where Cardinal Alley is. And it's like a faint purple glow.
Can you like keep the glasses on and like see that like as we get closer if we were to follow that trail?
Yeah.
Like will the spell like keep working? Is that
I would
a
think
thing?
so, yeah. I would think that
Okay.
like when it's on that spell, it's like when you take it off, when you put them, like if you take them off and you put them back on, I imagine it'd be gone, but if you leave them on, I imagine you could still see it. It's kind of how I picture it in my head, I guess.
There's magic further down where the alley is, but
Bruh.
not around here.
Purple.
Is it
say-
okay?
Do you
Isn't-
say the magic is purple?
Purple.
Does Aria actually say it like that? 'Cause I
Well, Aria doesn't know anything. I'm saying, do you say
Oh,
the
okay.
magic is
Isn't
purple?
Tobias
I was about to say.
magic purple? Okay.
But I think only
We're
Julien
going.
would know.
We're going.
No,
Oh, no.
yes. You literally just had that moment.
He's
with
gonna have
Darian.
sex
And-
Are you kidding me?
I'm going for a record. Okay.
Oh my god.
You're only allowed one kiss, remember?
Different guy
God.
every day.
True.
So we going down? Let's follow
You
this
say
trail.
Yeah.
the magic is. I see you texting. I see you. You are not slick. Stop it. You dirty little rat boy. I love you.
What is happening?
Wait, are you guys
I
texting each
I
other?
saw
evil
James
plan?
like this.
I went to check. I didn't get anything from him.
Evil plans.
Oh, then he's writing something down.
Maybe.
What's he doing?
He might be.
I'm a note taker.
So the magic is coming from another alleyway, not the one we're in right now.
From below, from the alleyway below.
It's coming from below, like
the tunnel.
So down the manhole. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You want to
I
make
see
another
the
deal
trail.
with Tobias?
No, stop that. Cease
I
and
will.
desist.
I do.
No
Let's
more
try
blood.
one.
All right, we should go
All
check.
right, all right.
What's going
Go
on
check.
down
Let's
there?
go check. But we gotta go.
Alright.
We gotta go.
We're going
So
down. We're going down.
We've survived this long.
I have a man to smooch. Okay, let's go.
You all-
You already had a man.
you all make your way down the long metallic ladder and find yourself in the tunnels once more. Nothing seems off just yet with the tunnels. And as you all grow nearer and nearer, tumbling down the dark tunnels, a sight surely so familiar now to you all. This strip, however, surely more filled with dread than any in the past. And you don't have Starbucks this time either.
No!
Ahead, you begin to see the light of the safe haven's entrance. And it glimmers in the damp, dark setting, and it appears to be flickering eerily, painting the walls of the tunnel with an odd warm light on and off and on and off. The closer you get, the clearer the image before you becomes, and it is most certainly doing nothing for your varying stages of anxiety. The normal entrance to the safe haven is broken and shattered. The door that is there, or was there, is in pieces on the stone floor, and what's left of it is charred black from some sort of element. There is no sign of the guards that used to stand there, the Goliath and the Leonin, nor their scanners. The entrance is unmanned and unblocked. What do you all do? You walk farther inside?
Should we stealth? Should we like creep? So we're.
I'll be stealthing. I'm always stealthing.
You always
Whenever
stealth.
possible.
I'm following
I got my
everyone.
own
stealthy, everyone.
music.
What
I'm
would you like
drunk.
for us to roll, bub?
All of you roll 2d6s with whatever your deception
Oh,
point
So
is.
wisdom, or no?
Deception.
Deception. Oh right.
Mhm.
Well, deception isn't one of them.
Oh, do you want
What is it?
to
It's
do Dex?
Dexterity.
Dex.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, sorry.
Got it.
Thank you.
I like it. What is? Are
You
you
started with a
Oh,
D.
because they're in water. I forgot. That's so cute.
So
I
cute.
found
Oh,
Oh, wait, what? This.
His dice are in water.
I got a
Fish
12.
12.
I got an 11.
Dang.
I also got an 11.
ooh! Look at all of us. I got a
Wow.
5.
Oh.
That's right.
Well,
Julian is just walking because he has his
That's
glasses on,
okay.
so he's just trying to detect as much magic as possible.
valid.
Oh, no.
A 9 plus 1 for Dex is 10.
10. Okay. Julian, you simply
Let's
walk
go,
forward.
pals. We did it.
You simply walk forward,
Really
following
just, like,
following your
making the
glasses.
biggest noise.
And the rest of you kind of creep in, walking carefully, not making too loud of footsteps, being very, very gentle in your movements, while Julian sort of just kind of directly walks through the door frame and past the rubble of the doors. And as you all walk...
Can I see Aria runs after him?
Ooh,
Rubble!
in the rubble.
Rubble! Rubble!
Underneath the rubble?
As you all walk further inside,
When's the title?
Oh.
the others of you creeping through, and Julian, you walking the best you can to sneak, but not very sneakily. As you all walk further inside and past this door frame, where no guards stand, the sight that meets you is not a comforting one. The entirety of the market that used to stand there looks like that of a battleground. The tables and booths that once held signs of life are in ruins across the floor, marring the entire area into something like a battlefield. Signs that once displayed the names of each seller and their purpose are burnt and broken, and the door to the tavern, straight ahead, is ajar, lying crooked against the wall, a chunk in the middle taken directly out of the wood. No joyous music, no music of any kind, emanates from the space behind the door. It is a picture of upset and ruin, of destruction and mayhem, and there is not an ounce of life anywhere. In fact, under some of the rubble, from what you can see from where you stand at the foot of the scene, are a few bodies, lying still and unmoving. Whomever they are not familiar to you. Most likely patrons of the market, refugees of the New World. But they were
Haley, I saw that.
but they were still outsiders. She just said
okay.
she said that's okay.
I'm kidding. It's not.
They are still outsiders, still your own kind, and they were simply creatures that were looking for somewhere safe to lay low, now lying lifeless on the dirtied ground. However, as you all become more and more aware of the sight before you, there is one body you recognize lying still against a slab of charred wood. It is X.
Oh my god.
Are you kidding me?
Not our son.
What do you all do?
That's messed up.
I fucking run to that bitch. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you all running to him?
Yeah.
Neil's like over
I'm
him to
watching
like
from
check
behind
for
emotional
any life.
Yeah.
crying. I think Arlow was crying.
Julian's being careful.
I'm gonna check for life first.
He has like magic missiles ready at hand. He's just still scanning around the room with
Arlow's gonna go around
process
and
alarm.
check everyone's pulses to make sure.
Cute.
The ones that you were checking, there's no pulse.
Okay.
And as you approach X, you can see more of the destruction in his state of being. He lies motionless on the rubble, but the light in his mechanical eyes flickers slightly, and a burst of sparks clings out from a section of missing metal in his arm. His body is scratched and marred and charred far more than it already was before, and he looks as though he is simply a pile of forgotten scrap metal, unmoving at the sight of you all approaching. His eyes stare blankly forwards at nothing at all.
I just realized he has the kid's heart.
The heart, yeah. Heart.
You
in the rubble.
motherfucker.
I swear to God.
You absolute fucker of mothers. How dare you?
Andromeda's
dead,
gonna
but
like
there is
wave
life.
a hand in
like
front of
it.
X's eyes to see if anything happens. She's gonna like.
He does not react as though he sees your hand. His eyes continue to stare blankly at nothing at all. But you do see him move a moment, and he lifts his hand, but it's stuttered and jaunted, and his fingers stop continuously as he tries to move his limb. And he curls his fingers, and he manages to direct his hands to a small section of his chest that never used to be exposed, but is now exposed. And a layer of metal and a coarse array of what looks like buttons of some sort lie there. The small facade of skin that's left on his being begins to slink away as his hand approaches, and in an instant directly above him and before you all, as he presses his finger down against one of the buttons, a holographic image appears, layered with light, showing a sort of screen. An image plays out before you all, grainy and a shade of blue, but an image nonetheless. After a flash of bright purple light and a crackling sound, a proper recording appears. Within the small display is the sight of 3 figures standing in the crumbling setting of Cardinal Alley, decrepit and charred. 2 of them stand slightly apart from one another, tucked in dark, long cloaks, faces unreadable in the poor quality. Long, sharp horns protrude out of their hoods. Beside them both is a figure you certainly recognize by now. Tobias stands, hand outstretched, a purple light glowing above his palm. He's wearing the same long cloak, blonde hair on full display. He looks pleased, and the hand-bearing magic closes into a fist and the light flame fizzles out. He turns to the 2 figures standing behind him, and he smirks their way, speaking very, very slowly. And his voice comes out crackled through the recording as he says, "No loose ends, just as we discussed." He's beaming at the 2 figures now, proudly, before he claps his hands together and nods his head. "We'll take care of her tonight, at the school. I know exactly where she is. And we'll use stealth this time." He glances around and snorts, "Not brute force." And Tobias grins then, teeth bared, and his eyes slowly fixate directly on the recording. And it's as though he's staring straight through all of you. His expression dawns a look of anger and vehemence, and as he takes the sight in, he approaches, lifting a hand back, and the image vanishes in a fire explosion of lilac magic as it comes directly for the recording. The hologram dissipates before you all, and X's hand creaks back to his side, stuttering and stopping and moving like that of a broken doll.
I'm gonna reach out and catch his hand. And like,
as you do, you feel the fingers kind of like flicker, like they're breaking, like a machine's wood as it wraps around and squeezes your hand back with very weak force. And you see that he moves his other arm a fraction, and he places his hand flat against his chest plate, pushing just slightly with whatever strength he has left inside of him. His arm falls down very suddenly, just as the plate opens up and reveals a still beating, glowing, mutated human heart, tubing and metallic layers sitting in some of the muscle. As he does this, the light in his eyes suddenly begins to die, fading out to no color nor brightness at all, and leaving him even more still than before. His stare is vacant and entirely lifeless, but the heart continues to beat in the open chest plate. What do you all do?
The magic. Where's it coming from?
The magic you see is all over, Julien. It's in the charred state of rubble. It's along the door. It's wherever there is burn marks and wherever there is any destruction. And you also see it, of course, surrounding the heart in X's chest plate.
Can Arlow try and help X at all?
You can absolutely try.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his heart is still there. We could definitely use that and create a new X.
That's
if all of his magic is contained in that heart.
In the heart?
I don't know if his memories would, but his being
we
seems to be a key part of it.
What could we put it in to keep it going?
It's mechanical in a way, and also magic, so there's a good chance that it will just continue to beat, regardless of where you put it.
Okay.
Is there like a section of like the chest plate like area that we could like that would contain it kind of that we could like take out of the rest of it?
It sort of just sits there, like the metal that was there before has kind of like broken and charred off and it's bent, so any container is kind of gone at this point, and it just sits loose. It's sitting like loose in his chest plate essentially.
Andromeda looks at everyone just like horrified and raises the Starbucks bag in her hand.
Oh my god.
No.
I mean,
wait.
Put it in the drain.
Are there any other like tankards or like pitchers or like glass things?
There's definitely
in the bar area.
So you
like
haven't
a jar of some sort?
We haven't gone in there.
You haven't gone into the tavern yet, but there's a good chance there could be something in the tavern.
Because I would put it in like a glass case, perhaps.
Valid.
Just to keep it like sanitized.
Theron, as you
like touching too much.
As you go towards the tavern and you push back past the basically like broken door that's hanging off of its hinges, you see a few more bodies sprawled out that thankfully none of you recognize once again. And as you scope out the area, there is still no sign of Calanthe, nor Killian, or even Benny, the bartender, for that matter. It's eerily still, an unnatural sight to see a tavern that was once so alive with music and pride, reverted to a lifeless scene of grim endings. The bar is trashed, bottles of ale scattered across the ground and shattered into pieces of errant glass. Everything
Are there any bottles of blood real quick?
Bottles of blood?
Mm-hmm.
Not that you can see.
Oh, that Calanthe? Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Continue.
Everything has this errant glow of lilac to it. Even in some of the charcoal of burnt, like wood, there's a little like sparkles almost, or little like dust particles of purple that sit and have like give it like this sheen of purple. And the room still sits very thick with leftover smoke, and it tightens your throat and stings your eyes as you open the door. there's still a few things like jars and boxes and things of that sort on the behind like the bar where there was shelving. A lot of them are broken and knocked over, but there are still ones there. And the only sign of life in the room is a small pigeon that sits atop the bar, seemingly unwilling to fly away or perhaps unable to. And it pecks at the wood absent-mindedly and pays you no mind at all. Do you all follow Theron into the tavern? You staying by X's side?
I'm gonna say
Theron grab a jar,
out.
like an empty jar, or empty it out and like go back.
Absolutely.
And like put the
Can I talk to the pigeon?
Andromeda can talk to the pigeon. You can try to talk to the pigeon.
I was like, I'm a ranger. I have animal properties. No, that's more legitimate.
You can get a familiar, Arlow.
Aria's gonna chill with X and just
Theron,
petting his arms while they go in.
If you try to put this heart in the jar, when you remove the heart from his chest, gently, it continues to beat in your hands. And as you place it gently in the jar, it continues to beat once it's in the jar as well.
What are you gonna do with that heart?
I got a job to.
Who do you?
I got a job.
Collecting your jar of hearts.
Take his like head and like put it in one of the bags that we have.
X's head.
Well, I want to know what he looks like and like to recreate him. I want to keep his features correct.
Okay, Frankenstein, I see you.
Okay.
I support it.
The Frankenstein.
You can.
Is it too damaged or like
it's still connected to his body, but there is like sparks and like broken wires that are hanging out essentially by where his neck is.
Okay. You're keeping a whole ass head.
It's like
I'm putting it in a bag.
It's like the what are they called?
Putting it in a Starbucks bag.
From Doctor
Who. In the Gucci bag.
From Doctor Who, like the head of the.
Put his jar of heart next to it in there as well, just to keep it like.
Think you are
away from prying eyes, anyways.
So.
I'm gonna go into the bar area.
We're going to the bar area.
Aria's with Theron, just watching him. And, like...
Any new sources of magic in the bar area?
To, like, the tavern area?
No new sources. You only see the purple glow of the magic. And I will say that there is a door towards the end of the, like the back of the bar, which you might be able to assume is the pantry.
I'm gonna see the pigeon.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk over to it like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here?
It looks at you and like turns its head to the side and just says, lost.
Fucking homing pigeons. Alright.
You're lost?
Just blinks at you. And as you get closer to it, Andromeda, and as you see it in its full glory, you see it in...
Pigeon.
You see that it's quite a pretty color. It's a mottled set of like grays and whites and turquoise greens. But you do notice a very peculiar detail. That one of its eyes is simply a gaping black hole, entirely missing. It is essentially a one-eyed pigeon that is standing there looking at you, cocking his head to the side. I do have a small reference for you that I drew, and I will send it. It's very rough.
That's so funny and soft that you drew this.
It's very rough, so I'm just gonna send it to the chat.
But I love him already.
Can we adopt this one-eyed pigeon? Because that'd be cute.
Yes.
That's a baby.
Is this what you were drawing earlier?
Not today, no.
Oh, he's so cute.
I love him.
I
would kill for this pigeon.
I don't trust him, but I love him.
Trust him with your life.
The birds work for the bourgeoisie.
The birds work for the bourgeoisie.
About how much I love pigeons, so...
We gotta get him an eyeball, because we can't keep that shit open. That's just waiting for something bad to happen.
Get him a little eye patch.
That's cute. I'm giving him one out.
A googly eye.
I'll give him a googly eye.
I'm gonna put my hands out. I'm gonna put my hands out for him to hop on if they want to.
Yeah.
A lisp.
I hope so.
Just the way that they said that was very last.
She's gonna put her hands
Stop
up for him
smirking!
to hop onto if he would like to.
He just like does the little pigeon walk and he steps into your palms and he just stands there and looks at you and you hear like the little like woo.
Are you hurt?
You just get back sad.
He's emotionally hurt. Or they're emotionally hurt.
What happened?
Scary man.
So true.
Would you like to stay with us?
And he like turns his head and he looks at your shoulder for a moment and he says, "Shoulder looks nice." And then he walks like up your arm and then just like perches there on your shoulder.
Friend-shaped.
Do you have a name?
Pigeon.
Nice.
Can I give you
them
one?
a name. Yes.
He just like coos in response.
Suhi.
She's gonna like walk out to the group, and she has a fucking pigeon on her shoulder. One-eyed pigeon.
You brought a friend.
He is gonna stay with us. His name is Notos.
I
No
know.
for short.
Sorry.
Sadie.
He just coos at all of you in response.
He loves it.
Nothing magical about this pigeon, right? It's just a pigeon.
It's just a pigeon.
Okay.
There's a faint glow to him, as though there's a good chance that he was meant to be adopted as someone's familiar. But so he has like a magical air to him, but not in a way that he's connected to Andromeda, just in a way that he's with her now, essentially. And he coos at all of you as Andromeda introduces you all to him. And he just sounds as though he's cooing to all of you. But he actually, Andromeda hears him say, "What's up?"
He said, "What's up?"
Peace.
Did he
Hello, pigeon.
Did he see anything?
He said scary man. So I'm assuming. Oop.
I saw that
Scary
too.
man.
I saw
Did
him.
he see anything else?
Anything else?
He looks at you and just says, "Purple."
Yeah,
Purple.
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Very fair. So he's
Did
staying with us now?
Did he see any other like people?
Any
How
other
did he
people?
get down here?
He looks at you and says, "They ran."
Where?
Which way?
Ran.
Which way did they run?
Smoke. No
Yes.
C.
Oh, okay.
No
Oh,
Bad eye.
There.
We'll get you a little Y patch.
I like to
As
think that
for
Andromeda's just conveying all of this.
Yeah, she is. She's going. It's like a back and forth.
Translating.
Bad eye.
for where they came from, my magic
Would kill for this
seems it gives the inclination that they might have been a familiar. And
pigeon. Now you have.
as for where the people went, they were talking about going back to Ravenwood for her.
Quiver she is tonight using stealth, which means it's going to be harder to catch them.
Who's her? There's a lot of hers at Ravenwood.
They
I'm
were
going
talking
to-
about loose ends, so who would know about their plans?
Probably. Well, I'm assuming the one person that's been gone for a bit, Sin.
Sin.
Is Sin
If she-
at Ravenwood? That
if
is
she-
where we saw
well-
her last.
Maybe she's been hiding there the whole time and we didn't know.
I feel like she would have made contact somehow, but
We would like
Well,
to think
she's
so, but
there
if she's
against her
running away
will?
from Tobias, then maybe not.
true.
Joan's gonna make his way to the cupboard.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Julien,
The scanner, or not the scanner, the TCD.
when you open the pantry, it seems more or less okay.
Spam.
As this is an area that Tobias, if he was destroying this place, probably did not really care to enter. And there are numerous cans of spam piled up. What do you do?
Oh.
And as you do this, you do see
a can of spam.
Absolutely.
Please.
As you do this,
put it in the bag with X's head.
Oh
Oh
and
god.
hearts.
We have multiple bags.
okay.
I
love that.
do not like this bag.
I love that
I can't
he's
stand by any longer.
love that he's being so respected.
I love you so much.
You see the scanner sitting there, untouched, just as it was when you left it, and it is still like, it looks as though it has life to it. The like lights that are on are still on, and they flicker a little bit, but it is still running. It is still working. I assume you reach for it.
Yeah.
When you grab it, if you were to tap the screen to life, there are some new messages.
What are they?
There are no watch list updates, but there are some new alerts that are simply messages. The first message reads, Subject 004 remains just as unresponsive as previously noted. Persuasive actions are being administered and monitored. No change. The next message reads, Subject 001 seems more alert than usual. This could be a potential issue. Its power must remain contained. FN will be staying at the academy until further notice. And then another message that reads, Subject 005 is insubordinate. However, must remain incarcerated to prevent further destruction. Handle with caution. And that is all the new message.
Silas. That's Silas. That's definitely Silas.
That's gotta be Silas.
And
why
so-
did they kidnap our boy?
If they're starting to kidnap people and or talk to
Can you send
people-
us, Jade?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
I was like,
Maybe
they're gonna ask me,
Arthros
so
is
I'm
one
gonna
of
do
them?
it.
Yeah.
Maybe Arthros is the one that's like being more aware.
Hmm?
If they're starting to talk to people, like,
Well, Subject
like-
001 was mentioned before.
yeah, no,
And
Yeah.
then it was also 2, but did we have...
we didn't have 5.
We didn't have 5.
We had 1,
5 is
4.
no.
1,
One and
4,
four.
5.
Wait,
I guess.
04. Wait, what the fuck?
So,
No change.
well, I was thinking, sorry, Subject 001 would be.
Its power?
001, it's being referred to as its.
Yeah.
Has it in the past been referred to by a different
Oh, that's a good question.
Let me
pronoun,
see.
or
I don't
Is
think
001?
so.
Let me see.
001?
Subject 001, acting as normal. FN will be in to visit soon.
Yeah, definitely 5 is probably Silas.
001 as well. No issues to be noted. Everything should be working and proceeding as usual. And then 004 has yet to give us any information that can provide any with the national security, nor the security of the academy, nor the current case of disappearances. I feel like
One of the
004
subjects
is...
did use she at one point.
Yes, I think it was 004.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, she
004
is...
did use
That
she.
definitely
She
has
is
to
not
be
to be
Sin.
spoken
That,
to.
That
Okay,
has to be
so-
Sin.
Sin.
Yeah, because then the
But
next one up
unresponsive?
was 004 is not cooperative. More thoroughly enacted persuasive actions may be needed soon. Stand by. And now she remains unresponsive, as previously noted. Persuasive actions are to be administered and monitored. No change.
I don't know.
We still have no idea who or what
don't know.
one is.
I don't know.
I feel like
Okay,
Yeah.
so we think
That
that
was a
05
total
is
mystery.
Silas, but we're just like,
Yeah.
I'm so clueless about 04 and 01.
yeah.
Well,
I think 4 is Sin. I think we
Sin.
have,
I also think
That's
4 is Sin.
one
pretty good
we
evidence.
don't know.
But yeah,
but 1 is the one we have no clue for.
and that does imply that we do have subjects 2 and 3.
That's
That-
true.
True. Now that we
Just
have
haven't
5.
become a thing yet, or like haven't been
Reference.
updated.
No.
Are there any other messages on the TCD?
That's it.
Or that it? Okay.
That's it.
Oh, this
Those
is
are the only
That's
updates.
Well,
where's my distressing boy?
Is there any way to like like
I'm
check
so
the records
distressed.
about like on the TCDs for like maps or locations or like where they would be holding these people on campus or off campus?
They keep it very, very, like, there's not even a way that you can go back and look at old messages. Like, it's very much that each of them kind of have a bit of a time limit when the notification pops up. As soon as it's red,
It goes away.
it almost self-destructs in a way. Yeah, where it's like,
Yeah.
as soon as it's been clicked on, as soon as it's been read, it maybe lasts a few minutes before it vanishes.
In the
If I were a guard, I'd forget that immediately.
Valid.
in the pantry, is there anything other
Any other
like,
exits?
suspicious? Any exit? Yeah. Any
like,
vents? Anyone
rooms?
hiding?
Sus? Vent?
No.
There's nothing
Sus?
sus.
Anyone
Who
vent?
vented? Who vented? There's nothing
I mean,
sus.
they ran away, but where did they run to?
I do want to say, Jazz, Aria, this is a good time to do something that you wanted to do,
What? What do you want to do?
considering there's a pantry.
There's a What is that supposed to
Jesus
mean?
Christ. Yeah, okay. Is there
What?
anything in the pantry other than spam?
Yeah, there's lots of vegetables.
I'm gonna take some vegetables.
Okay.
Why are you taking
Why?
some vegetables?
What?
It'll make
You're making
sense
soup?
later. Yeah, I'm making soup.
You're making soup.
You're making soup?
Are you gonna make spam?
You're
soup?
stealing from this business?
This is a
that just got
mystery for
destroyed?
use later.
Nobody's using it.
It's gonna
And then
go bad.
Arlo
It's
loots
true,
all
it's
the
true,
bodies.
guys.
No, I'm just kidding.
Ha! Hey,
Wow.
we
This is
Red
a great
Deaded
time
it
for us
out
to be
here, baby.
cannibals.
No, this is not Red Dead Redemption. All right.
It is Bad Dead.
Anywho,
Yeehaw, cowboy.
Some of the patrons.
from there, what do you guys do?
I want to find out what number one
Are there
is.
any other exits like in the
Yeah,
tavern
that we
area?
noticed.
Any other doorways? Any other like areas to go to?
There is.
Also behind the counter, wasn't there like a safekeeping place
Mhm.
or like a hiding place? Can we like check that and see if there's anything relevant in there?
There is nothing in there.
Is it open?
They took their shit.
like,
and
like, Calanthe opened it to grab stuff? Or is it still locked?
It is not locked. There's no lock on it. Well, there is a lock on it, but it is not locked.
Okay.
And if you were to open it, there is nothing inside.
Okay.
Do with that information what you will.
She took her shit and ran.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Text
We-
Arthros a warning.
Any other like
Oh my god.
entrances? exits?
There's no other entrances or exits that you can see. I mean, the thing is it is in a subway station,
weird.
so there is like a large subway tunnel that you might be able to assume that
Some of them ran out.
maybe they ran
They
down
ran
that
that
way or the other way and just hoped that they would find a way out. Otherwise, if
Subways have tons of
Tobias
places.
if Tobias had entered through that doorway, it's also relevant and also possible that some of them just ran in that direction that you came in to try and get out while he was destroying other portions of the alley.
True.
Of Cardinal
I
Alley.
guess in like the recording, could we see where he was standing, or like what
He was
angle
standing like
coming from?
right in the middle of the market area, like where
No,
they used
okay.
to have all their booths
I
and
don't think it's
everything.
that much, but fair enough.
Yeah.
We need to get back to
We do need to get back to Ravenwood.
ASAP.
Yeah, what time of day is it? Because they said this evening or like tonight or
Mhm.
whatever.
Well, that's
It's
pretty
like-
early when we got here.
You guys were
Yeah,
kind
we
of,
left
yeah.
in the morning.
I'd like to
Or,
say
like,
it's like
afternoon,
late
early
afternoon.
afternoon, I would say.
Yeah, I'd like to say it's like late afternoon, maybe like 1 or 2. Something
Okay.
like that.
What do we?
Then we should
That's early
speed out
afternoon.
on-
We're fine.
Can
But
we
still,
I'm
like?
not gonna make.
But
We need to like check out the campus. Do you think Darian would help us with that if he knew what was going on, seeing as he is a little bit higher up?
I don't think he'd know that much compared to us.
I mean, he would know where like our tear would go probably, or if he like saw any meetings or like areas that are off limits.
Could
I mean, it doesn't
definitely
hurt to have
ask.
somebody who like is trusted by other people on our side. And also, I never went after Claude, so we need somebody that did.
Also, yeah, what is the deal with
Connections.
Claude? He's not even been around this episode.
I've been busy.
Okay.
He's been traumatized.
You're working through some shit.
Busy.
From here, do you guys move to exit?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
we should
Yeah.
go back up.
So, As you
my
move to
Starbucks
leave,
bag
I don't
of
wanna
goodies.
you do.
I
Leave-
really don't want to
Let us
leave
back.
X.
You
Oh,
leave a
I have
headless.
X.
We have
my
X.
bag.
You
We have
do,
his head.
in
Starbucks bag.
fact, you do
And
in
his
fact
heart.
leave a headless.
Most
X's
importantly,
headless
The head
body.
isn't necessary. It really isn't.
I
No,
just
it's
wanted to
not.
preserve his
Facial
looks. What if he
features.
wants to like
Take
remain
a
the same
photo, Faye. Take a
with our
photo.
TCDs?
LOL,
pictures,
smiley
don't they?
face.
I forgot about that. I'm not gonna
Well,
lie.
like,
I also
draw
don't want
this
incriminating evidence
artist
on
yeah.
my
Beyonce to come
TCD.
over and do a gay
Yeah.
ass sketch of him.
As you all move to leave,
This is it.
there is a movement from under some of the rubble.
Nor who?
What?
Yeah.
I run.
And you
I've
see,
run.
No, don't run.
you
Don't run.
see some
There it
of
is.
Julian has magic
the
missile already.
wood chips and some of the like bricks and things and the stones that are crumbling. They begin to move,
Yeah.
and suddenly you see the head of a dog poking out.
That's right. I ran and I was right. I go and I run and I hug this fucking dog and I cut my eyes out.
You're gonna
okay?
overwhelm this.
My dog
I
survived.
thought you were running away, not running towards it.
Are
I was
you
running towards
You
it.
never
Oh, you're
specified
running
the
towards
time.
it. Okay.
are you running towards it?
I was already running towards it. I thought it was gonna be a person, so I was gonna run towards to help them. So
Oh, okay. I assumed we're on.
Are-
It's our group pet.
Are you
adoption
running towards
episode.
it?
It's we finally. It's a free dog.
I'm running towards it in,
Okay.
in a nice way.
In a nice way.
As you do this, when the dog turns to look at you, it does like jolt back slightly, and its tail goes between its legs.
Terrifying.
And as you get a better look at it, it
Calm
is
down.
what appears to be a greyhound.
That's like actually my favorite dog.
Oh,
What?
Like my
uh,
favorite dog.
I have
They're really
I
cool.
have like a reference photo of like
They're too long.
not I
but
haven't
that's
drawn
fine.
it, but what they look like.
Oh,
They're-
really
so,
good.
so.
The reason I chose them is because they're cryptids, and I love them.
They are
So
cryptids.
cute.
I hate it.
They're so long.
He is
They're
slender,
They're small horses.
and he's somewhat goofy looking. And
They're
his
horses.
fur is black, and his eyes are like this bright orangey color.
Oh.
Good baby.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Well, then
Oh!
when he looks scared, I immediately like calm the fuck down. Ah!
Never
Sorry.
mind. That's the cutest dog I've ever seen in my life.
Why? Are you
Other
serious?
than
That
Sadie.
is like my
Sadie, I didn't
dream
mean it. You're cute.
dog. That's my dream dog.
Dream
Dog.
dog.
We got
Okay.
some goofy
I
eyes.
like
as
I immediately
animals.
like
I love
put
it.
it
They're-
down
they're
and I
human.
get really really low and I get really really like dog-esque
Valid.
You go full.
in a nice
Dog.
calm way.
Valid. And it does look at you, and it shakes slightly and shakes off dust and ash from its fur. And its tongue kind of lolls out of its mouth, and he's like panting as he looks at you. And it like tilts its head to the side and watches you. And it just observes you. Do you say anything?
I say, are you okay?
Oh,
And as you ask this, his tail begins to wag.
baby,
And he
baby.
slowly, very cautiously takes a few steps forwards towards you.
Like the little like
I'm not
shaky
gonna
when they're like
hurt you.
paws, like
Yeah, and his
Ew.
nose is wiggling very aggressively as if it's trying to sniff you out. And
We're here to help.
he arches closer and like gets a good like scent of you before he immediately like nuzzles his head against your leg.
This is
And-
the best.
The fact that Thorn isn't a ranger or druid makes me sad.
Arlow
and
is like-
regretful.
Arlo is like
it would have
one
been the
of dogs.
horses.
Valid. And
True.
are you like
With medical
hugging
horse.
him?
Or
Mhm.
well,
Yeah.
Okay. His fur is like very silky soft. And
I love that's my favorite.
And he like does like that hug back to you, like if you're on your knees hugging him,
Yeah.
his head is like over your shoulder.
Yeah.
he does like the
Um,
lean.
Yeah, the little lean into you.
It's their version of a hug.
And
I love puppies.
Julien, if you're to look at the dog with your glasses on, you would see that he is glowing with this golden hue. In the
Pretty.
same way that speaks of him being a familiar.
Hmm.
What was the pigeon's color? Like, what was their magic color
It
coded?
was same thing. It was glowing with like this like golden hue.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
And he, whenever you move, Arlo, whenever you eventually move, he remains like glued to your side.
Oh my
And
god.
he does not move.
If you don't pick this boy up right now.
It's a large dog.
This is my son
It's a
now.
greyhound, all right?
I say you can stick with me as long as you'd like.
He looks up at you, and his tail just wags. And he's looking at you almost in a way that says, like, well, you don't have a choice now because I chose you.
I say, I'm Arlow.
He just stares at you.
Oh.
What's
Do
the
you have a
name?
name?
Does he have a collar?
Name the dog. Name the dog.
He has
You
no
want me to
collar.
dog? Name the dog.
You got
Who's
chosen by a familiar. You're allowed to have a
What do I
familiar.
name the dog?
Nemo!
Pick a good name.
Or Flounder.
Or Scuttle.
Or Scuttle.
I don't know, I just thought it was cute.
Or if you have a name from home.
What?
Wait,
Actually,
what is Eric's dog's name?
What is
Max.
Max.
Oh, Max.
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 What is the name of? Do you remember what the name of my old tavern is?
That's
Cute.
adorable.
That's a good question.
That's cute and wholesome and
I think I do. Hold on.
I would like that.
I hope it's not something too hard to say.
I mean, you can always shorten it, maybe.
Yeah, we give him a nickname.
I mean, you don't have to.
I think we said it.
It doesn't
and
fit the dog.
I'm trying to remember if I have it written down somewhere. Hold on.
That would be cute, though.
What's the school policy on pets or familiars?
Doesn't matter.
That's a good
I
question.
mean, they got a whole
the
lot
dog.
of mouse and, like, cats and, like, dragonborns,
Well,
so...
Also,
That's
keep in
true.
mind that familiars, like, are kind of like they're summoned, essentially.
That's true.
You
Andromeda
can't separate them.
just has a pigeon right now. Whereas, like, the
It's like, that bird can go
familiar...
anywhere.
There's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
like, the familiar is
Dog's a
loyal,
little bit different.
This
essentially.
is my homie.
It's my
Oh.
husband.
Friend.
It's your homing pigeon.
That's
I
my
do love your
homie
homie.
pigeon. Oh, I love pigeons so much.
that. I'm
They're
so
so
sorry to make
good.
you
They're so
stop. I
sweet.
could have helped you.
Oh, no,
It
you're
is.
good, you're good. I'm just trying to remember if we had, like, come up with one and written it down or not, and I'm trying to look. Shut the fuck.
Sorry. Somebody's ringing the doorbell. It was
If we
annoying.
haven't, I can give you one, Theo.
Okay.
Sadie, relax.
Wow. That was the
Right.
That was
dog.
the dog.
That was the
That
dog.
was the
Oh,
dog.
right. That was your pup.
That was the dog.
Rest.
You can be chill. Be chill.
Give me
I
2
love her.
seconds.
Oh, it has to be Flounder. That is really cute.
Flounder is adorable.
That is a really cute name.
She said little barkies. She said, I'm quiet. I'm
She
quiet.
do whisper barks.
She said,
Because she's not supposed to bark,
Like
but she's
that.
like, what's happening?
What's
Someone in
happening?
chat said the place is called Handburn.
Handburn.
That's the
That's the
city.
city.
Yeah.
And that's the city.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the tavern
Sadie's
is called.
literally like,
Woof.
Dad, what's going on?
Like, who is it?
Mention
Who is it, Dad?
You'll get him, huh?
She really do be.
That's a
Getting
good
them.
question.
She would if I let her.
Yeah, she would be. She'd be like,
Do you want me to help you out?
Little gremlin.
If there is a name that
Just
you
make
feel
one.
that you like for the tavern and you want that to be the dog's name, you can 100% do that.
do it.
Okay.
I'll let you decide. You do live on Scary Reef, which could be a cute name for him too.
I'll call him Scary Reef.
Scary.
Reef.
Reef.
Reef?
Reef.
Reef? That's actually kind of cute.
Reef.
Reef is not
Reef.
bad.
Reef.
I could also name him Hamburg, but that's just where I'm from.
Mm-hmm.
I might name him Hamburg. I think that was sweet.
Or Hazel or
Hamburg.
Bruce.
Han.
Or what?
Hazel or Bruce after your parents.
They
Oh.
said it was
It's a
Handburn.
boy. I can name him Bruce.
Bruce.
Do you guys like Bruce, Hamburn, or Scary Reef?
I like
I
Reef.
think Handburn is very cute.
I think
I like
Reef
I like
is cute,
Handburn a lot.
but I also like Handburn.
Okay, let's go
Oh,
with Hamburn then.
Handburn it
That's
is.
not
But also,
puppy.
it's your dog, so like, what
That's
do you want to
cute.
say the
Burn.
most? What are you willing
Burn,
to like?
baby.
Burn,
Burn.
Shall be Hamburn after the beautiful place that I once loved and will hopefully take you to eventually.
Bro, it's
Aw.
like a dog called Winn-Dixie, but like you're calling him the hometown,
That's
which is
true!
very soft.
Ow.
Like this is a very that moment right now.
Owie.
Dog named Handburn.
What's his name?
Winn-Dixie.
Handburn.
Handburn is so cute.
That's
So-
very perfect then. That works.
Cute.
From there, I assume you all leave the
Thank you
alley.
for my dog.
Oh, you're welcome.
And a pigeon. This is very
Thank you for the
exciting.
pigeon.
You're welcome.
I wanted this pigeon for so long.
It was in a state of
I'm very happy. For
sadness,
you,
but a little bit of hope in the sadness.
Oh, Andromeda's gonna get
Yeah,
Nodos
heart.
off her shoulder, and she's gonna put Nodos near Handburn and be like,
Say hello to Handburn.
friend.
And they stare at each other as though they're communicating, but they
Oh.
make no noise. And then they look
Is
away.
it going well? Are they friends? Question
I
mark?
think they like each other.
So as you
God, I
leave,
hope so.
Arlo, I assume you carry the dog as you climb up the ladder.
Yeah, like a little baby.
Baby. Yeah, how big is this dog?
You put him
Like,
around
tall,
your
how tall?
shoulders.
How,
Oh,
like,
He's like
grown
more
are they?
around my
medium size.
shoulders.
Medium size. Yeah, he's just like.
Just, like, lamb style.
And
I love it.
when you get up into the alleyway once more, I assume you guys you're all leaving at this point. Leaving Cardinal Alley behind in a state of rubble and destruction.
Yeah, just himself off.
The dog, Arlo, as you put him down, turns around and like barks at you, and it's a very like happy bark, and his tail wags, and within a moment he is running at you, Arlo.
God.
And he jumps, and as he jumps, he almost like collides with your chest, but as he collides with your chest, it bursts into golden dust.
Okay, and then what? Does he
That
disappear?
dog just went into the fish.
And you feel his presence there. But
Oh,
all
right.
all
You
you
can
It's
sing with
familiar,
them.
I didn't say.
Julian just laughs.
He
What
does.
Julian's just like, ha.
So wait, he just jumps into me?
And you know that he is at your side. You can feel his presence there. And you need
But he's not
only
physically there.
you need only summon him and he will
that's cool
appear.
as hell.
Arlo like grabs his
That's
chest.
cool.
He's like starts like not knowing what to do with his body, like touches.
Arlo, there is a dog in you.
Yeah,
How do you feel?
Handbun,
I feel him.
You feel him?
is it good? Not painful?
Yeah,
Okay.
It is like it feels
That's
like you
wild.
have
it's weird, but it's
Is this
good.
what familiars are like?
it feels like you have like a best friend at your side at all times.
Oh, I love it.
Soft.
I love that actually, because then puppy can't get hurt. He's also
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inside of you.
Putting this out here right now, no puppy will be getting hurt. We're
No.
good.
Good.
Arlo, you are
no
safe
animals
now.
will be hurt.
Arlo,
No
that
animals.
was
Thank
literally a you're safe now.
I'm
You're
safe now.
good.
Oh.
Well,
Dog protect.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
And
If a
protect.
puppy, unless the puppy somehow detaches,
Sure.
Detach.
And I'm good to go.
I mean,
Then you're
who's
safe.
to
He
say
chose
that
you.
Arlo gets hurt means familiar gets hurt? They're just connected.
Are you
Yeah.
threatening me, James?
Arlo can stub his toe and
the silence. The silence.
if I ever see that shaking
If I ever see
motherfucker,
that motherfucker with 6 lenses, it's
Rubble
on
in-
sign.
he's on soy.
So,
Oh god.
back to school.
I'm so scared. My
do
chest is
you
so
all
tight.
move to catch the train home?
Let's get
Yes.
Okay.
And
Oh
there's
my God,
no,
no,
that's such a
like
dumb
idea.
areas that are like around this area that like we can see like almost like a magic footprint, like purple or otherwise.
Wisps.
You don't see anything.
I just had a thought.
What was your thought?
Mm.
Oh
That's
no,
always
I'm so scared.
dangerous.
Save the thought. Oh, no.
And you know what's scarier about this thought is that James
new
can
feeling, I'm
share
sure.
it. So share it.
Sharing is caring.
If the person that they're going after is Sin, and Sin is being held, being interrogated at the school, we
Shul.
could tip off the authorities, tell them that Tobias is coming to kill this person that they're trying to get information out of.
I don't
How
trust
would we
a single
know?
authority, though.
How would
Who do
we
we
know?
trust? Who do we trust?
How would,
How
we
would they know that we know?
No, with
Well,
a
actually,
pigeon.
wait. I have an idea. That's
Okay.
the point. Is that if we ask like FN or somebody to help us and they don't, then we know for a fact that they're a bad guy. Like if we warn people and they don't do anything, then we know where they stand.
I mean, we could also shadow
That's
them.
true, but it's also like, how would we know?
Yeah, that's what I was about to
Also,
say.
they're by
How
default
would
the
we
bad guy
know?
because they're the
That's
ones
true.
running
Just-
the
Just
institution
to
that's
throw
leading
out,
us.
throwing out, if you expose
Mr. Wilson!
in a way, if you expose,
How would Mr. Wilson know?
if
We're
you
gonna give it
expose,
danger.
Too bad.
How
if
would
you
we get a
expose
master? I
Tobias,
don't know.
Danger.
If we expose Tobias,
if you expose Tobias, you're by default exposing yourselves as well.
Oh yeah,
Because
no,
if-
the whole thing is that
Yeah, because if you know that they're keeping Sin at the school, or some sort of person at the school, then you're exposing yourselves as finding out that information and being privy to that information, and that just puts you guys in an even more suspicious point of
real
view.
quick,
yeah.
we did get the drawing of the happy pig or something,
The
smiling
swine?
pig,
Yeah.
whatever. Anyways,
Yeah.
we got that picture supposedly from Sin before Sin went missing. So she is almost certainly the loose end because she's the one who knew about it in the first place that told us.
Yeah, the timeline
I
is
think that
that
just like confirmed it, I guess.
Yes.
the
She is
timeline is
definitely-
essentially what Calanthe said when you guys had that conversation, was that she met Julien at the ball that night, went back home, and was at the alley the next day, and left to go find Julien the next day. But of course,
And then probably got picked
Julien
up on campus.
was on Aviosis, and that's when Calanthe never saw her again. She didn't return. So Sin was looking for Julien when she disappeared. That's what Calanthe said.
Wasn't there a 004 log before
Yes.
she disappeared?
Oh, no, not 004, I don't believe.
So 004 did show up after she went missing, which is almost certainly who, like, that's her. I'm curious who the others are
Yeah. I think it is.
and where they're being held, because I don't know, like, buildings that well.
I mean, I imagine if they're not held at Ravenwood, that because the authorities are interconnected enough to warn the people where she actually might be held.
Well, Finn
So
is
it's very
also going
much-
to be on campus, so
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
assume she's also on
It's-
campus.
It's a question of, do we blow our cover, telling them that we know their secrets,
I would
possibly save Sin,
not
or do we try and figure out where she is on her own?
Well, I think if we expose
And try to
ourselves,
save her
we're
on
probably
her
putting
own.
more people in danger than just Sin.
Yeah, I think last resort
Yeah.
we can expose ourselves, but like I would exhaust every other option
Yeah.
first.
And in that case, we do have the portal.
No, sorry, no chance.
We do though, if we need to get out.
I mean, if
What
we
would
want,
be-
oh, I thought you meant like
As
to
an
find
escape.
Sin, because we could also say
I'm
take
just
us to
saying-
Sin and like crash it.
Oh no. I was just saying.
Take us to Sin
We
and we're in a
could.
cell and we're like,
We're like, well,
Shit. No,
now
I'm
we are
saying that if
also
things get stinky,
That's true. We could skedaddle.
we can try to skadoodle. I hate this. This
Lord.
is so icky.
Julian,
you-
oh
We're on a
God,
time crunch.
my drink.
We're probably on the train.
yeah.
I'm
As
assuming.
you all catch the train home, the weight of what you've just been enlightened to is surely burdensome atop your shoulders. The words Calanthe spoke, if you are to remember them, most likely sit heavy in the air. How all she ever wanted was to provide a safe haven to those who needed it. The desperate and the hopeless, and now it was all in ruins. And the ride back has a melancholy air to it, and it is quiet. And as if they can feel it too, the other outsiders that sit on the train remain silent, staring blankly out windows, shopping bags and backpacks at their feet, mindlessly gazing out at the surreality of their reality. And
Haley, please tell me you don't want to kiss this guy still.
I don't want to kiss Tobias anymore.
Please tell me.
Yeah.
I'm so
He-
done.
Lost his favor.
listen, I had this all
Okay.
written out, and then Lexi this entire week has been like, I love Tobias. Tobias is so good. He's
I hate to
misunderstood.
break it to her.
Eee.
I
don't
hate to
wanna
break it
kiss
to
him
her.
and-
Sorry, Lex.
Sorry,
That's-
Lexi.
I want
Sorry,
to
How
punch
much you
him in
want
the
to bet?
face.
I mean, I was
Like,
right there with
but-
her, so.
I'm deleting the playlist right now.
Stop it.
Oh, you were
Stop, it's
serious.
still angsty. I love it.
It's still really good.
Can
me-
Theron
me
on
savage.
the train back? Can
I can't wait to kill
he
him.
text Arthros and be like, "How is it going?" / how did it go?
Absolutely.
I thought you were just about to say, you could definitely text her that, and that's it.
You certainly can.
You can certainly try.
I mean, yeah.
Stop!
No!
Tell me she responds.
Did she respond?
You don't
Jake?
get a responce back yet.
Telepathy.
Julien hasn't been
please.
told any of this.
Okay, alright. How long has it been with no response? Like 5 minutes? Go ahead.
Yeah, about
For the whole, like, train ride, maybe?
about 5 minutes.
That's enough for Theron, I don't give a fuck.
I agree.
He's gonna go over to Julie and be like, can
This is
you
his wife.
check in with Arthros? She didn't respond, and she met with Arter.
What?
She
Oh.
what?
What?
That's not good. Didn't you tell her not to do that?
No.
No, because she needed to go to the meeting, otherwise that'd be far too suspicious. But I told her not to shake his hand or otherwise touch him, so he shouldn't be able to get any inner thoughts.
Yeah, well, he's
He wouldn't
pretty
feel
nice
good.
and convincing.
Silas went to the Arter meeting too and then didn't come back.
Oh my god, that's true, he did!
No.
That was exactly what he did!
Julian, can you check in with her immediately?
Hey, respond.
Hey! Hey!
Are you kidding me?
Hey!
You know what?
I'm trying to keep it simple
I
because
don't
it's
care.
a
Yeah,
bit
that's
fucky
fine.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
connection
yeah,
is
yeah.
bad. You get back a broken up kind of response that says, what do you say? Julian, you say, hey,
Hey.
respond.
Hey, respond.
Respond.
The response is busy.
Bad busy?
Yeah, danger
Where?
busy?
With? Who?
And you get back still in meeting.
Okay.
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 Be careful.
Jesus
bitch.
Christ.
She's still
Be very careful.
Oh, bitch.
Can you
still
tell her to
talking
be careful?
that person. Theron says, be careful.
And she responds with, will do. Weird guy here.
Ah!
Redhead?
Who?
FN?
Redhead? Question mark?
Like redhead!
Redhead?
And she responds, ginger.
Ah.
Knew it.
As soon as the train stops, Theron is going to the office and waiting outside.
That's
Okay.
fair.
like-
Your roommate.
Say like be extra careful, bro.
Well, I will say that this is in the middle of your train ride, so it's gonna be a bit before you get back to that office.
In that case, can you just tell her
Scream
be
telepathically
wary?
if anything bad happens.
Stream telepathically. Hey,
No,
Scream.
Scream. Ah.
Can you tell her not to trust him? No trust Ginger.
No trust ginger.
Don't-
No
All
trust
gingers.
Ginger.
Just that
Trust
Ginger,
Ginger.
not
Don't
all
trust Ginger.
Gingers.
No trust
Don't
ginger.
trust the gingers.
Don't trust
Nope.
Ginger.
Don't do it.
Ginger.
As a ginger, say no.
True.
Valid.
As a ginger, say no.
I love Gingers.
Just say
Just not that one.
So
Thank you, Bae.
Rich bitch.
the
Wait,
journey
not
I
yet.
don't
back.
like any of them,
Finish.
including you.
The journey back.
Oh my god!
Fucking knew it,
Um,
you bastard. Just kidding. You.
Love Aria.
The journey back now
I don't know about that.
feels longer than usual, but eventually you find yourself
Theron is like pacing,
coming
genuinely.
to a full stop at
Tail
the
angry,
schools.
doing like the angry
Why is he?
thumps.
He's like literally so anxious.
That's so valid.
It's like the cat where like the tail is like lashing back
Yeah,
and forth.
That's literally, and we're like jumping over Theron's tail, like making sure we don't get hit.
You come
Fucking
to a
razor
full
blade.
stop.
Slash you a little bit here and there.
You come to a full
Flop.
stop at the school's train station.
Finally.
And
stomach,
you
my
follow the
stomach.
paths out of the building and back into the cool autumn air of the school's vast campus. What you do from here is entirely up to you. I know there are some things from last session you still wanted to do. If that's still something you want to do with all the information you currently have at the moment, you are more than welcome. Otherwise, if you want to discuss, completely up to you.
My tummy.
Got
Ow.
all this stuff? You know, let's just
My
go get a
tummy.
coffee.
This is stressing me out.
Coffee.
I mean, Theron does want to
Just
take a
chill
pit
out.
stop back to
Damn it!
to
I do
put
want to do
X
something, but
away.
Oh, valid.
And there's coffee there that he will probably chug. And you
yeah,
know.
I haven't had coffee all day.
Do you guys want to come back to my room?
Yes.
I have
I
to
need
go.
to check.
We'll group up
on
there.
My
Yeah,
board.
I have to go do something.
Aw,
we need to go
fair.
check on Westley.
You could all
True.
stop there together first.
I think it's a good idea
I
because then
think
we
we
can
should
all.
stay in a.
We should stay together for a sec.
And a
Too many
unit.
people are
Yeah.
missing.
I agree.
Also,
Valid.
there's a
Monkeys
fucking-
together strong.
Monkeys together
Together
strong.
strong.
Aria's gonna message
Although we could check
Zophiel,
on Westley
Okay.
together, maybe.
and just say, "How is Kuro?"
You get a response back, and it says,
Heart.
"Oh."
Ooh.
You get a response back, and it says,
Oh, shut up. You
confused.
bastard.
He writes, confused, but okay.
Oh yeah, they have to be
Yeah.
When
briefed
you-
on everything. That
yeah.
happened.
Zophiel
The
writes
last
in a
2
separate
years.
message, he writes, when you get a moment, I need to speak with you.
Oh, I hate that. Oh wow.
Whoa.
From
Aria's
Zophiel?
Anxiety
Yeah.
just goes.
I didn't like
in
it.
her chest, in her stomach. It is dropped.
Valid.
Aria's just.
And then another message comes through. I should say, need to give you something.
A kiss?
And then
Oh.
another message that just says, sorry.
Oh.
Aria's just gonna say,
Okay.
"Thank you for
That's
clarifying."
cute.
Was big worried.
Heart slows
I'll
down
come
a
by as soon as possible. Just have to stop with the gang. Smiley face.
'Kay.
Okay,
Aria's
do you
just
wanna head to
gonna
mine?
like, yeah, tell the
For a
group.
sec?
Let's just, yeah. Zophiel has something to tell me at some point, so I would have to go stop and see him for a little bit. He's with Kuro right now. Have I told you guys?
Yeah, you
about
told them.
Kuro?
Hero, yes.
Okay, good. Oh my gosh, my brain is everywhere. I don't know what's going on anymore. So eventually I would like to go stop by and just see how he's doing.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Do we have anyone else that we should stop by today? Check in? Anybody that we want to?
I mean, I
Julien?
want to go see Arthros, or like
Of
wait
course.
for her after the meeting to make sure she doesn't get kidnapped.
So fair. We can definitely go do that. Maybe while you do that, we can do like splitties. Someone go pick up Arthur's team and
She like holds up the bag though. I want to drop off X first though.
yeah, we should probably go drop him off.
Like,
And then
I take Theron's hand. I'm like, put it down, put it down, put it down, put it down.
It's just a bag. It's just Starbucks, bro.
It's not.
it's just Starbucks,
They might
bro.
I'm
confiscate it.
so aware that it's not that.
Theron is not disturbed at all that he has a literal like beating heart in this bag.
Maybe we should message Arthros and tell her to tell us when she's done.
Yeah.
Or when she thinks it's going to be done, because then we'll run as quickly as we can over to her, so she doesn't have any opportunity to
Julian, will you do that?
Outside if you want.
get away.
Tell us when you're done.
Done.
You just get K.
Cool.
Back in response.
That's good.
I don't like how busy she is. She's been in that meeting for a very long time.
Yeah, considering the last meeting that they had.
Well, when did she?
We'll
Well,
figure
when
it
did
out
she go in?
I'm going
is the
to-
question.
Kill FN.
It was slightly after you guys like got to Cardinal Alley because she texted right as you guys were arriving, kind of.
Okay.
That she was going.
It's just not been that long, but it's been a fair amount.
It's been probably about like 30 to an hour.
So
And FN is there, so
What time is it now? Back at Ravenwood?
I
It's
would
like
say
2?
it's like I'd say
Three?
it's like about 2-ish.
okay.
Two.
So we still have time. We're still good before it gets dark.
So like if they're like going in, if they like got to Theron's like room, can he put like the bag with like X and his head and his heart? Like I don't know, it's just like
In
trying to
the
think of, like, the
closet?
best place for it. Is there a closet or is there just like dressers?
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
closets.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. So he'll put him
Closet.
like in the closet, like in the corner, under like a few clothes and stuff.
So
It's
dark.
probably the closet's
I know,
probably in your like bathroom, like a joint unit with like where your sinks are and everything
Okay.
like that.
Fair enough.
So you all accompany Theron to his room.
He'll
okay.
put on a pot of coffee, and if anybody wants coffee,
I would like some coffee,
okay.
please.
And
You
then
get coffee
where are you
with all the
headed
fixings that I stole.
after this?
Another.
Theron's also gonna down a cup, so
Another!
and give you another.
Valid.
Smash. Yep, don't smash my mug. I swear to God.
I want to smash them. I just want another.
Okay. There
Shaking.
you go.
Another.
This is not gonna help his nerves either, but maybe. I
This
don't
is
know.
fine. We'll be fine. We're great. And she
Wow.
cheers it with him.
All cylinders must be firing.
Valid.
Yes.
So after coffee, what is your plan?
Yeah, we're Do you want to see
Go-
Are you
Wesley
going
first?
to Westley?
Check on the kid.
You want to split up
Let's
for
go
a
check
sec?
up- Yeah, let's go check on maybe
Wesley.
Andromeda, you knew Wesley. Wesley knew you well. Close, kind of.
I mean, I knew.
He's probably the
You
closest.
found him, right?
I found him in a cage.
Maybe you should
And-
go with Julien, because then he'll
Okay.
be comfortable with you.
Probably recognize you at least.
Yeah.
And vice versa, you'll recognize him, hopefully.
Yes. Yes. Be wary. Theron,
Oh, it
do you-
wasn't a trap, so I have no reason to believe it isn't him.
should we Theron, Arlow, where would you like to go?
I'm gonna
Do you
stick
want to
with-
go wait for Arthros, or
Probably.
Well, I'm gonna stick with Julien until she says she's done.
okay?
Because
Okay.
that's like the link that we have. I mean, she could also text, but
Okay.
just in case. The link is a little bit more
you want me to like
reliable.
go hang around the area to make sure that nothing weird
Go
happens?
loiter.
Just like
Loiter.
go by myself. I don't know.
I'm
like,
so
what do you
sorry,
tell-
but
going to
Theron
suggest
does
all-
not-
Oh yeah,
I
there
wanna
definitely has
say
never been a
no,
problem with
Arthur.
Arlo being alone.
Theron
Well, Arlo,
is-
I think
no,
maybe
vetoed,
no.
vetoed
Arlo,
immediately. I'm
maybe
so sorry.
you can come with me to go meet with Zophiel and Kuro, maybe.
Okay.
If you'd like, just so we can go do it. I don't want to be a big bother, and I want to be able to be ready when Arthros is done. So I think that if we kind of tag team, it'll be quicker,
Sounds good.
if that makes sense.
Just letting you know.
Yes.
So
But it'll be fine.
I'll
We'll
be
be
right
quick.
now.
Up with Arthros, right?
Yes, we'll meet back at this at where Arthros is going to be.
Okay, I'll text you when we're headed over.
Okay.
So
Um,
it's Theron is going with Julien and Andromeda back to Westley,
To his room. Yep.
and you and Arlo are going to Kuro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way,
Yes.
it's a neat little thing, Aria. Every
Wow.
single time you've brought up Kuro, Julien is sort of like shied away
Oh,
from the conversation.
my boy.
Aw.
He feels
He'll
good.
be okay.
he's okay.
Andromeda
can I say-
slaps an
can I-
arm around Julian's shoulder and
Can
brings
I
him
roll
back
to
in.
see if she's noticed?
Jesus Christ. What?
Can I roll to see if she's
You can,
noticed?
yeah.
Or do you think she would have just noticed us?
She probably would have just noticed.
Okay. Arya's gonna kind of, before they like split up, she's just gonna kind of walk over to him and just like tap his shoulder and just be like, hey. We can't change what happened, so just gotta keep going forward, right? Soldier mindset and all that.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll get through this. She's just gonna tap the top of his head. Alright, go check on Wesley. Make sure he's okay. Make sure he's actually Wesley. And we will reconvene. Okay?
Okay.
Sound good to you?
So,
As they start walking away too, Arya's gonna lean over to Arlo and just be like, I have one quick stop first.
What?
I'm following you.
What?
I am aware. All right.
I am unaware.
I am aware. Alrighty. So,
Okay.
I was confused for a second, and now I'm aware.
Are we making soup?
Yeah!
Um,
You're bringing soup, baby.
Make it soup.
I'm going
Making
to.
siblings.
I'm gonna start with Julien, Theron, and Andromeda.
Should I check on my fiance too?
You
'Cause
may
I've
wanna-
left him by himself for a long time.
If you like
Oh,
to,
actually,
I will
We can pick
say.
up on your
if you
fiance.
like,
Oh, true.
We'll go, wait!
Oh.
We'll go check on him.
yeah, we'll go check on him.
Okay. I was gonna say
Okay.
something.
Okay.
Without me?
I have a point to prove.
No, what were you gonna say? Jay, what are you gonna say?
Nothing.
go ahead,
I'm still gonna do it because it might
Mm,
answer a question for you guys. So.
okay.
Oh no, answer a question!
Well, I was just gonna say you might not need to check on him because I might have something
Oh.
planned. So,
What?
Oh,
but
I don't like that no more.
So-
no, ma'am.
looking at the map,
But if you guys are gonna go,
you guys are leaving the, you went to Theron's, yeah, the Ignis Ember dormitory.
Mhm.
So you're heading towards the Kaylee Wing dormitory,
just right next door.
and yes, but you do pass the supply stand, and as you are walking past it, the next moment you look up, Andromeda, you see Zephyrus walking.
Great.
And he's got several books in his hands. Look like textbooks. And he's walking like kind of quickly, and he looks as though he's going in the direction of the supply stand. But his eyes kind of like focus on you for a moment, and you see him kind of like smile, a bit shyly. And he looks at all three of you walking together before he looks back at you, Andromeda, and he says, Andromeda, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fine, I should think.
What are you up to?
Oh, I was thinking of doing some shopping for school. I'm lacking in some supplies.
Yeah.
Can I vibe check him?
Yeah.
See if it's
Definitely
him.
For sure.
Valid.
Please.
His
Gay
vibes
or
are-
evil? Gay or evil?
Gay
or
or
evil.
evil.
Gay or evil? Let me find out.
Gay or evil?
Or both.
It's hard to get
Or
It could
both.
be both.
Or
Try
both.
both.
Could be
Both is good. Both is
2d6s
bad.
or
Both is
D12?
good.
Two
Both is good.
D6s.
Okay.
Maybe not
The
for
only thing
him,
that can
but
fix
both is
evil is
good.
gay.
I'm trying to find my D6s. Found them.
That is a 8. 4 and a 4.
Okay.
Wonderful.
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 He seems like Zephyrus. He seems like Zephyrus, and he hasn't said anything
So did the other one.
that should make you suspicious at all. Of him.
Zero trust. The trust is non-existent.
Did you need any help at all, or are you just on your way?
He shakes his head and he says, oh no, just looking. You seem busy with your friends, so I don't want to interrupt.
Okay. Well, stay safe, okay?
Yeah. I mean, it's school, right? So, should be fine.
You would be surprised.
Well then, I suppose you do the same as well.
Thank you.
And he looks at you, Julien, and Theron, and he just kind of nods his head and then looks down and like walks past you, Andromeda, towards the supply stand.
Was he looking or was he looking?
Ooh.
Like in what way?
Like the way.
Like
Was
looking
he
or
looking or was he?
Oh, like
looking?
you mean like that? No, he was
That
just
way.
he was just kind of shyly glancing at you both.
Shyly, like shyly or shyly?
Shyly.
Boy is
Are
traumatized.
you
Let me in there. I haven't met yet.
fighting for your life out here?
Shyly in the
you're a
way,
vegan.
shyly in the way that he does not feel as though he fits in with this crowd that is your
Good.
friends.
Like he
Someone
doesn't
was
fit
learning
into
how
the
to
crowd.
bubble.
In this
Doesn't
crowd, or
fit
does it fit into
crowd.
the crowd?
Moving on.
Okay, as he
Moving on, or like moving on?
As he goes to walk past,
We're
she's
using
gonna
our
like
power.
catch him by
I
the
love
shoulder.
you,
She's gonna
James.
like reach out and like grip him by the shoulder,
Okay.
and
said
she's
bit.
gonna give him like a little squeeze.
As you
And-
move to grab him, he flinches like quite aggressively, but he turns around and he looks at you with like wide eyes for a moment.
And she's gonna like look at him and be like,
I'm here if you need me, okay?
And he smiles at you and he says, I'm fine. So, no need to worry.
Bullshit.
And then he like nods his head and then he
Fact check that man.
moves again.
He's vulnerable.
To leave.
I know he's not fine. I let him go.
You're well aware, but you don't
I-
want to deal with it, so.
I look at the two of them beside me, and I'm like,
Do I sound like that when I'm lying, when I'm saying I'm fine and I'm not?
Yes.
Because that was very obvious.
Yes, you are very obvious. It's okay.
Poor guy.
So sad. Anyways.
Anyways.
So me and Darian hooked up last night.
Anyways
So-
or anyways.
Anyways.
Oh.
anyways.
So, from there,
From there, ...
Aria and Arlow.
Yes.
I know
You
where
guys
you're
can still go by my dorm.
I know
too,
what you're
dude.
doing. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Did you still want
Uh-huh.
to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh god, I gotta get ready.
So
We're gonna go to Andromeda's dorm.
All right. Well, you pass that one first. So, in that building is what I'm saying.
All right, I look at Aria.
Yes.
Are we about to go? Okay, I'm gonna say, I'm about to act a way that I need you to preemptively forgive me for.
Oh.
If I act like not
Why?
myself, don't act like it's new. Just be like,
Okay.
he's always like this.
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
go with it.
This is Arlow,
Yeah,
my boy.
that was really mostly convincing, and I'm proud of you for it.
Okay, I got this. Wait.
Wait, try again. See, I did something
boy.
weird.
Oh my god, Arlow! My boy!
We're just so crazy.
I
I
got
know.
my boy Arlow.
Okay,
I love him
perfect,
so much.
perfect, perfect.
That was actually real. I do love you a lot.
I love you.
Okay. I just wanted to
That's
show
why
you
it's
knew.
based in truth. You know what I mean?
Yes! Yes.
I'm glad that you said that because I sometimes I'm
I
like,
just wanna
do my
make
friends
sure
really
you
like
got
me?
it.
You know.
Yeah.
Anyways,
No, I got you. I got
Yeah, let's go in.
Okay. So how are you acting? This way.
What?
Oh,
How do I look?
never
How do
mind.
I look?
Go ahead.
Do I look sexy?
And she's gonna kind of like.
Sexy.
I'm now realizing I don't know what sexy looks like.
Oh,
Oh, wait! And she's gonna like put her hands in his hair, just ruffle it.
how's it look?
Mm.
Can I look into a reflection of a window and like
looks
make sure it's
zhuzh.
okay?
You
It's
can
like
look
somebody's
in.
dorm window, and you're just like checking.
And you're
yourself
just
out.
Fix it. I look
Maybe
good.
Andromeda always said that she looks sexy. So maybe we should put you in a skirt. Do you want to switch?
Yes.
Okay.
Immediate.
We don't have pants.
You can use my pants.
I don't want to get naked in the hallway.
Okay. Let's go in a bush.
Are you guys in
fine.
the dorm
It's fine.
corridor?
You look
Are
sexy.
you?
Wait, I've got this. So she's gonna go down to his, like, she's gonna kneel and she's gonna roll up his sleeves, like cuff him.
Oh yeah, nice.
Okay, now
That bi
that
vibe.
looks like maybe like length enough. Like a lot of
Alright.
legs are showing. I feel like that's
Yeah, I think that's
presumptuous.
for sure. Absolutely. Okay.
Absolutely.
I need to get more masculine.
Okay,
I feel
give
like-
me a sexy face.
I feel like Andrew's brother wasn't so flamboyant as me.
That's okay. Wait, are we basing this off of Andromeda's brother?
Yeah, I have a theory.
Oh, what's your theory?
He's gay, and I'm gonna find out tonight.
Wow.
Tonight?
Or just now. I'm not gonna sleep with him. I'm just gonna see if he's interested, and then when he is, he's gay.
You know, that's a fair theory.
So you need to use your eyes to look.
Are
while
you
I'm
are you guys having
so
this
hard right
conversation outside of Andromeda's
Wait,
dormitory
whispering.
door?
quietly? Yes.
Okay.
We're waiting, but we're like
So
leaning
you
up
don't
against
even
the
know
wall.
if he's in there.
We're leaning
but
up against
valid.
the wall.
All right.
Maybe stick out your ass a little bit.
I'm sticking it out.
I know, it looks great. I just wanted to be sure you knew. You got this.
Okay, good.
There you go, you got this, yeah.
Knock, knock, knock.
You hear shuffling on the other side.
Ari's gonna like scooch back
Do you think he's home?
and like look somewhere else. Yeah, shh, good, you got this.
You hear shuffling on the other side, and the door opens, and Zephyrus is standing there.
Hey, you must be Zephyrus. We're friends of Andromeda. We're coming in to check on you. I'm Arlow, by the way.
He looks at you, Arlo, for a moment, and his eyes drop very quickly over you.
Uh-huh.
And his eyes widen for a
Vibe
moment.
check.
Huh?
Was that a gay look?
He gave him a once over.
Yeah, but was it like a, or was it like a?
I don't think you'd be able to tell. It was
I
a.
would-
There's
able to
no
tell.
like.
Okay, it
not
happened.
gay
Yeah,
once
let's keep
over.
going.
If you do a once over,
I
it's
have more tricks up my
inherently
sleeve.
romance.
It
Go ahead,
was.
go ahead,
It was like a quick. He looked
Close
at
to
you. His eyes dropped down, and they dropped back
Aria's
up.
like smiling. She's like,
Oh, and this is Aria also.
no, we've met.
He looks at you both, and he says,
I'm glad to see you're doing better.
"Oh, I thought you all hated me,
Oh,
Why would
no.
we hate you?
A
and
lot of
you
people
I
actually
haven't
do
met."
that.
And he looks
Huh?
at you,
Yes.
Arlo. He's like, "You I haven't met."
Oh, I'm new. It's nice to meet you.
And
Could you come
he
in for a second?
he just nods quietly. And he's like,
I have to grab some stuff for Andromeda. That's all.
Yes.
okay. And
Cool.
he opens the door for you.
I go in and I like start to make myself at home and real
Very
comfortable and stuff. Going through, pretending to go through stuff that I'm not actually.
Yeah,
going
and I'm
through.
like, Aria's like at the door, like waiting.
Also, just to throw out there, this is happening at the exact same time, by the way, that the other interaction is happening.
Which is the other? What was
No, no.
Wait.
But we don't know that.
What are you talking about?
It's happening when
Zephyrus
we're
is on
talking to the
campus.
other
We're
Zephyrus.
talking to the other Zephyrus, and then this Zephyrus is in your house.
Okay.
That gave me
Well, we
chills.
don't know
That
that.
gave me literally chills when you said
Can
that.
Okay, so Aria's just vibe
I'm
checking.
using my god.
Yeah.
Because I did say I wanted her to vibe check before you said that.
Yeah, we all.
And I vibe
We all
checked.
heard it. And we all heard it.
That's the purpose that you guys went there for, obviously.
Mhm.
Yes. I literally
We
am
knew that.
looking.
We
I
knew
said
that.
my perception.
Roll 2d6s for me.
My eyes are
Oh,
on.
shit.
Hold on, I'm doing a vibe check real quick with
I
my
have a
vibe
question
check dice.
also why
Which
Aria
one
does
do we
this.
think the
Does
real one is?
Zephyrus have literally fucking anything to signify anything that he likes or is interested in or has ever done in his
Well, he's
life?
got his
hanging up on the
sketchbooks
wall?
on, like,
We do
his
know
wall,
that he likes
doesn't
art.
Well, you guys don't
Is
know
his sketchbook
that.
out? Can I see it?
Well,
Or
Andromeda.
his sketchbooks
Didn't
on the
Andromeda
desk.
We
say
know
something?
one of them likes art.
Andromeda didn't say anything to you about it.
Yeah.
No,
But
she said
Yep.
to Darian, right?
yes,
right,
but
right,
there are 2 sketchbooks piled on his desk, and that's the only thing that has any or adds any characteristic to his room.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk over close to it, but I'm not gonna touch his shit.
Okay.
And
I'm
I'm
losing
gonna,
my
while Aria's figuring out, like, I'm trying to distract, and so I'm like, are you an artist?
He glances at the sketchbooks and then back at you, and he says, "Oh no, I just dabble a bit."
That's so cool. I have been looking for a way to express myself better lately, and journaling and this and that. But I've always thought art was one of the coolest ways to do that.
Oh well, and he like kind of nervously is like fiddling with his fingers. He looks at you, Arlo, and says, I mean, you seem as though you express yourself quite nicely.
Oh, thanks for saying that. That's real sweet of you.
What did you roll?
What are you doing, Aria?
I got, well, do you want me to add anything? Because I got an 11.
You can add it with your wisdom, because I always say kind of a
12.
perception. Okay.
I'm scared.
Because
what's your vibe check? You have to give me a
Okay,
rounded
the one thing that I'm
version.
saying
Good
is,
question.
I know Zephyrus from the Zephyrus in the cell. So I know him in a very vulnerable state. I vibe checked him in a very vulnerable state as someone that Andromeda recognizes, like, instinctively. And that she said, like, this is the Zephyrus.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm basing any vibe check that I'm getting off of him on that Zephyrus that she saw, like, in the bed, dying, in the freaking cell, dying. Like,
Okay.
she's basing it
All
off of
beaten
that.
up.
Specific,
Then
not
with
any
that-
other...
It seems like the same.
Because you didn't meet the
Zephyrus.
ball one.
No, I didn't meet the ball one, so I don't know
Yeah.
anything about that guy.
It seems like the same one you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one in the cell?
Okay.
Okay.
Was the other one the fake one? What the fuck?
Arya's gonna kind of lean and just be like, what kind of things do you draw?
You know, things from back home that I try to remember after all this stuff that's happened, you know.
That's fair. If I could draw out the memory of people that I used to love, it'd be nice to see them again, you know?
Yes, that's how I feel too.
Oh,
But
that's quite nice.
on the
It's a shame that no one draws your face. You have a great face.
and you see his cheeks go pink for a moment.
I feel like this is the real
Arlo
Zephyrus.
is
Before
going up.
he looks
I'm so
around for a
impressed right now.
second,
I've never
and
been
then
more impressed with him.
he swallows and
Question.
he looks at you.
Andromeda's very lucky, by the way.
He looks at you and he frowns and says, I don't know about that.
So if you end up with
no, you seem like
Andromeda,
a cat.
you probably will be seeing a lot of me.
Yes.
I hear a lot.
Right. Speaking
You
of
seem very sweet.
speaking of Andromeda,
Yeah.
she didn't come home, and is she all right? I just want to make sure that she's okay.
Yeah.
She's
She's been
fine.
out and about. We've been hanging
Yeah.
out, but you know me, I'm
Maybe
like,
you should talk to her. I think that would be good. She seems like it's a lot of emotions.
yeah.
I'm not quite sure what to say. I've never known a version of Andromeda who's had friends before.
Oh.
Well, maybe that's an important version to get to know.
Yeah,
Because-
maybe you'll like it.
At least to me, of course, I've only met one version of Andromeda, but she seems very authentic and very
Yeah.
genuine about who she is and what she wants to be. And
That's true.
if you are to be in her life in whatever way that is, maybe you should get to know that side of her
And the friends as well.
and the friends. We would gladly get to know you.
I want to be your friend.
He looks at you for a moment and he frowns at you, Arlo, and like is looking directly at you. He says, "Really?"
And then like Arlow gets that like twinge of like I did that. I definitely said that to like get something out of him, but now I like feel my heart strings of like I'm so sorry. I feel bad for doing this.
He's too good.
And he answers more honestly. Of course. Of course.
You seem like a really cool. You seem like a really nice guy, and I'm really excited to get to know more about you.
Also, everyone deserves friends, so.
True. Everyone does deserve friends. Especially when we've gone through as much as we have.
And you're new here, so even more reason to be kind and hang out.
You always have a place at the Aquafin dormitories.
That's
Me
true.
and Arlo are both Aquafins. Sorry. We get really excited.
We have a lot of school spirit.
Yes, we do. At least for Aquafin.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, how have you been adjusting to classes, by the way? Did you get your books and everything yet? And are you just gonna look around?
Yes, for the most part, I have everything I need.
She looks around. Is there actually books, like school books, that she can recognize?
They're on his desk. Beside his
Good to know.
sketchbooks.
Okay.
While
Not
Aria
for
does this,
Aria, but for
Arlo goes and like casually lounges and like sits on Zephyrus's bed.
Oh.
Just like
as you
would just
Yeah.
like get casual. and
As you
whatever.
do that, he moves slightly over back towards his desk, and he like kind of leans against it, so that like he's blocking the sketchbooks that are sitting on his desk.
Okay.
Not like super obviously, but just in the way
Sure.
that's like he's casually leaning against the desk.
What classes are you taking? Do you know? Do you have your schedule?
Yes, I'm doing art, and yeah.
What other classes? Maybe I was just wondering because maybe we know, like we're in those classes and we could, help you catch up or just be there for you so you're not alone.
Oh, it's okay. You don't need to burden yourselves with that. I actually am doing quite well at the moment.
But that's exciting. I'm glad that you're doing well. But it's not a burden.
I enjoy the struggle that comes with schoolwork, I suppose.
Oh, struggle. Is it struggling?
Well, I never really had it where I'm from, so it's new and exciting.
Right.
And hard.
Well, that's a good thing. Then, yeah, it can be hard, can't it?
Did either of you need anything? And he glances at you, Arlo, and like does the once over thing again before he looks back at all of you, or both of you again.
Oh,
Oh, yes, we needed to grab
the thing.
the thermometers.
Right.
Yes.
I can never remember how to what she calls it.
Her skirt. She needs
Right, because I need to I've been wanting to wear skirts more often around school, so she can let me borrow her skirt.
Yes, we were going to borrow a skirt.
Actually, the thing we're going to tonight, I wanted to dress up for. Do you mind if I run into your bathroom and change into the skirt?
He blinks a moment and he looks at you and he does the once over thing again, and then he's like literally like playing with his, like he's like squeezing his fingers anxiously, and he just is like, sure, I suppose.
Thanks. Runs in.
Aria kind of like just stands. Did Arlo get the skirt?
I grabbed it.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
I thought he just ran in, so she was just gonna walk awkwardly to get the skirt and give it to Arlo. Aria's just gonna stand by Zephyrus and be like,
I know we didn't meet on the greatest of terms, but I do hope that, we can find a good peace within our group with you and Andromeda. Seems like life is very different from what it was like in the Grove.
I feel like I am a thorn in her side.
Well, the way that she describes you does not entail you being anything but a little petal.
That was so sweet.
Yeah.
Cute, true.
He clears his throat a moment and kind of like rubs at his face for a second and just kind of says,
Hey.
It's all I've really been told, you know.
That you're a petal?
No, that I'm a thorn.
Oh. Well, Andromeda definitely doesn't see you like that, and I have to say that I don't think any of us really see you like that. We've had a lot of, you know, confusing things happen to us since we've all came through the portals. Some things that we don't remember and some things that we do, but nonetheless, it's distressing and different.
As you're saying this, he is like staring at the ground as though he's kind of lost in like a memory.
Are you okay?
And his eyes dart back up to you and he says, yes, I'm fine.
Can I... Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
No, you're good. I'm looking up something while you're talking. Go ahead.
Valid. He just kind of awkwardly clears his throat and glances at the bathroom door that's closed behind Arlow and just like shakes his head and says, is there anything else that you need besides the skirt?
Well, to be honest, I kind of wanted to meet you. Like I said, Andromeda says such lovely things about you, and I didn't really get a good view of you because you were in so much pain, and my friend was in pain, so I just wanted to check in, see if there's anything I can do for you. Anything that you need.
I'm fine.
You don't have to say that, you know. I can tell
I'm
you're not.
No, I'm fine.
That's a thing you and Andromeda do a lot. Did you notice that? You say you're fine when you're actually not. And a lot of people do it, but specifically you and Andromeda do it in a very similar way.
And also, the door opens, and I go, yeah, and you're both really bad at lying. And I have my skirt, I've double tucked in the shirt, and I'm just like leaning against.
Looks very nice.
Wait, was there anything in the bathroom to like suggest any was there any like details in there?
Arlo didn't look because he's an idiot. What do you
think?
He
literally just
like, Arlo was slutting it up in the bathroom, all right?
Yeah.
He's like hyping himself up.
All right.
He's got a mission and a hypothesis to prove.
He looks at you, Arlo, and then immediately like averts his eyes and is just kind of like looking everywhere but at you.
Okay.
Arlo looks good in the skirt, doesn't he?
And he just kind of like nods and says, well, if that's all.
Actually, I have one more question. Were you and Andromeda always chosen for each other?
I don't feel like this is my place to touch on.
That's fair.
I mean,
I was just asking because I'm kind of nosy. Andromeda just, again, speaks very kindly of you, but it seems like you get a little distressed when I bring her up.
I do not know how to make her happy.
I think talking to her would make her happy.
Arlo goes in front of where he's sitting and like, how he's looking at the ground and kind of like squats down so his eyes.
Knees out?
In his
that little baby skirt? God
and
damn!
He looks like right into his eyes and says, well, though it's been told to you, maybe it's not your responsibility and your sole responsibility to make her happy. Maybe you deserve to be happy too.
That's true.
And then I like push a hair behind my ear and like look like up at him with my big blue eyes.
And he looks at you and like swallows like nervously.
I can make out with Arlo right now. That's
and then he drops his eyes down.
Arlo has every single move in the book. Like,
God, I love Arlo.
In this interaction, it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Coming from every angle.
Zephyrus drops his eyes down to the ground, and he keeps his gaze away from you, Arlo, and he says, perhaps that is the case, but my reason for happiness is out of reach.
Why does it have to be out of reach?
Because it is.
But why?
Well, there's a loophole for everything.
There is.
Not in this
We
case.
found many loopholes.
He smiles, and he smells like kind of like that self-deprecating kind of smell, and like shakes his head and says, not in this case, unfortunately.
Well, I take his hand. Sorry, I'm so bored. I take his hand and I go, if there's anything we can do to make the pill a little bit easier to swallow, let us know.
Yes, please.
He just like blinks.
Do you want to?
He blinks like several times, very, very, very fast.
And then I let go of his hand. I'm not like holding on to his hand.
Valid. And he glances at his hand and then back up at you, because he's not used to physical touch or affection in any
And then I'm
way.
like, oh, whoops. And I stand up and I'm like, sorry for overstaying a bit and maybe making you a little bit uncomfortable, but it was nice to meet you.
Oh, before we go though, can we get your code?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get your code from your TCD.
And he like looks around, he like grabs it, and he just like holds it out to you, not really knowing what to do with it.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so you're going to open up your little icon app with your profile. There you go, very good. And then what's the number? Then get the number.
He just like holds it out to you.
Good.
And then he slowly like puts it back
Thank you.
down.
So just message me whenever you need.
And Aria's just gonna send a smiley face.
And then I also take his little phone and put my little number in it. And I'm like, me too.
Do the rainbow.
With all the rainbow
emoji. He like looks at you, like forces a little like shy smile, and then like takes the phone back.
Okay, cool. It was
I
nice
love
talking to you.
him. This is me getting on the Zephyrus train.
Oh,
I like him a lot more after this whole
me
interaction.
too.
If you ever wanted to talk about art more and the stuff you're doing, I would love to hear about it. I am not a very good reader, but I love to look at pictures.
he just nods.
But I also read too
Yeah.
a lot, and I'm getting.
He also
better at it.
has-
Let's go.
He also has these magic movie thingies, and they're like pictures but moving. It's really cool.
Yeah,
We can
it's
do
a lot
that
of
together.
fun. It was nice to meet you.
It was so great to meet you. Thank you for the sky.
And I like run out.
Oh my god, I think we did it. I think we did it.
Not pictured
We got the skirt.
is Zephyr standing in his room after the door closes, just going, by the grove. And he goes, and he just like sits
what did he
down.
say?
He says,
By the grove.
by the
That's what
grove.
Andromeda says.
And he
So
just
that's
like
definitely the real one.
sits down
That's
on the
cute. And I
bed.
turn to Aria and I'm like, he's gay.
At least. Oh boy, I feel so bad. We need to
The
talk to him
Zephyrus
more.
I touched flinched, and the Zephyrus you touched did not
Did
flinch
not
at all.
flinch.
So there's
Isn't
a
that
tell.
odd?
There's a
Isn't that
tell
odd?
now. We have a tell. Let's
I
go.
thought
But we
he
don't know
But we
any of
don't
it.
know that.
But unless we
We
bring
can't
up
act
we went
on
by
it.
Andromeda
Bias.
because we're wearing the skirt. So Andromeda could be like, "Why are you wearing my skirt?" We'll be like,
Yeah.
"We went to your dorm, and we saw
Thank
Zephyrus,
God. Thank
and
God.
he's gay." Like,
But also, you have to think about the time between us meeting up together again.
Is that
and
like
Zephyrus
suspicious
could've
enough
Would
for
you-
like,
well,
would
I
you guys
have
have
one more
told
thing
us?
that I need to
like
do.
the timeline of it all?
Yeah, I would have told you. I would have texted you immediately. Are you kidding? I would have texted everyone that he was gay immediately. Arlow was
Are you kidding? The entire
Only
group chat
that.
just
Yes,
gay.
of course he would have.
He's
He would have been like,
gay.
mission accomplished, la 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 la, and that sent it off.
Accomplished.
And I said, went over to
So as
I
we
guess-
just
Aria,
If we get that
and
text, the
messaged
important
good
question
into
is,
me, and giving me googly eyes, and
We got a skirt.
how
I
about
will
this? This
say-
is correct.
I would say that if you send the text, that
that possible?
conversation took much longer than your conversation with the other Zephyrus. So that would be probably about by the time you're reaching your door to your room, Julien.
yeah.
But would it
What-
still be
I
enough to
guess
be like suspicious?
The big question is, what direction did the other Zephyrus go to?
He went
In
to
the direction
the
of the...
supply stand that's right behind the Ignis Ember dormitory and the Kaylee Wing dormitory.
So that he could turn
So
back
we would
his
not
head.
have time to be
Person.
back in the dorm where Andromeda's skirt is and where Zephyrus apparently is as well.
Yeah, and the supply stash seems like a good place to transform if you're a changeling.
I guess big question for you, Buff, to answer, is the timing of that and the direction that Zephyrus said that he was going to go.
Mm-hmm.
enough
whatever you say
of a
goes.
crazy
Is it
jump for us
suspicious
to be
enough?
like be suspicious of it, or is it perfectly ordinary for us to
We
be
juke
like,
it.
oh, after they went to the supply, they went back to their dorm?
If you're getting this text, I think it's been about like 20 minutes since you saw
Okay.
That's reasonable.
the
for them to
Zephyrus
go
you
back.
saw.
That's feasible.
But
I knew it would.
if it's a conversation of like, if you guys were to have a conversation where you distinctly say, you know, like, oh, it was like immediately when we got to your dorm, we stopped at your dorm first, Andromeda.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, because yeah.
that shows of like, okay, well, if that's where you stopped first and you guys were on your way to Julian's dorm and you ran into this Zephyrus, I think that would be slightly suspicious, because it's like, if that's where you went first, because
At least suspicious enough to ask more questions.
the
and,
Terraclaw
get
dormitories
more.
are on the complete opposite side of the campus.
Oh, that's true.
From where you guys
Because we
saw
started from
Zephyrus.
Ignis
And he
Ember.
was. Mm-hmm.
So that's like. and
That's
the
a
supply
big
chain
enough
is
distance that I
close by?
think it would take him at least
I
10 minutes to
also,
walk
I feel
there.
like because we are aware of fake Zephyrus, that if there was any, even if it was like a 20-minute gap, we would still be like, fake Zephyrus?
Yeah, maybe we'll. I mean, we are like really
we didn't
paranoid
know
right
that,
now. So
Yeah.
plus, there's like a whole secret plot tonight, so we're like on edge, anyways. So I
Mhm.
think we'd ask these questions, maybe.
Yeah.
I think so.
Should we roll to find if we find it
Yeah,
sus or
we
not?
can.
Well, I will
Unless-
jump to put a pause
Do it.
on Aria and Arlow before you go to your next place, Aria.
Mhm.
I want to jump to Julien, Theron, and Andromeda walking up to Julian's dormitory.
We get the text that my
Westley.
fiance is.
Yeah, when
As-
do you get that text as you're
As
there?
you walk up, probably about right before you're about to enter, you would probably get that text.
Is it a group text or just to Andromeda?
It's to everybody. I sent that text to everybody. Copy paste it.
I don't
baby.
think there are group chats, so it's Arlo
chats,
sent
same.
it individually.
I
so
individually
Copy
copied
paste,
it.
copy
That's what I did.
What message?
Including
did you
Arthros.
type
Arthros
out of
also got this message.
curiosity. Arthros.
Of course, Arthros did.
That's cute. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, what did you type exactly? Like what
I
did
typed
you say?
newsflash. Zephyrus. I say exactly this.
Oh, God.
Newsflash. Zephyr Hills is gay. Just went by his dorm and flirted with him, and he was super into me. Aria can confirm your Andromeda's fiance is a homosexual. Send.
Oh my god. He's gonna read this and absolutely lose it laughing.
Oh my
like
god.
doubled over.
Poor Andromeda!
But to Andromeda, particularly, I will text her separately.
Different message.
And I say,
Oh.
hey, bud.
Oh no.
Hey!
I love you. Also, remember that thing we talked about with Zephyrus? Yeah, I did it. And I didn't do anything, but he seemed
Liked
interested.
it.
So something to think about. He might be going through some stuff right now. Send.
Julian
They
reads
think
out the
it might
message
be
that Arlo sent him, which is the one that he sent everyone else except for Andromeda. He reads it
Oh
out
my
loud. It's
God.
like, did
'Cause
everyone else also get this message?
Sarah nods, still absolutely like leaning against her wall, laughing.
I made what's your couple name with Arthros?
Mine?
Yeah. Who else?
Sorry, I don't know.
I think it was
My brain stopped for a second.
I made both halves of your couple names.
wasn't it
laugh.
like
I don't know if we have a like official one, but it's
You
like
should. You guys are like
no,
Well,
I
you guys
know
coffee
did.
sometimes.
ships.
yeah, books and
There's a lot
coffee
of
was
good
one.
ones.
Books and
Oh,
coffee
okay,
was one that they
When I
talked
see
about.
around. I don't know if there's like a like name one.
I thought there was one.
It was something with
Books and
raffles,
coffee.
I thought.
Theros.
Cute.
I don't remember.
Oh,
Well-
it was with raffles or something, but I don't remember what it was.
Oh, that's right.
Raffles.
Arthros.
Rar.
Raffles.
Rar.
XD.
Darthros.
Rar XD.
I don't remember.
Chat is saying books and coffee.
Yeah, books and coffee is the
That's
one
cute.
I recognize.
I like Red Dagger.
Oh yeah,
That's
Red
cool.
Dagger is cute too.
Red Dagger. I like that.
Cool.
I have a dagger.
You do, and Arthur's is red.
You're so right.
Horny cow. Anyway, continue.
I just want to say Andromeda is horrified. She's like,
Theron will stop laughing as he notices your expression.
He's
Sorry.
just like, ha!
Wiping tears from his eyes.
That's amazing.
It's okay, Theron. You can laugh.
No, I'm not laughing at you, to clarify. I'm laughing at the idea of Arlow
Seducing my fiance.
Yeah,
Oh,
but yeah.
Yike.
But you and Darian are,
What?
We're what?
You know.
together this morning and seem to have some tension.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I was reading that.
I
Right.
missed a lot. Wow.
You did. Yeah, I spent the night.
Spent the night? Or spent the night? Well, then congratulations again.
Thank you.
But also, you have a fiance
Good
that
job.
just got seduced by Arlow.
Well, good for him.
But
I need
how
to
does
talk
that
to
make
him.
you feel?
Yeah, you should talk.
I think you guys need a real heart-to-heart.
Yeah. Well,
There's some stuff going on there.
it's a spectrum.
Seduced.
Seduced is an accurate word, all right.
Quoting
man
Darian.
admitted. He said, "By the grove."
That is
And
how
you
it
opened your
came off
thighs
to the message
in
to
a
everyone else.
You
That's
did.
also what you heavily
That's
implied.
actually fair.
Because if somebody sat in front of me in a skirt like that, like hunched, looking up with their big blue baby boy eyes, and then touched my hand,
He knew what he was
Yeah,
doing.
and people
knew.
You're slowly seducing me.
on him.
You are seducing me.
Got that riz.
I
gay
did.
shirt is making obsessed
Hey,
with
hey,
Riz.
that was the plan. That was literally the plan, though, Arlo. You succeeded.
And
You
I
fucking
also told
slaughtered
Andromeda in the text that we didn't, that nothing was done. We didn't do anything.
Oh
That's
no,
true.
she's not mad about that. She's just like, oh my god, I was blindsided.
Oh, true. Okay, cool.
She's gonna text
You,
Arlo
I don't
back.
I don't want Andromeda to be sad.
did you
Oh
know,
no. Huh?
Andromeda? Did you have any idea about his preferences?
No. I mean, ugh.
If you really think about it,
Draw my brother a lot, but I thought either he was like evil.
What?
Yeah, he's into drawing, and he drew me. It was very flattering, actually. He got my features very well. And then on the next page, it was my brother, and then like the next page, it was my brother. So like, there was some kind of ooh. he
that's
knows my
a pretty
brother.
strong indicator.
I don't know. Maybe he's evil.
I mean, very well could still be evil.
Could be evil too.
It's not mutually
Still-
exclusive.
There was still that person at the ball.
Yeah, the fake Zephyrus.
How
Don't-
confident are you that your roommate, the one that is in the dorm, is the real Zephyrus? Because that's a good point. There was the fake one at the ball.
Solid 80%.
Ooh, don't love those odds, but they're not that bad, I guess.
Well, but he hasn't tried to hurt me yet. So. And we've been sharing a room together. But.
True. Has anything like weird happened since he's been here?
Been having weird dreams.
I thought you didn't have dreams.
Well, I didn't sleep next to my book.
That's
last
right, because yeah, I forgot about that.
night.
Nice.
Nice.
I think it would have been a little bit weird if I brought my book to a sleepover.
Are you?
So,
Quick question. Are you guys having this conversation outside of
That's what it
Julien's
was that.
dormitory door?
No, like probably in like the
That's-
entrance way.
Yeah.
Maybe, like
Okay.
the hallway up. Like as
Just
you're walking in.
curious. Okay.
Also, I'd just like to
we got
say,
the text
Julian
after
whispered,
that,
"What's
probably.
weird with that?" To the whole,
Why are
"I
you
don't want to
curious?
bring a book to my to a sleepover."
Oh no!
What's weird with that?
What's weird about that?
What's weird with that?
Well, it would be premeditated if you had brought it. So
That's true.
that would make it a little extra. Not that it, it could have been premeditated. That's your business.
I don't know.
Can I talk to the kid now?
Yeah,
we should
talk
do
to the
that,
kid.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we should talk to the kid.
But definitely have a heart-to-heart with Zephyrus and keep an eye out for...
Andromeda's gonna text Arlow back really quickly and just say, by the grove.
By the grove.
By the grove.
Gaspy emoji. All
Oh my
right.
god, I could not turn my mic off for the life of me. I'll definitely show Aria that text.
Theron's... Well, I was
The
trying
by
to
the
think if
grove?
he'd respond, but...
Yeah, just the fact that we heard them say by the grove, and then as we left,
Aria recognizes that as something that Andromeda does say a lot.
Yeah,
that's cute.
I think
love
we all know her as saying that fairly often. By the grove.
By the grove.
By the grove.
So
I did create
Julien,
one just now.
you,
Later.
I assume, go back to your dormitory and go
I'd like to see
inside?
the baby.
I'd like
I'd
to
like
see
to
the
see the
baby.
baby.
My little...
He's
He's like bouncing off the walls with like... There's
All the
no
tea.
tea left in the entire...
There's no caffeinization in it.
You gotta make sure
As
that
you
the
open-
baby,
does
the
not
baby
like
would
coffee.
be energized.
fair.
Question for you, Julien. Do you have a sleepy time tea, like chamomile?
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
With a little bear on it.
As you walk
yeah.
in,
Keep snoozing.
as you open the door, you see Westley curled up in a little ball on your bed beneath your duvet. And he has it tucked right underneath his chin, and his hair is all ruffled and laying on the pillow. And Silky is sitting on her bed just like staring at him. And she looks at you as you
What a
come
good
in,
babysitter.
and she's like, I gave him some of your sleepy time tea.
Oh. Did you tell him that it was sleepy time tea?
No.
Fair enough.
Leave him alone with the kid and she drugs him.
She's like, she takes a deep breath and she says, he was asking so many questions.
At least we can infer that he's
Yeah.
not the same changeling as fake Zephyrus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been here the whole time, so yeah.
She looks
All-
at
All
you.
doubt
genuinely
went away when it
Westley.
wasn't a trap when we went to the...
Yeah, yeah. I don't really have any doubt left about him.
Valid. And she falls back on her bed and she just says, thank God you're here. I am done babysitting.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Glad he's safe.
Glad he got out.
Yeah.
Hello, Silky.
She looks at you and
Hey,
she
Silky.
just waves a little paw pad, like, from her position, just like sprawled out on her bed.
Should we
Yeah.
wake him up?
How long has he been asleep?
She shrugs a shoulder and she says, about 20 minutes.
What do we tell him?
Honestly, we could just let him sleep. We don't have to wake him up. I'd rather give him good news than like, hey, it's all destroyed. Like, what if we find Silas tonight? Although, Silky seems done with babysitting for sure, so.
He was in the chaos of it all. I think he deserves rest.
And Silky looks over at all of you and she says, as long as he stays asleep, I will think about babysitting him longer.
We will make it up to you.
He likes the kid.
Secretly, she likes the
He
kid.
thinks he's a little cute.
Yo.
Hi, sleeping.
Especially when he's sleeping and
Little
quiet.
sleeping July.
When,
Honestly, that's
when
like
he's
the best
sleeping
friend
and
duo.
not asking him her questions.
A
like-
snake and a mouse would get along
A
well.
little snake
A little
and
snake.
a big mouse.
Big
Besties.
mouse. Besties.
Yeah. You know, average mouse.
That sounds like
Very
a good
average.
kid's book.
Never
Very
says mouse
little
in
snake.
it.
Actually,
Little
sized.
snake and big mouse.
Yeah, that's cute.
It's
That's
very
super.
cute.
Oh, I like
That's
them actually. That's
precious.
cute. That's a good dynamic.
That's gonna be their bestie vibes only.
Oh,
Yep.
And it's just gonna be Julien and Silas leading them. And it's just gonna be Silky on Wesley's shoulder. He's gonna be like, so what about this? So what's this made? So I about that one.
What's
What
that?
about this one?
What's
So
this?
he's like
Thing?
the like.
Why are
flying
you a
aunt
mouse?
That's like, I don't know.
To baby.
Yeah. She's the lesbian aunt who wants nothing to do with the kids if they're not chill.
Truly.
Fair.
What do you all do from there?
Have we heard anything from Arthros?
Not yet.
Do you want to check?
Can we go over to where? Julien, send her a message. I'm not with you right now, but you should send her a message.
I know, because how long? I mean, I don't think it's been that long since like we've heard from her, but like
I have a sudden tingling feeling that I should send her a message.
This is your conscience.
My
Send her a
spidey
message.
senses are.
I will say
it's the brother connection.
We're the Skywalkers.
I will say it's probably only been about 20 minutes since you last asked, or maybe even 15.
This is a long meeting.
Yeah, that's a big meeting. Okay, can you ask what they're talking about? Because what if she dies and we have to know what they're talking about?
She can't act like she's talking to somebody. She has to be like focused.
Present in
Okay, just say,
you okay? You good?
She can say, they're talking bad stuff. Ask questions. I don't know.
I'll just real quick.
Thank you.
You still good?
Good.
You hear just, in response.
In Arthros' voice?
Yeah.
Good. Just checking.
I mean, I'm connected to the Arthros that I connected to before we went off to the pig place.
Yeah, we don't know what magic does though here. Some people wonky donkey, just in case.
True.
Wonky
donkey.
And I will say it's I mean, I think
in that case,
if I gave you a time for how long the meeting has been, I would say it's been about like 35 minutes maybe.
Oh, that's far shorter than I thought. I would
since we got here,
like over an hour.
Since she went in, not since like you got the text.
Is it
from
only
her.
like a 10-minute train
She was
ride?
just messaging us that she's
How
going
long is the train ride? Like 10 minutes?
It's a short train
Well,
ride.
she
Yeah,
didn't-
it's not very long.
That's good because it was like 5 minutes we were waiting, and then like 5 minutes more. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's probably just letting us know that like she had a meeting later.
Yeah, she was
She's
letting
like,
you know when she got the text and
I bye.
yeah.
I'm worried.
She's like,
I
So-
don't
be cautious. I don't care.
From there-
Can I hang outside the office, please?
From there, I'm gonna jump back to Arlow and Aria.
Okay, but for the three
If
of us,
they-
can we head like towards the hospital? Like, can we say that we're heading towards there, and then like swinging to like pick them up to go to Arthros, like the meeting area.
So you're heading towards the infirmary.
Yeah, we'll go to the infirmary.
Valid.
Before we
you
leave,
message?
Julien,
Yeah. Finish.
Go ahead.
Julien's
Like,
gonna
pick them up
say
from
to
there,
Zophiel, if he wakes up whilst we're gone again, we've still got a lot of things to uncover. But if he wakes up, just tell him that we came back and we're okay.
She looks at you, nods, and says, "I'll tell him, and then I'll give him more sleepy time tea."
Right.
Tell him that Andromeda says hello to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Silk.
I need to know her actual
Fucking love her.
that.
True. Me too.
Aria
Yes.
and Arlow.
Yes.
Hi.
Back to you, my love, and what you would like to do.
Okay. Aria is just gonna take Arlo's hand while they're walking through the Terraclaw dormitories and be like,
My hips are swinging.
You had to trust me. Now I had to trust you. Now you have to trust me. Okay?
You got it. I'll do anything for you at all, no matter what.
Aria walks up to Indra and Mud's dorm and knocks on the door.
Okay. You hear like a slight shuffling and then a bit of clanging on the other side.
What the fuck are you doing?
Before you
Literally,
hear
what is happening?
large, like, heavy footsteps, and then you hear the door handle jiggle, and it swings open, and Mud is standing there. And he's wearing his uniform, he's wearing his long pants, and just a white button-down without the tie. And he's standing there, and he's staring at you. And his hair is tied up in a tight man bun.
Cute.
as he looks
great.
at you all.
Hi, Mud. Love the hair.
He looks at you, Arlo, and says, nice skirt.
Thanks. I had to do some heavy lifting. in it
And then he
earlier,
looks
but-
back at you, Aria, to like answer you, but then he like looks back at Arlo. He's like,
Okay, eyes up here.
You have to know, Mud. If you're recognizing it's Andromeda, it's because we borrowed it. Arlo was trying out new fashion sense, and the school did not provide him with any skirts, so we are providing it for him.
Yeah, I'm her GBF.
Yes.
That is a complete lie because he wore a skirt too.
He has aquafin skirts.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
Aria wouldn't do
totally
that.
walks around.
He doesn't have
campus in a
terraclaw
skirt
skirts
before.
He
though.
wore one to the barbaric
GBF.
fiend.
I thought that he took one of
Yeah.
our skirts.
Oh no, he had his own, didn't he?
He has his
Okay,
own.
then
no,
Aria
the
doesn't say that.
school-
She recognized
The
that he
school
did
provides
have
you
Yeah,
with
yeah.
both gender.
one. If Aria knew that, then she wouldn't have
But
said
Arlo
don't
still say, yeah, I heard
discriminate.
GBF, because that was so
Yeah.
fucking funny.
Yes, but
I
I didn't
don't
say
say that.
Yeah.
Well, you
It
can
is
say
Andromeda
you can say
style.
that he wanted to wear the green one because
He just wanted to wear the green one.
I like
It
green.
flatters him.
It
flatters
does.
him.
It's
Yeah.
it looks nice.
We're
He
GPS.
like
so-
gives you like a once over and is like, I would be truly concerned if I didn't know you were very into men.
Oh, I take that as a compliment because you see me as a threat, though I am very frail.
He then nods to you, frowns, and then looks at you, Aria, and says, what can I do for you then?
Hi, I have a gift for you.
A gift.
And she opens up her little backpack, and she gives him the can of vegetables.
I promised you to get you vegetables when we got back. I'm sorry it's been a day, but I wanted to make up my promise.
He looks at you for a minute, just like staring. And then
Okay?
and then his brows like kind of furrow and he slowly takes it and he like
No,
holds it like to his chest for a moment. And he blinks and says, thank you.
Of course. It's my pleasure. I promised you vegetables. The least I can do is get you vegetables. Right?
He nods.
I will always treasure that
And she kind of puts her hand on his shoulder and she's like,
conversation we had. I think
In
it was
which I
important.
wanted to kill Zephyrus.
You did tell me that. But you didn't. Remember?
No,
Didn't kill him.
I've still been thinking about it, but I'm going to avoid.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be completely and brutally honest with you, okay?
Well, as am I. That's why I
Okay.
told you that I've still been thinking about it.
I know, and I appreciate your honesty. But I think there is more going on than you or I could ever understand. And I honestly think,
What does that mean?
I think Zephyrus is not a threat, is what I'm telling you.
Well, no, I never saw him as a threat. I could break that man like a twig.
I don't mean a physical threat, I meant an emotional threat.
He frowns and says, well, I think I could break him like a twig there too, but...
I actually agree with you.
He smiles at you and he's like,
Arlow.
What? Sorry. I was trying
No,
to...
you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. But okay. But nonetheless, I really don't think that you need to resort to breaking him like a twig, because I think if he actually understood what was going on, he would already feel broken.
And the best form of sabotage is self-sabotage. So just let him do that.
I mean, you're right.
this feels really two-faced. Are we planning an attack on Zephyrus?
No! Arlo?
No!
Oh my god. Oh,
He like
God's above.
nods with you and says, right.
God's above. Hey, yo, both of you boys. Stop.
Sorry.
Stop. Okay?
Well, thank you
I'm
for the
fine, Liz.
vegetables.
You're welcome. And I actually have a question.
Right.
Is Indra here? I haven't seen her since we had coffee the other night, and
He
I'm
like
head
looks
from her.
around and looks in his room and shakes his head and he's like, no, we haven't seen her.
Is she ever weird? Like, in a way that's not enjoyable to you normally?
Sometimes I'll say something to her and then she'll just not respond.
Oh, well that's
And
kind of
she
rude.
seems like she's talks to herself a lot. But aside from that,
Oh,
Did she
in
say
what
anything
way?
concerning?
yeah,
What?
concerning?
Did she
Any
ever like
concerning
mumble
shit?
like I have to kill everybody to herself? Like what did she say?
Oh,
Like
no. More so like she just laughs sometimes and other times
that's so odd.
she nods her head out of nowhere and things like that. But I haven't.
Like-
I've chosen not to question it because I'm a weird
Like
man
somebody
myself.
talking to her
I
through an earpiece or something?
No, that'd be ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, haven't seen her. She didn't come home last night, so can't tell you.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
concerning.
Oh, I just figured she'd found
Bruh.
someone. She's very pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
People-
she is.
There's that.
Mud, can I ask you something?
Yeah, alright.
Okay. Do you consider me a friend?
We've only had really one conversation, and in that conversation we spoke about murder, but yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. I wanted to tell you also that 𝙍𝙬𝙘𝙀's awake,
Oh,
but you should know that he's not 𝙬𝙬 anymore.
oh.
He remembers everything from Ostrudel, it seems. Zophiel is down with him now. I'm going to go check on him in a little bit, but he goes by Kuro. It's his full name.
And you see Mud's face kind of like drop a little bit, like it falls, and he like bites his lip a moment, like kind of nods, and takes a deep breath and says, well, it seems like everything's falling apart. Right. Thank you for the vegetables. I think I'm going to get some rest. Saturday.
Okay, but if I can, and she's just gonna like grab the door
Mm-hmm.
so we can't close it.
If I may, I think it would be really nice for him to know that he has someone who doesn't see him as falling apart.
He nods
I
and
think-
clears his
And I think
throat.
that you could be a good friend to him. You were such a great friend to 𝙬𝙬.
I will pay him a visit later.
It also, if we are friends, it also makes me feel comforted to know that I'm not alone in fully being worried about his, well-being. But we're getting a very nice friend group along for Kuro.
I suppose in a way I'm jealous. Would be nice not to remember anything I've experienced at this school.
Well, Arlow's gonna be a little bit.
Can I?
Arlow was already kind of out of it for when Aria brought up 𝙬𝙬, and then when Mud says that, Arlow kind of like steps away and starts to kind of like leave.
That's better.
But like hovering and waiting.
Yeah, valid.
Okay. Well, maybe we can talk later, because I think that you need to actually talk about some things with someone that you trust.
Right. For now, though,
Fine.
going to eat these. He smiles, and then
Okay.
he slams the door.
Ah, Jesus. You almost broke my nails, asshole. Come on.
Don't be a dick. I never did anything wrong. I brought you vegetables. She's talking at the door at this point.
Do you normally bring people vegetables?
Angry at him.
No!
Oh,
No!
sorry,
It was a
Haley.
special occurrence for him. And then she's gonna bang on the door once and be like,
I love you.
"You're lucky I like you, Mud."
I love
I think
you.
you should. I think you should him real good.
I love you, D. I love you.
I'm angry at him.
I'm sorry.
I'm mad at him.
I'm sorry.
Oh, why are you mad at him?
Yeah, what did he do to you?
broke his heart.
He was a stinker first. Well, second.
That's fair.
Exactly.
He gave
Why
me
are
an
you mad at
ultimatum
him?
and treated me like an object.
I like this drama.
Me too.
I like this drama.
It is
Alright.
good drama.
Aria's gonna text Mud
Poor Mud,
while
I
she's
feel so bad
outside
for
the
him.
door
Oh.
and just be like, "Please let me know if you need anything. Send." Also, if Indra is acting weird, send. Smiley face. Send.
Okay.
And then she's gonna bang on the door once more for good luck. Like, "Talk to you soon, Mud!" And then leave.
Because Julien and Andromeda and Theron are all moving towards the infirmary to meet Aria there and Arlow there.
And Arlow.
Are you guys going inside the infirmary with them?
Yeah.
Like if you guys meet up there.
I mean,
you-
I guess it depends on timing.
Yeah,
but, like,
but it
I
depends.
was just gonna
Might as
pick them
well.
up on their way, but if we're meeting up,
It's-
then we can go in.
I imagine that you would probably get there around the same time, based on the
Oh, okay.
conversation with like
Then
Silky
we can
versus.
go in with them.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
then
didn't
you
really
all
spend much
gather,
time.
running into each other outside of the infirmary, and
Howdy.
as you go in, Aria, Zophiel is kind of standing closer towards the door that you're coming in from, kind of just like overseeing. It looks like Fennel is asleep in his cot, and Ku seems to be kind of just like dozing a little bit, but shifting slightly, as though he's awake, but he's just quite tired, drowsy. And Zophiel just kind of stands away, just overseeing, not really wanting to be too involved. And he's standing there, very like ramrod straight, and in his hands is a folded piece of paper, and he is just fiddling with it.
Oh no. That's never a good sign. Does the paper look familiar?
No, it's just a piece of lined paper.
Thank the fucking gods. Okay. Aria's just gonna like walk up and be like,
He kind of like turns and like looks at you as you approach and says,
Hi, Zoph.
Aria, hello.
Zoph, hello. Everything okay? Got something for me?
Yes, it is a letter.
From?
Myself.
Oh. And you wanted to put it in writing form?
Yes, you see, and he kind of like looks down for a moment, a little shyly.
Aria also looks down.
Okay, and he's fiddling. Okay, he's fiddling slightly with piece of paper in his hands, like kind of folding the corner of it. And otherwise, aside from where he's fiddling, it is like perfectly folded in like a perfect rectangle. Like he creased it perfectly.
It's a very nice note.
And sorry, I'm trying to find something in my notes real quick.
Okay.
Right. He kind of like holds it for a moment and looks at you and says, I wrote down the way I've been feeling lately, as I fear if I speak out loud about how I am feeling, my words would not be right. And he like meets your eye then and says, it is easier this way for me.
Right.
And he like extends the paper to you.
Aria takes it.
And then he nods and says, I am going to leave now so that you do not read it in my presence, and you can commune back with me later. And his feathers like shuffle at his sides, and then he looks at the group of you all behind Aria and just like nods his head and says, hello, fish, Julien, dragonborn man,
bird,
tree. And he looks at you, Arlow.
Julian's the only one that gets an actual name out of the group.
He narrows his eyes at you, Arlow, and says,
Glasses.
Glasses.
I am not actually a bird, but I appreciate the nickname. And then he just saunters out of the room and leaves the infirmary.
Bye.
Open it. Open it. Open it. Read it.
Took Andromeda's hands and we're like,
Aria puts the letter in her pocket for now. Aria's gonna kind of like move and like, is there a seat next to Kuro's bed?
I'm gonna kiss.
Yeah, there's little seats that you can move throughout the place, like kind of like you can move them.
Is Kuro conscious, or are they asleep?
He's like drowsy, like he's awake, but like he's still kind of he's coming to consciousness essentially.
Aria's just gonna like take the seat next to him.
Okay.
Hello, Kuro. I don't know if you remember me.
He blinks and looks at you and nods his head and says, the strange weird bird that has been talking to me, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Zophiel?
And he looks around and he says, where did he go?
Oh, he just left. But it's alright, he should be back soon. His and she points over to Fennel. She's like, his roommate is also in here with you. He's very kind. Do you ever feel alone?
He looks over at Fennel and nods and says, he's got lots of feathers.
He does.
How do they not leave trails all over the place?
I think he takes care of them. Then they're not prone to falling out as easily.
Arya's just like...
He looks at you and blinks and says, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Yeah, I just came to check in on you. See how you're adjusting.
He takes a deep breath and says, well, this is very different from 𝙍𝙗𝙬𝙗𝙬𝙗, so slowly.
That's fair. Do you remember my name? It's okay if not. I just wanted to check.
He frowns slightly and says, starts with an A.
Yes. Good job. Yeah, it's Aria.
All right.
Julien is in the back, desperately not hoping to be recognized by Kuro as the person that woke him up.
Kuro meets your eye a moment, Julien.
Fuck!
But then he like kind of looks you up and down and then moves back to looking at Aria.
Oh my god.
Andromeda's gonna wave.
Arlow is distracting himself around the infirmary.
Well, I should probably let you get some sleep. I'm sorry again if I'm overwhelming your recovery process. I know it's probably a lot to take in.
You feel very familiar, and so I think that it is not overwhelming right now.
That's really good. I'm really glad to hear that. Has Tohilde told you anything about exactly how long you're going to be recovering in here for? How you've been?
She's filled me in on situation of the world, essentially, but
Oh, okay.
she could not give me a correct time for my recovery.
That's fair. Okay, that's good. At least you're, recovering and hopefully to be in full health very soon.
He just nods very slowly and kind of closes his eyes a moment.
I should let you get some sleep.
Arya's gonna stand up and kind of like smooth out her pants and just kind of like move the blanket a little bit more up so he's like tucked in a little bit.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you sleep. Maybe I can get Tohilde to find that book. It was one of your favorites when we were roommates. It helped you sleep. Anyway.
He just nods at you.
Good night, Kuro.
The Birdman was writing on a piece of paper for a while.
Yeah, I guess he was.
I asked him about it.
What did he say?
That it was for a friend. I assume that friend is you, going by the paper now in your hands.
Yes. I believe I am that friend.
He seemed very distressed writing that.
Oh. Distressed?
Thoughtful, perhaps, is a better word.
Okay.
He was thinking a lot. It was tiring.
He does that a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. You get used to it.
Okay. And then he, like, closes his eyes once more and he kind of, like, snuggles, like, into the mattress more. And then takes a deep breath and sort of just, like, lays there and his whole body kind of, like, just, like, sinks.
Aria, like, goes to, like, push a tuft of fur out of his face and then, like, hold herself back.
Good night, Kuro. I hope you sleep well.
You just hear, like, a little,
Aria's gonna look over at Fennel. Is Fennel asleep?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Aria's just gonna turn. Arthros? Anything?
Has she said anything?
How long has it been since I last checked them?
Maybe like 10, maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. And maybe 5 minutes.
I
You guys are
am gonna
like...
wait because I don't want them to be angry at me
We're blowing up
subconsciously,
this girl's
so that
microphone.
when
It's
they
fine.
go
We
into
can just
murder
go
mode.
to the
Let's
office.
loiter!
Let's just
Aria's
loiter
gonna.
in the
Can I do one
area.
thing really
Later.
quickly?
Yeah.
Aria's
Read the
gonna
note?
put the freaking note away.
Ugh. Read
Right
it.
now,
You got
right
time?
now, we
Read
have
it.
time.
No, they hate
Let
us.
me get away.
They hate us.
Hold on,
Okay.
me? I hate
Yeah,
you.
you they.
I don't. I don't
What?
hate you.
Aria
sorry.
hates us.
Nuh-uh.
They don't want us to know the truth.
Anyway,
It's just an emotional.
I got
mean,
time,
know.
y'all. Let me do something real quick. Okay.
Sorry.
Aria's,
Okay.
No, you're good. Aria's gonna like point to the group, be like, "Be right back," and she's going to walk and try and find Tohilde's desk.
I was gonna say, is
Okay.
Tohilde like forgiving you guys?
No,
Are we allowed to be
She
here?
she is at the back of like the office, and she is sitting at her
Great.
desk, and she's got a few like these little spectacles on the end of her nose, and they have
Cute.
like the little like gem things that like hook on the end, you know, like the hanging from the
Mhm.
side. And
oh,
yeah, and she
I love
is standing more so at her desk because she has a horse end.
love that lady.
And
They have,
she
like,
is
schools too.
So cute.
and she's like
Restaurant.
flipping through some files in her hands, and when she hears you approaching, she looks up, and like her spectacles are like on her nose, so she's like looking up through like the top of them at you.
Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to apologize again.
Aria, I
yes.
do not wish to speak of the events that happened, because if we
Okay.
speak of them, then they happened.
You are so correct. Anyway, I just wanted to apologize for not that. For no reason, actually. You just are a really great cleric. And
You were never here yesterday, and you should move along.
No, I wasn't.
And any other future visits from you will be spent cordially and
Mhm.
respectfully
Mm-hmm.
at the bedside of whoever you are visiting,
Correct.
with no magic involved.
Absolutely not.
Wonderful.
Not even a little bit. I didn't even bring my loot.
Wonderful.
Well, I didn't bring my loot.
Okay. And I walk up to Aria.
I didn't bring my loot.
Yeah. Okay. What do you want to go get? Do you want to go get it?
You want me to go get my?
Do you need your loot?
We're gonna
Oh.
go.
Let's go
No,
get
not here. I don't need my loot here. No loot. No.
it. We wouldn't. We won't. We don't.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. We should go though.
No.
Mm-mm.
Because
We
we
should go.
We should go.
Have a great day. Thank you so much for doing such a great job, Tohilde. You are really good.
Well, does
Okay,
she know
I'm
anything
grabbing
about
Aria
like,
and I'm dragging
Kuro?
that bitch out.
Valid.
Let's go.
You're great.
Jesus Christ.
How far
Always making a
away
scene.
is Tildy's desk from Kuro?
It's a good distance. It's like she's towards the back of the front of the room, and it's kind of a diagonal distance. It's a pretty large infirmary.
Whilst the three of them were over by Tildy, I don't know if Theron also followed Aria.
He's
No, I
just
stayed
chilling.
Julien
behind.
is going to. Okay, he's fine with this, with Theron being there. Julien is going to go up to Kuro. He's going to say, I'm sorry to keep you from getting to sleep. Do you mind if I ask you a question real quick?
His eyes kind of flutter open, and he looks at you, and he says, Magic man. Sure.
Okay, so you remember me. Nice, nice.
Hard to forget.
Yeah. 2 questions. Do you have any loved ones or family that you're aware of?
He frowns a moment, and he says, Yes. But I suspect they are back on Ostradel, or so I hope.
Yes, likely. Second question, it's a hypothetical one. If you had a life before the one that you are aware of, and you were given the opportunity to remember that life before at the cost of potentially forgetting this one or this life being affected by your personality and memories of the past one, would you still choose to remember?
It depends on how good this life is. If it meant not losing anything in the long run, I suppose I would like to know purely out of curiosity. But I imagine with that comes the knowledge of bad things as well.
Thank you. That was it. Sorry.
He shakes his head and frowns and says, it's no problem. I'm sorry that you are distressed.
Jones turns out of, like, the area that Guru's in.
I mean, Theron
Does not
saw
make eye
this,
contact
right?
with Theron.
Theron saw all this,
Yeah,
though, right?
he's probably watching, like...
Theron's absolutely gonna go up to Julien real quick.
Okay. As you should.
Like,
Hey, bud.
Julien, you seem to possibly regret waking up Kuro. I think you did the right thing. He hasn't lost anything permanently by remembering his own old life. We're still here, we can still make new friendships, and he's recovering. He's awake, and that counts for a lot.
I think I am past feeling regretful for what I did, since there's nothing else I can do about it. It's more a matter of, should I remember?
Your past, you mean? All your forgotten memories.
Yes.
Do you think there's a way to fully get them back?
Possibly, but should I?
I think the first question should be, what will it do? And what will it cost?
I don't know. Well, scars, the way Tobias keeps telling me that's better off. I don't remember all the feelings that are completely foreign to me suddenly rising, making me say things and then act certain ways, and I don't.
Well, how about this then? Deep down, do you want to remember? Is there the desire for that?
I don't know.
And that's okay. There's no rush, there's no time limit. We can figure it out slowly. You're not alone in that.
Supportive Theron.
Shut up.
I'm in love with Theron and Julien. Remember when you jokingly said that Theron and Julien? Maybe not a joke anymore.
Maybe not so much a joke. Maybe not so haha funny.
The newest thruple on the block.
Yeah. Newest thruple. The newest.
Arthros is not
Newest
going
thruple
anywhere.
just launched.
I'm sorry.
I am also slightly worried that it might be a bit out of my control. I feel like even without putting in effort, images just come to me, and I recognize him.
There does seem to be a inherent sort of muscle memory. You remember how to do things from before that you don't remember learning. There's a good chance it could all come back slowly, whether you want it to or not.
That's what I'm worried about.
Am I overhearing any of this?
I don't know where. No, you were dealing with Aria,
You're with
right?
Aria, so I think this
Right.
is a little bit kind of private
Separate.
between them. Mm-hmm.
Arlow walks back.
He's like,
I mean, you're probably back by now.
Yeah.
Probably would be back by now.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We head to the main building for Arthros.
Yes, Arthros.
I want to throw out too, just to sprinkle this out, just to sprinkle, as I do sometimes,
Just a bit of spice.
a slight sprinkle of sauce.
Sauce.
What?
So
Where's the sauce?
I'm just gonna say, like, you know, Kuro worked as a guard at in 𝙍𝙗. You found out a lot of lore about 𝙍𝙗 last session.
Oh. We should ask
I really am not going to burden him with these questions when
That's
he
me
is
too.
so freshly.
waking
That's so
up.
valid.
I will take.
I
this
just wanted
bit of
to
sauce, but I will
sprinkle it
stow
out
away
there.
for
But
another
Bob
day.
really wants. us
Julian
to
already
laugh.
feels bad for the one question that he asked. Two
You don't
questions.
have.
questions.
I don't feel type of way. I just was putting it out there as like a reminder because I
That's
wanted to
fair.
make sure I
Eventually
reminded you
we
of
do.
that last session in case it was forgotten. That aspect. Completely up to you. There's no pressure. I just wanted to throw that out there. With that, then,
God damn it.
Arthros.
to Arthros. So you were
There's
heading
not a
to.
piano in this motherfucking hospital,
Was
right?
there a piano in this?
Sometimes they had pianos.
Well,
Why-
that's
why?
something
Why
I
is
know.
there-
I know you guys wanted to do that, and that is completely up to you.
You
if you'd
guys were
like
supposed to go to the music room.
Is there a piano in the hospital? Is my question.
There is not.
In the
Okay.
infirmary.
Single
there's
Aria
just
looks
no-
at her
This
knowledge
question is-
Feeling.
Can you
Wow.
get Julian on the piano? He hasn't mentioned it since.
No.
And he
kinda-
probably-
Aria's
blew him
thinking
off a
about
little
it.
bit. So
Get that boy on a
Aria
piano.
has it in
It's
her
gonna tickle some
fucking head.
ivories.
She's like, I need to grab my loot.
why do you need to grab your loot?
I don't have my loot. I can't do magic. Well, fully. I don't have my loot.
Oh.
Where's your loot at?
It's at home. In my room.
Did we just...
Real quick.
I mean, good. Yeah.
what's
No, nothing yet. Okay.
just,
it real quick.
just Julian.
Just please stop asking.
I just like the imagery of that.
Messages.
Just Julian, like, for fuck's sake, no, no.
Aria's just gonna.
I mean, while you get your loot, or somebody goes with you to get your loot, we could all wait outside the building.
True.
Theron's not gonna
Maybe
miss
we
a
could go
second.
meet at the music rooms.
I don't know if we have time for all that.
Maybe we don't. But also, Arthros has.
We
some-
also have to keep an eye out for like nefarious plans going on
Nefarious.
tonight.
Right. Did you guys see
You're not
anything
wrong.
nefarious while me and Arlow were gone?
We saw
Zephyrus.
Zephyrus.
I'll throw
We
out
also
too.
saw
I'll throw out
Nefarious,
too.
but I don't like him.
It is the start of like autumn. Technically, it's like late.
That's
So
Nice.
it might
That's right.
get
'cause
it might get
True.
dark sooner rather than
At,
later.
like,
just
5.
so you guys are aware.
Oh,
And it was
True.
2:00.
What
like-
time is it now?
It was
got
like
3 hours.
30.
It's probably about like
only
3:30
bit-
now.
No, she's only been
3:30.
there for 30 minutes.
Oh, that's
We'll say 3
well.
or 3.
at that
3?
time,
It's
yeah.
been 3.
So it's probably
It's
Now
about,
it's been,
so-
like, now it's been, like
2:30
45
or 3.
minutes,
Yeah.
maybe.
it's probably like 2:45, 3 o'clock.
Okay.
We still got 2 hours, boys.
We
We're
got
good.
That's not a lot of
We're
time
running-
to stop.
That's really
We're
not.
to
a
buy
lot of
it.
time.
We're running around this campus.
You grab your loot real fast. I'm
Okay.
gonna go head to Arthros.
Okay.
Who's going where?
I'll go with Aria, because I like
Okay.
Aria too.
I'll go too because I want
Okay.
to talk about what happened a second ago.
No!
Okay.
We're not talking. I'm getting my loot.
I'll
We're
go with
talking about
Theo.
you
Where
regularly.
is the-
Come on,
Where's
babe.
the-
Fill me in the
Wait,
deets.
where's the music room from Aria's dorm?
It's in the hold on a second.
Opposite direction?
Let me see.
Because if it's not, we're going to the fucking music room.
It's
Also,
in
there's a
the
weekend, so at least you know it's not going to be full of like people doing classes.
it's in
and
the
stuff.
academic classrooms, which is right next to the Aquafin dormitories.
Well, it's not too bad.
Woo, woo, woo.
Theron, don't you think we could do just a quick stop? Maybe if we just go really, really quickly to there first.
As long as Julien has like the mind link, I'm cool with that.
Okay. Julien, you still good? Feel that staticky pull to little Arthros, little lady Arthros? Okay, cool. Are you okay? You looking a little bit sad. Julien, I'm talking to you.
I'm aware.
The man was too stunned to speak.
The man was too stunned to speak. Okay, they're
guys...
going to the music room first.
Okay. Do you guys want to do a 10-minute
Without
break
your loot.
real quick?
Oh,
what
we should
break?
get my loot
Yes.
first.
Get your loot first.
I'm gonna look
Get
at
your
the
loot
map.
and then go to the music room.
What about the letter
yes,
in your
we can do
pocket?
Yeah, what about the
It's
letter in
still
your
in my
pocket? We're
pocket.
gonna
There's
read
so
it?
much
Hey,
things to
you
check.
know, what if it gets wet?
It's
You
in
gotta
my
read it.
pocket.
The only thing I'm thinking is if you're going to your room to grab your loot, you might be alone for a moment if you'd like to read it alone.
That was
Okay.
the plan.
Or you could read it in front of all of us.
So
I'll stand
Alternatively,
outside
just
of
a
the room. You
suggestion.
can
Such a
lock me out.
curious little critter, aren't you, Theron?
are you
Curious little guy.
comfy?
Curious little critter.
Are you comfy doing that really quick before we take a break?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Aria's literally just gonna run to her dorm.
Are you all together? You're all going
Grab her
together?
loot. Yeah, I think we're all
Yeah.
going together.
Okay.
We'll all stick together.
So when you get there then,
Oh no.
do you go inside your room by yourself? Do you tell them
She says,
Are you
I'll
gonna
be
wait
right out.
awkwardly outside? Okay.
I'll be right out.
Andromeda goes to walk in. She slams the door on her face.
Aria opens the door and like pats her head and then closes the door again.
Shit, dude.
Pat, pat, pat. Shit.
oh my god.
And as soon as the door closes, Aria opens up the note.
Okay. No pressure, of course,
It's
if
be
you didn't
like-
want to. I just wanted to make
She's
sure.
gonna
No,
read the note
that
now,
was her
isn't
plan.
she?
That was her
Okay.
plan. But yeah.
Read the note.
So I will read this letter.
Sorry, she tells us what's in it.
I'll read this letter and then we'll go on break.
Yeah, should we?
For
Okay.
like
Read it?
15 minutes if you guys want, or 10 minutes, whatever's comfy.
Oh no, I'm scared.
I do like the frequent 10-minute breaks. I feel like that's cozy.
Me too.
So,
And
I can't make food.
oh, well then we can take
you
a big
wanna make
one.
Let's do bigger
No,
one then.
maybe like just like 15 minutes would be
Okay.
fine.
We need 15.
Okay, we'll do 15. So,
Thank you.
of course, we love you.
Guys,
Aria,
man.
when you finally get the paper out to look at it, there
Finally.
is the words to Aria written in an elegant scrawl atop where it's folded. And as you open it up, even more elegant cursive handwriting is there, and it's very like sloped and even, and like every line is perfect.
Okay.
Are you ready?
No,
Okay.
but yeah.
It reads,
Can you send it to me so I can read it?
yes, I would rather read it and then send it to you if that's okay.
I can read it.
It reads, Aria Lux. Last night was something astounding to me. It has been a long while since someone has made me want to talk. It is not something I do much of, nor have an easy time doing if it is not in relation to battle tactics or important messages that require a relay. I suppose I mean to say that I like talking to you, and it is not often that I like hearing what others have to say, but I like hearing what you have to say. You should know I find you to be astonishingly strong. Remiel would like you very much. I think the two of you would find fast friends in one another. I hope that you can meet him one day. That is besides the point. I am attempting to identify my feelings with this note, and therefore I should get back to the topic at hand. I think that I have felt this way once before, but I have never been able to identify it. I have always felt as though the companionship of another is for those who deign to never set out to accomplish anything in their lives. I, for example, chose war over such a thing. I deemed it unnecessary. I saw how unhappy my parents were amongst one another. Why should I choose the same fate? And yet if I had to have anyone at my side for the rest of my life, I could tolerate your presence the easiest. Why is it that I do not feel as my parents felt about one another, Aria? If I wish to kiss you, shouldn't that mean we are meant to produce soldiers for a war?
Oh.
Is that what all our kisses are meant to be for? Isn't holding you unnecessary? Hugging you, holding your hand, isn't it all simply superfluous? I cannot identify what it means that holding you, hugging you, and holding your hand does not feel, and has never felt, unnecessary to me. In fact, it feels necessary. I've only ever felt this way once before, and it was shattered before my very eyes, far too quickly for me to observe and experiment further. So I sit here, still pondering such a mystery. I suppose with all of this, what I mean to say is that should you like for me to hold you, hug you, and or hold your hand, you need only say so. I think that I want to do it, and not for the sole purpose of procreation and giving birth to children meant only for war. And then he says, thank you for reading this. Zophiel 𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬𝙬.
So romantic!
Oh, what a way with words.
Aria, everybody on the other side of the door just hears her go, oh, Bod's above. Closes the note, just like tucks it into her corset, like next to her heart.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know.
Bod's above.
Oh, Bod's above.
What does that even mean?
What is Bod's above?
Bards above.
Bards.
Accent,
Above.
accent, accent.
Bods.
Bods.
Heavenly Bods.
Yeah.
I am British.
I sent you
There
to
are no
letter.
musicals for people who are Australian.
Aria.
Aria is just like,
I think it's good.
grabs her phone out, texts Zophiel, and just like,
Sounds intense, whatever it is.
I would very much like... Sends.
Are you typing?
Anything.
Can't hear anything.
Lots... Delete. I would very much like you. Sends.
This
Smiley
is a
face.
long message.
Sends. And then you just hear shuffling. And then
I
she
got
shuffles away from the door. She shuffles away from the door.
I have Andromeda like
Okay,
this.
go back.
Julian
She,
just
like-
on the other side of the hallway, like leaning against the wall, watching them. Ears onto the door.
Aria grabs her loot, looks like she like runs into the bathroom and looks at herself.
Oh, she's not even outside yet. Never mind.
It's okay, we're fine.
Bob,
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I'm sending you this.
Oh,
I see.
Oh, the letter.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see? Do you see
I
anything?
love that.
It's so sweet.
love
Is there a code?
There is not.
It's like, I actually just...
You've had
Help me.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Definitely could.
Yep.
It's all
Definitely
right.
good.
What
Aria's
about the
gonna-
last letter of every line? Ooh.
Ooh.
That's a lot of lines. That's a long letter.
The last letter of the line.
True. Ari's gonna like grab her loot and then look in the mirror real quick in the bathroom.
Anything?
Anything?
No.
Oh, there were
Oh.
thoughts in the
Aria like
brain.
steps out again and then looks back in.
Nothing.
Queen.
Catch him
She like
unaware.
walks into the bathroom and is like,
Are you getting up close to the mirror?
yes.
What is a two-way mirror?
As
Don't
you
tell me that! I've
Oh,
been
just-
naked!
They're
Ah.
up in
Sorry.
the sky. They're on like the third story, aren't they?
Now Aria has to put her finger against
All
the
right.
mirror.
Yeah,
if
do
you
the test.
are looking very closely in the mirror,
She like, yeah, because she goes like this and then she goes like
as
looks
you go up
in.
to it, in
Oh,
a
that's
matter
a
of mere seconds,
Bruh.
there is the face there, right in front of you, and it just says, and you see this ink dripping, and
no.
as the mouth opens, the ink drips out, and he says,
Gross.
"I don't have
Wait.
much time." Before the face vanishes.
What?
Oh,
Well, let's stick around and tell us.
he's so big.
Why are
What
they
did he
all
say
so
before
friendly?
this one?
Go home and find me.
I don't have much time.
And then I don't have much time.
Oh, it's portal time, bitch. Get in that portal, bitch.
Aria is just like, she kind of like puts her hand against the mirror. Did you see anything?
Nothing.
Or feel anything? No? She looks down at her. She like looks, like turns to see if she can see any black in her hair outside of the bun.
Nothing new.
You gotta stop being so vague.
She's just pointing at herself, grabs the loot, and then like runs to the door, opens it.
Who's she talking to?
We fall to the...
Hey.
You guys are very bad at being secretive.
Theron just like spins around and like
What are you talking
is
about?
leaning against the wall.
Touche.
I don't even know how to spell secretive. S-E-C-K.
Sex.
Oh, okay.
S-E-X.
We gotta go check out. Okay, Julien. And she looks across at Julien.
Any message from Arthros?
No.
Nothing yet. Oh, were you saying that?
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought for a
You
second
want-
Julien
No.
was like
Aria's
any message
no.
from
Aria
No, that
Arthros.
says
wasn't
Julien.
saying
Says Julien. Do you want to do this?
Oh my gosh. Theron's like, do what?
What does that mean? What does that mean? What is that?
That
Oh, the
like that.
friggin' piano,
Like
you
the
guys are disgusting, please. Do you want to? Okay. I need more coffee if we're gonna keep doing this, guys. Okay.
Do you have coffee in your dorm?
No, I don't. Isn't that sad?
Why would you do that to yourself?
Because I didn't buy for. I didn't
What
buy
did the
coffee
letter
maker.
say?
We're like rich now, you know that,
We're gonna
right?
be right there. We'll get there. Do you actually want to go play the piano? Because if you don't, then we don't have to. But I feel like
If you want to.
you were pretty insistent on it.
Julian
Wasn't it
is
supposed to be like
desperately
a
waiting
date,
for
though?
Arthros to interrupt in his mind to just
Wasn't
say that
it
they're
literally
done.
supposed to be a musical
She
date with
does
them, and now
not.
there's the whole party?
You don't
That's
have
a
to say yes.
reoccurring theme.
Would you like
How
us
long
to
has it
Nobody
been
gets
since
their
Julian's last
101s.
checked in?
Probably
Uh,
about 15 minutes at this point,
Yeah.
at least. Because it would take us at least like 10 to get in. It'd probably actually be
She'd
like
also
20.
text like Theron when she got out, but
But there's a possibility she's not going to be able to text. So.
There's a
I certainly hope that's not the case.
Possibility.
Oh my
Sorry.
gosh.
Oh,
Why
that
did that
I
start around
am
with all
is only
All I
yours.
want
Jesus
is-
Christ.
I say, let's go in
Ah.
the portal because I'm lost here.
I am lost.
Listen,
I am not.
Just kidding. He doesn't say that. He just
Julian telepathically to Arthros is complete. Sorry for asking again. Please don't kill me. How's it
How's it
going?
going?
You
Is
get
it
no
close to the end?
response.
Question mark.
No,
Shit.
none.
no
Waiting.
response.
Run.
You still feel
Sorry,
you
long
still feel
question.
the connection to her, but there's just no
Okay.
response.
Hello.
Sorry, long question.
Julian,
Just
do you
say
say that?
if you're there.
There's no response.
Say, hey, respond.
There's not even
No.
a mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Our girl's
Is she
been
okay?
napped.
Is she
Julian,
okay?
do you
Arthros
say this
doesn't
to the...
respond. Did I
Theron
ask
is
her a
booking it.
question?
We
He's
gotta
on the
roll!
wall, he's gone.
Just stop it!
He's there. He's going
Julian,
to
sigh of relief from not having to
While
answer
we're
that
running-
question.
Theron is
Hang
gone.
on.
He's
Running, Julian.
sprinting.
Like,
We're running. I'm falling right after.
Hang
I'm
on.
running.
what?
No, Theron is sprinting, but I will hold on. What?
15-minute break first, and then we will continue.
Oh.
Oh.
Yes.
The audacity!
Yeah. Oh wait. Actually. Oh wait till you're on pause.
Okay. Alright.
What?
15-minute
I
break,
should-
darlings.
I should probably text Darian because that
It's my
kind of
turn.
that was a weird departure from him.
It's whatever.
Go get
I was like,
snackies,
we're
go
missing
sippy,
shit.
go get
I'm
sippies.
focused.
Mwah.
I have one.
Mama. Yeah.
Hello.
If anything happens
Howdy.
to Arthros, I will spend the rest of the campaign burning the world to the
Funny.
ground.
It's not looking too good, is it? Huh?
It's not looking
That will
too
be
good,
my
guys. It's
I'm
not looking
just
good at
saying.
all, guys.
Right.
Nice meeting.
Theron,
What?
you have made the move to run towards where you know
I'm like
Arter's
taking
office is.
6 stairs at a time. I'm like jumping down the stairwell.
As you do, I will say, before like right as you move to run.
Let me at him.
You hear Arthur's voice, Julien.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Why would you leave us on that
This is like a
cliffhanger?
it's like when you leave us on a cliffhanger and it goes to like ads. It goes to an ad break. And then it comes back and it's like hot psych.
It could be bad. It could be bad though. It could be bad. She could be saying
Okay.
help. So
But still, the
This
fact that
time-
she's like, what is that?
This time it comes through, and it sounds slightly off, and it's crackling almost at the back of your head, like a broken radio transmission of sorts. And it's not obviously coming from anyone around you, and you know that it has to be from her and only from her. And the sentence, or the word, feels kind of broken and disfigured, but it's there. And you hear, in a cracked, mumbling voice that is Arthros's, you just hear, Julien?
Arthros?
And you hear, you there?
Yes.
And she comes through and says, Arter's office. And she cuts out for a moment before she says, scanner as key.
Scanner is key?
As key. Sorry.
As key.
As
Scanner as key.
scanner as.
I have the scanner on me.
Let's
You have a
fucking
scanner
go.
on you!
Let's
I
fucking,
didn't realize
let's
you took it
fucking
with you.
Are you all running
makes
towards
sense,
the
though.
office?
I was half debating
There
leaving
is
it in my
still,
room, so I'm
like,
glad I did
falling
it.
down
I love you. Mwah.
Well, you have your whole back. You have your backpack with you with like Napoleon and all the goodies in it, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Napoleon, the ball,
Right.
scanner, it's all in there.
Okay.
And I
Bundle
got
of
the
goals.
ready.
With the sphere.
You
There's some
Don't
candles
tell
in there,
Stephanie
some
that.
chalk, some salt. What?
you hear another message come through as you all
Sleepy
start to
Santy.
take off. Well, you have to convey this to them, I guess, before you take off.
Yes.
I mean, please.
Arthros
Darren's
just
already
responded.
They're like
mentioned-
screeches to a
Okay.
halt.
No, keep running.
Don't get right! And then he takes off even faster.
She mentioned Arter's office and something about the thing
That's
being
where
a
he's
key.
going
That,
either.
and
Anyways.
then makes the silhouette of the scanner.
There's not paying attention to that too much.
Arya grabs out her
he's going
TCD and messages Zophiel and is like, Archer's office. Go! He didn't
As-
respond to her, so she's letting him know.
Valid.
There's something dangerous may happen. Who knows?
What did you say to Zephyrus? Or not Zephyrus, Zophiel again?
Our chair's office.
I would like
now.
you to.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
What?
yeah, it was broken sentences, right?
Well, she said I would
We're
like,
freaking out.
Oh, I would
And
like
then-
you to in terms of like...
and then
you
I
to-
would like you,
enjoy that.
like, to, like, as well.
Okay.
Oh, I
Okay.
should probably respond on our way.
Valid.
On our
Please,
way! We're on our way!
You
Now
get,
we're heading.
you get a response, Aria, and it's kind of just a quick text back that says, okay. And then another that says, are you alright?
You should tell him to hurry, because we are skedaddling.
He's just gonna say, meet me there. Hurry, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Q, I
as-
need the hero, but the Shrek version.
I mean, that
Hero! Yes!
Oh my god.
As
The
you
big
are
Gingy.
running, as you're running, Julien.
Oh my- Apparently you are.
that scene is so good. Oh my
Hi.
god.
Mungo? Mungo, I think was his name.
Yeah, it was something weird like that.
Humongo.
That
remember.
whole scene's so good. As you're running, Julien, another broken response comes through. And you hear code. Followed by 5 0 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙤𝙬
So smart. Love of my life.
Love of my
I wrote it down. We're fine. I wrote it down.
Yeah, we're good. I got it too.
Well,
Julien is.
You should say it out loud so that we can know it.
Remember this code, 5063.
506320.
Can someone type it in chat?
Yeah.
I got you.
Okay.
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
And then
Also, his name is Mongo.
Mongo. Okay.
Mongo.
Look that up.
As you are all running, and it is this very cinematic moment as you're all crossing across the campus en route back towards the main homeroom building where the offices sit, sprinting past other students that are wandering about, going about their day. One final message comes through to you, or at least it feels rather final to you, Julien, as it crackles back in your mind.
Don't say that.
And all you hear is, "Help me."
God damn it.
Yep, that's a keep running. She said help me.
Theron's like jumping over things and like shoving people
pushing people out of the way.
Yeah.
How are other people reacting to us as sprinting
They're just kind of
across?
like, they're kind of watching and giving you like weird looks, like jumping, darting out of your way kind of thing.
I was like, get out of our way! Move!
There's literally just like fucking snarling. And people will move.
And people know us. So
Absolutely.
Aria's like boogity boogity, like scaring people. Started like that out of the
Theron
way.
is
She's already making a scene. She's gonna make it look funny.
I'm on all fours.
I'm on all fours.
Noni's like clenching onto her hair, like
Wait, what?
her. No.
Nodos.
Oh, I
No.
thought Aria was. I'm like, what?
Aria's just riding her hair, like when you like are on the water.
Laughing.
Yeah.
Anyways, did we get to the building very quickly?
Yes.
Towards above. Oh, God.
Fastest anyone has ever gotten across campus.
When you enter the homeroom building's corridor, which you know at this point, as you've been to Arthur's office before, you've been to this building obviously every morning for classes. You step inside and there is something off about the corridor. There is... What are you laughing at? What is it? I'm going.
Aria, that's technically not Aria. It's Andromeda, but true.
That's
a Andromeda. I thought y'all said Aria did it.
No,
Okay.
That is horrifying.
There was a much more horrifying gift that I could have sent. That was the most team one.
Aria
Oh
on
my
all
God.
Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Why she do
Full
that?
of gorilla.
Her neck.
Why did that queen doing that? Okay.
They're ponies.
Anyways,
They
not
are
there.
ponies.
She's a girl there.
Well, oh my god.
That actually looks like her.
These are terrible.
That actually looks like
That
her.
was actually Andromeda.
Yeah,
What she looks like right now.
absolutely.
That's the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
So,
The last thing you see before you die.
back to what I was saying.
Sorry.
You're good. It's not like your girlfriend might be dying or anything right now.
Okay, we can suspend to laugh, but continue. No!
I'm kidding. Oh.
I hate it here.
Yeah.
I will take authority here and get rid of that one.
Thank you!
All right.
You're all nightmare.
So,
Sorry.
You're good. You're good, Theo. That was just the spookiest one.
Spooky.
So,
Too spooky for me.
Okay.
the home
Anyways,
building's
we get there.
corridor is unusually empty.
Where the fuck is everyone?
The door that is where you know to be the offices, the dean's offices, there are no guards standing outside.
That's weird.
Already suspicious.
The building
That's not
itself...
fair.
What time is it?
It's
It's
about,
like 3.
It's probably about like 3:30 at this point, yeah, since you...
Okay.
3:30.
It's still
So
afternoon.
they were talking for like an hour and a half.
I mean, you also went back to your room, and you...
No, the meeting. The meeting went
The meeting.
like long.
Well, you don't know how
For an
long
hour
it
and a
went on after that. before you got her messages.
Oh, so I guess it could have been lesser,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like she would have responded. No, because on the way back, she was in the meeting because she didn't respond. So at least since we got back, yeah. Well, you said that she's like still like because she responded telepathically like busy, still. In the meeting.
Before that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So at least we like from when we've been back at Ravenwood that whole time. So it's like at least an hour meeting.
So
we've been back for an hour. Anyways.
It is eerily silent and eerily empty in this building. Do you all proceed towards the dean's offices?
Yeah.
Yes.
We are guns a-blazing.
As I
Absolutely.
said,
High alert.
As I said, there is no guards outside.
Sounds good.
And as you, I assume Theron's probably up in the front. Are you okay?
What happened?
No,
Yeah,
I'm listening to music in the background. It did like a sudden like jump scare.
I did.
I heard music. And
I was like, not the time.
Not the moment for that.
Oh god.
Not when everything is on edge. So, as you all pull open the door and step inside, you know the space. It has the two doors ahead that have the dean's offices, Arter's office, and the dean's offices. And you know that above the door, the entrance to these two rooms, is a scanner, typically, that scans your beings and checks what you have on you. And as you step inside the room, the scanner does not beep upon your entrance. And even more curious is the lack of guards within the room as well.
It's a fucking trap.
No men with weapons stand at attention beside Arter's office door, nor are
You see with your special eyes.
Nor are any manning the scanner device or eyeing the monitor that reveals your scanned figures. It is entirely empty in the room, except for a dark form of a being beside a tall door at the back of the room. Light red hands fiddling with a numbered padlock. Now, to put into context, when you enter this room, there's the scanner and a monitor where guards usually stand. And behind this desk where this monitor is, there is a door. And it has a padlock on it. This is where the figure is standing. Not at Arter's office door, not at the dean's office door, but at the door that stands behind the security desk of sorts.
And they have red hands?
And you see their red hands. And horns poke out from above their head. And their hair is long against their back, and beneath a dark cloak, locks of deep maroon.
Family.
They're staring down at the locked mystery door in front of them when they hear you enter, the door opening. And in one swift movement, they whip around to face you all, and you recognize them. It's Apollo Alboth.
Oh shit!
Hey!
And at the sight of you all, as he sees you all run in, he mutters, "Fuck," beneath his breath, and glares at the group of you, eyes hesitating on you for a moment, Andromeda, looking you up and down before looking at all of you. Yes.
Oh,
Is this the same silhouette as in the holograph?
It is the same dark horns and the same dark cloak.
Sorry.
I mean, we knew that somebody would fill the role that they already had, so.
I didn't connect it until, oh my god, they helped him murder. Oh, fuck that guy, okay.
So it's not Sin that we have to worry about, then maybe. It's Arthros.
Loose
maybe it's
end.
both.
She's not a loose end. Well, actually, if they've been
we're-
using her to kill people, I guess that would be considered.
Andromeda is gonna say, Apollo?
My
And then
heart,
just start running at him.
my heart is
Just start
racing
running
right
at him.
now. My
Yeah,
heart is
can
racing.
Theron also,
I
like...
tackle him.
Show your tits!
Before you do this,
Flash him!
Julian,
Fuck.
you wanted to do something. Did you want to put your glasses on like immediately?
He's bossies.
Yeah, as he was like
Put them
going
on
in.
As you're running.
Yeah.
You roll 2d6s for me.
Come Come on.
10 plus. What do I add again?
1, right?
Your
yeah.
wisdom.
Because
yeah.
when I did it with you,
11.
you did 2.
11. Okay. You see, much like how it was with Cardinal Alley, you see magic beneath the surface of where this door is, like it is underground. And it is glowing with this sort of golden hue that you don't quite recognize and you can't really identify, but you know it to be for sure a type of like pure magic.
Let me at him.
Yeah.
From there,
Yeah.
Sick him.
Andromeda
also tackle him. I think Andromeda's going for it.
What are you doing as you approach?
I'm sprinting at him to quarterback, tackle, and pin him to the ground. And I would like to roll with advantage because I had sex today.
You did.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Using the advantage you got from tackling a man to tackle another man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Now that she has that she could be like evil stepmother and let him like peck at his eyes if he's really trying shit. You know what I mean?
I forgot the pigeon was here with us the entire time.
That's what I was talking about, holding onto Andromeda's hair.
I know, I got that
just
eventually.
You are also allowed to add your strength modifier as well.
Yes.
And I will. Girl. Let's go,
doesn't stand a
Andromeda.
chance.
I'm
Big
with
money.
passion right now.
Ayo. Can I give her a girl bossing point?
That's a
Can I get her
9.
a DBF point?
Okay, 9 flat?
With advantage?
No, altogether. Yeah, I rolled a 4 and a 3, which is
7.
4 and a 3?
7 plus 2, so 9.
Okay. Did you roll with advantage also?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I rolled a 3, 3, and a 4.
Okay.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
So then
Fair.
plus your plus 2, so 11.
No. So that would be 4 and a 3 would be 7
plus
plus
your
2
modifier.
would be 9. Yeah.
Okay.
9. So
But don't
9.
you add your strength modifier as well?
That's the plus 2. That's the
Oh, that's the plus 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
9 is
And
after
the
this.
advantage was the
So-
sex. Okay,
With that,
got it. I'm all caught up.
you
We were like,
tackle
no,
him
she deserves more. She had sex today.
I was
as he is
really
also
rooting for you.
as he is also not as he is surprised as well to see you, he is not in any way
at
ready to
disadvantage.
take this. And as you
Fucking
dive
lady.
forwards and tackle him, he falls backwards as you push him down with your weight, and his head hits a cabinet on his way down
Good.
and immediately knocks him
Come on.
unconscious.
Okay, good.
Oh, not good.
Damn it.
Yeah,
You're
that's
getting
pretty
the
good.
taste out of
We'll
it.
take that. We take those. We'll take
That's
those.
fair.
Is he holding anything in his hands? I'm like on top of him. He's like passed out. I'm like,
He is not. He seems to be as though he is holding some sort of like pick, almost as if he was trying to
Like,
break
trying to pick the lock?
into the technology of the store.
No, maybe he was actually trying to do
Weird.
the right thing.
what if he was on our side?
Do you want me to wake
Real
him up?
quick, anyways. From the goggles, any like spell casting focuses on them, or like any magical thing items?
Nothing on Apollo.
Since we're at a security desk, are there handcuffs or rope or anything lying around?
You can certainly
Any
check.
weapons?
Can we check? Can I check? Can Theron check?
If you check the desk, if you pull open a few of the drawers, you would definitely find some handcuffs.
Group, do you think we should cuff him?
Yes.
Yes.
Who the hell is that?
Fuck!
I'm like
I love it.
straddling him.
Oh.
I'm like,
Right.
hello.
This is
Theron's
all
gonna
for his
take
brother.
the cuffs and slap him on.
Oh,
Julian's gonna grab extra handcuffs in case they run into other people.
Valid. smart.
Valid.
this is the brother.
This
Is there any like
Arthros'
extra,
brother.
like?
And this is how we're
Guys in here?
treating them.
There are not.
Ooh. Any like weapons of any kind? Like they took my dagger. Did they leave it around
Oh my God.
anywhere?
There is nothing there.
Is there a
You
pin
think
number
sharp?
thing? As they're talking with the
yeah.
guy, should
There
we
is
start
a
putting-
key lock on the door.
Well, but wait, wasn't
Yeah.
it? There was one also on Arter's door.
No, Arter's door is just a simple door.
Okay, cool. Then yeah,
Mhm. But there is
I
a
was just
number
checking.
pad on this door behind the desk.
Will the scanner open it?
so let's try it.
Will
So-
it key?
Her brother's the bad guy.
Sometimes.
It depends.
He's like a shifty figure.
I feel like very
Delinquent.
To be determined.
Okay,
But better
right now
safe
he's
than
knocked
sorry.
out, so it's alright.
Understood.
Good job, Andromeda.
Thanks for catching me
Thank
up.
you.
Well done. That was very impressive.
So-
Andromeda.
That was very good. Really started
You
us
look
there.
great.
I
You look great doing it.
From there,
I
So
felt
glowing.
empowered.
Julian,
You should. Awesome.
Yes.
what do you do
Girl boxing.
first
Close to the sun.
at this door lock?
Takes out scanner.
Are we gonna put in the code?
Boopy 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 boop.
Do you
good.
do you put the code in first, or do you do anything with the scanner first? What do you do?
Trying
He said
to
scanner
brain
first.
blast back in time.
She said
Have we seen
scanner
people
brought
access
up
these kind of
scanner.
doors?
Key. Scanner is
Right.
key, and then she gave us the code after the
Yes,
fact.
so I would say scanner and then
Or
code.
try scanner
Yes,
first.
yes, yes.
He's just gonna start positioning it somewhere in front of the door on this
When
lock
you
thing.
Wipe it
hold
around.
the scanner up to the lock, you hear it beep,
Cool.
and a small screen comes to life, and it's got one of those blinking like
Good.
They're called
Waiting.
something, and I can't remember, but it's like blinking as if waiting for you to type something in.
Got it.
Okay, now the code.
Boopy boop boop.
I'm gonna pick
506
up Apollo
320.
and sling him over my shoulder and hold him
You're
like a
taking
sack
him
of
with us?
potatoes.
You're bringing him with you?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a choice.
Oh,
Well, he's handcuffed.
He's
He is
handcuffed.
handcuffed,
Mhm.
but I don't
He's
trust
also
him.
a trained assassin.
He's my
probably knows
boyfriend.
How to get out of handcuffs.
Yeah, we don't
Just
know
go and
exactly
get
what they're
it. Yeah,
capable of.
Andromeda, you may want to leave him for now.
Yeah, what if he has like a
Specifically,
mind
we're
link
killers.
with Tobias?
Oh, does
I
he
don't
have any
necessarily
weapons? Check his
like it.
pockets.
Ooh, let me check his pockets. She's gonna slap him back on the ground. She's gonna,
Right
like,
there.
check-
Right there.
His head
check.
just hits the concrete.
Say it again.
He like slightly starts to wake up, lands his head, and
It's
then
like-
goes
It's
out
like
again.
Flynn Rider. It's like the
From
Flynn Rider
Tangled?
scene in Republic
Yeah.
Entangled.
It's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
boom.
Check his pockets.
I'm gonna have serious brain damage
Does
after
he have any
this.
portals? Anything fun?
There's nothing.
Any
Oh.
orbs?
There's
We
nothing
can
in his
waterboard him
pockets.
for information.
Oh,
You are water
Oh.
boy.
We're going up to torture. I see.
I like
I'm
it.
cool with it.
I'm
I
down
could-
for it.
I should say,
Yeah.
firstly,
Is the code?
It's on him.
there's nothing in his pockets, and secondly, the door
Oh.
beeps 3 times before it
Question.
swings open.
Question. Andromeda.
Go.
Is he naked underneath the robe?
Check.
What?
Why?
Check.
Why?
Is he naked underneath the
Okay.
robe?
It's a cloak, first of all.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Okay. It's a
So yes,
But
he is
he
wearing
has clothes on.
he is wearing
He
clothes
has
'cause
clothes
the cloak just
Take the
goes
cloak.
over the top.
Take the cloak. Come on, we'll use it for later, in case.
Okay.
Just take it. Just take it.
Take the
He doesn't
cloak.
need it.
Left
He's
him
knocked the
naked.
fuck
Okay.
out. What is he gonna need it for?
Fine.
I mean,
It's a
also,
spice
we
tool.
can take
Use
clothes,
later.
I
I
guess.
kind of like it.
Oh,
You like so many
We don't
people.
know if it's
I
This
am
is not the
bitch
time.
road.
Listen, if we need to pretend like we're one of them, then this is gonna come in handy, okay?
You're right. This is good.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyways, go through the door. Theron's in through the door.
Door's
The
open.
door
Let's go.
swings open, and
That's the
before
surprise tool that'll
you,
help us later.
Us later.
That all of you.
Whiskey.
Anyway,
it
Through the door.
opens and reveals a dark tunnel-like hallway.
The wall.
Mm.
And
Shadowing.
it is lined with bright fluorescent white lights that lead
Gross.
down to a long set of stairs.
Oh, good.
And it
Spooky.
runs deep from
Love
what you can
stairs.
see, and it looks nothing like any other part of the school, far too metallic and bunker-like. And it reads clearly as some sort of underground tunnel system.
Gross.
What do you all do? Suppose you enter. You all enter?
yes.
Okay.
Theron is already sprinting down the
Aria's
tunnel.
Cool.
Aria's
How
gonna
is he
take out her
skipping?
TCD real quick. Message
Yeah,
Fucking
Zophiel was
Zophiel.
not there yet.
and just be
Oh,
like,
Zophiel's not here.
just
You
be like,
Zophiel lose, kid.
please be safe. Heart emoji. Keep an eye on things, and then
All right.
put her TCD
Cryptic
away,
and terrifying.
Yeah.
just in case.
As
We'll either
you-
make him go
Zophiel's
faster.
just gonna come and like find an unconscious
not.
man if he goes in the building.
As you begin to enter and walk through this hall,
Follow the unconscious
You
man
take-
and the door.
the metal steps down and down and down, and the world around you is tense and unsettling. The lights are nauseatingly bright, and each step off of a stair echoes through the enclosed corridor. There is nothing on the walls, and it is simply very gray and a very bleak reality. You all follow the path down until the stairs lead to a solid ground once more, revealing a wide stretch of another wide corridor. There are no guards, there is no one at all maintaining the security of whatever this place is. You all walk forward into a widely spaced room made out of stone now, like that of a castle dungeon, and the air surrounding you is frigid, cold, and dark, no longer lined with bright white lights, and instead enlightened by small lanterns spaced out along the cobblestone walls. At the end of the empty room you stand in sits a door. It is thick and metal and closed shut. Do you approach it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No question.
You guys are just beelining it. I got you.
We got places to be.
I think at this point we're also worried about Arthros.
There's no going back.
There's
We
really no
got
going back.
time limits. We got
When you
shit to
pull
figure out.
at the door's handle, it opens, pulling out
That's
towards
nice.
you, and this time the room behind it feels different. It reveals yet another stone outcropping, but this time it is complete with what feels like the swell of magic. As you step inside, you find yourself entering a large, vast room sectioned amongst several spaced out cells. The cells sit tall and wide, and they are enclosed with not barred walls, but instead large walls of what appear to be some sort of golden magic, barriers of glowing glass keeping whatever or whoever is inside contained. At the end of the outstretched room sits another door, this one far more fortified, another strange lock sitting atop it. Before you can approach this one, however, the sights you see around the room are far more disconcerting. In one corner of the room, behind the golden shine of the force field-like glass wall, sits Sin Shadow. She is dressed in all white, her clothes basic and uniform, and she looks far worse for wear than any of you had ever seen her. Her long black hair hangs in her face, and her beauty is marred with mottled skin, blood staining her pale complexion, and bruises sitting along and around one of her eyes and along her jawbone. She is sitting on a small cot, staring blankly at the ground. In another cell towards the end of the room is Silas. He's dressed in the same small white garb, and he looks the same as when you last saw him. He's pacing hurriedly about in the small space, hands squeezed into fists, and in the cell alongside him is Arthros. Her back pressed to the wall and her head in her arms as she grips her legs tightly to her chest, looking small even in such a tight space. Each of them look up at you all as you enter the room further, and within moments they are flying to attention. Sin is scrambling to her feet, approaching the glass barrier. Silas gets up and walks over to the glowing wall, staring at each of you in disbelief. And Arthros lifts her head and jumps up, standing tall and watching you all with something like relief on her features, and a hint of pride as she realizes that her words got through to you all. What do you do from here?
Where, is there anything that would indicate that it controls, like, the magic in the room, or lowers the fields, or something like that?
There's not.
Are there any open?
Yes, Aria.
So there's only one door?
There's only one door at the end of the room.
Which is what we came in through.
No, there's the door you came in through, and then there's this wide room. There's several of the cells. One cell containing Sin Shadow, and one cell containing both Arthros and Silas. And then at the other end is another door that is more fortified and
Are there
has
any other
another key lock
people?
on it. There is no one else in this room. There is no one else in any other cells.
Karen's immediately gonna go to Arthros.
Yeah. Yeah, Aria's also
I'm literally like shaking because I'm so like
towards Silas
the adrenaline rush right now.
And just be like, and say to Arthros straight up, like, did you see Apollo when you were coming in?
She frowns and says, "My brother."
Did you hear us? Apollo was here.
She
He's
can
knocked
hear
up
you.
upstairs. He's fine. It's whatever.
I knocked him out.
Yes, she did. Okay, we need to figure out how to get
She says, "What's my brother doing here? Why would my brother be here?"
He had a pick on him.
He's working with
Seemingly was
Tobias.
trying to get into the store, but we did see him working with Tobias.
Blonde-haired man.
So, did you see how they put these walls up? Did you see how that happened?
No, I just it happened so fast, I couldn't remember, and then I was like half awake, and I saw them put the code in the door, and they brought me down here, and then this just appeared, and that was that, and then I tried to bang on it, and it doesn't budge. Nothing works. I've even tried magic. It doesn't work.
Silas, have you noticed anything?
Silas is like
Sin
still
has been here the longest.
valid.
Sin does
Yeah.
Sin know how
Sin.
to.
Aria's
There's
just
gonna-
looking at them because they're there.
Maybe, like,
Valid.
Sin, do you
Silas
know how
is
magic works
Silas
here?
is still looking at all of you like in shock, like how the hell did you find this place? And then
Hey, Silas.
Sin,
I
hey,
have a really smart girlfriend.
Sin in her cell opens her mouth to speak, and all of you see her lips moving, but not a word is coming out
Swear to
from the
God,
other
if they
side.
cut out her tongue, it would lose my goddamn mind.
She is speaking. She is speaking with fervor, trying desperately to speak with you all, but as though her cell is on mute. There is no sound
Okay.
escaping her.
Silence on
Damn.
Does she know sign language? Can she like letters
She does
or
not.
like point gestures, man? Anything?
What's up, bub?
Can I try to cast arcane art to see if I can get their mind shaken clear of an enchantment affecting them?
Ooh,
You can try.
Okay, what would you like
that's
me
a
to
good
roll?
one.
2d6s.
2d6s with just regular? Okay. Ah!
I was gonna try telepathy,
Oh,
but I have to
five.
touch them.
Ooh.
Can I
Alright.
run to the other end of the room
That's
and
anyways.
go
10.
towards the other door on the
Mhm.
other side and kind of push my ear against it and see if I can hear anything? I'll
Is
just
there like a window? Is it like a
So,
solid door?
Sorry. You hear, Andromeda, when you do this, you hear a sort of, like, humming. Not a humming like a person is humming, but like the humming almost
Like
of
an
like...
energy source.
An energy source, yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
Like that kind of humming.
so I got a 9, which in the spell says that your spell works, but you draw unwanted attention or magic reverberates.
Well, I
don't
will
know if
tell
I
you...
want
I will tell you that when you cast this,
Mm-hmm.
it is as though the force field repels it.
I'm
Nothing
gonna
happens.
grab
Julian,
the
will
door
you see
handle
if the
and
scanner will
creak
work
the door open to see if I can look in there.
on the door?
The door at the back?
Yeah,
It
the door's
does
back.
not open. There is
Does not.
another keypad on top of it.
Julian,
Can I
will you
punch
try
the
scanner?
knob?
Can I punch the lock?
Please try the scanner first.
I say no. Save your
Maybe
energy.
try this.
Save your energy.
You like grabs your
maybe try
hand
the
as you're like
scanner
halfway
first.
through, about to.
Lord.
This was.
Oh, okay.
This is
Then
high
put the scanner in front of
technology.
it.
You can't punch high
The door
technology.
beeps when you put the scanner to it, Julian.
Tell me the
And the
code, though, unless it
keypad
isn't.
does the same thing with the blinking.
we
Fuck.
have to-
Do we want to try the same code?
It's not going to be the same
It's
code.
not.
You only
It's not
know
going to
what
be the
code.
same.
Let me run it.
Arthros-
I can do it.
Arya goes to Sin and like breathes
yeah.
on the thing.
Ooh.
Is there any like you know like when you breathe
Like
and there's like, a little bit of
condensation?
It
condensation?
like the force field just kind of like vibrates a moment, but nothing happens.
Or
I mean, they
numbers. Can she do
s-
numbers?
Yeah, they could do
Yeah,
fingers.
like fingers.
You can
Fingies.
certainly try.
I mean, can she hear us? Is the thing.
Arya's
She
just gonna-
is.
Sin,
Like-
not if you can hear us.
Do you
Is
wanna
there
say
any
that?
like any
Yeah.
desk, any pencil and paper, or anything around?
There's
I
nothing
doubt
in
it.
her room except like a small cot.
Does anyone have anything we can write, like anything we can write with?
I mean,
at
we all
all?
have backpacks, so.
I mean, yeah,
Did
we
she-
do have our
did
backpacks
she
on.
not?
I would
Like a
imagine.
pencil.
I mean,
When you-
Julian
Yeah.
absolutely has chalk.
Oh yeah,
So.
no, I have all the stuff for writing. Did she hear us?
She
Yeah,
does
I have
not
50.
make any movement as though she hears you. She
Oh,
is
so
simply
she-
like
Okay,
still
writing it
talking,
is.
still talking like enthusiastically, like talking back to you.
Say like we
Julian
can hear you.
Takes out a journal and then rips out a page, and then writes, "We can't hear you. You can't hear us." I think. And shows it to them.
You see her face kind of like reading, and then like her face falls a moment, and she looks down, and you see her like, and this time you can kind of see what she mouths. She's just like,
What if the force field blurs the words, so you can't even like communicate that way either?
Well, I mean, hold on. Writes, "Can you read? Nod if you can."
and she frowns at it again, and she squints, and she kind of is like she's really trying, But it doesn't
Maybe
seem
it's
as though it's
blurry.
getting through to her.
Shit.
Maybe it's blurry.
Figures. I mean, she has the highest security.
Okay.
Can Theron
I'm gonna
turn
punch
to
it.
Silas real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick, and ask him if he's seen the code at all for the other door.
He looks at you all and he says, no, it's not often that anyone goes in there.
Did they go in there today?
He shakes his
Group
head.
vote for punching
So where
it.
did they go after
I
they
think
dropped
I'm.
off Arthros?
I feel like we should try the code first, and then
Just
if
give me
that
the go-ahead.
doesn't work,
Punching it.
you could punch it.
Are you trying the code first?
Yes,
Yeah.
Theron's gonna type in the same code.
Can I just do one thing?
506320.
Can we
charged
look
up.
around the room real quick?
I was
I'm
just
ready.
gonna say, can I look at
Just
the
make a noise,
barrier
yeah.
that's on Sins, like, and try and just look at like the edges of
Yeah,
where
no.
it's meeting the walls?
It is as though it is like... It looks as though it's come straight out of the ground, but there is no area where it meets the ground, almost. Like, there's no area where it's you can see that it's going
Touching?
inside of the ground. It is
Is
simply
that because-
there.
It's magical, or is it because
It's
it's
because it's
like-
magic.
okay?
Magic.
In terms
go
of
ahead.
Theron, you put in the code, correct?
Yes. The same one.
When you put in the same code, the door makes a loud, like, buzzing noise, and nothing happens.
Andromeda, go ahead and punch it.
I can break this stupid lock.
She's gonna punch the
Andromeda?
shit out of it.
No!
You pull your
You're
hand
gonna break
back,
your hand.
and it is on fire. It is hurting so incredibly
Yeah,
bad
Without even a roll.
without even a roll.
Oh shit.
This
She
technology is
Mm,
She
bad,
like
bad.
falls to her knees and she's like,
what do we do? What do we do?
It's okay.
Wait,
it's okay.
wait,
Deep breath,
real
deep
quick.
breath.
Apollo was going to lockpick the padlocked door with the scanner thing.
Try it. Yeah.
Can I try to lockpick this door?
Absolutely.
Wait,
Can I also try something for Aria or for
wait.
Andromeda's hand?
Somebody kiss my knuckles, please.
Aria's gonna take
Arlow,
her
you're
hand.
good at healing.
Aria's gonna
Arlow.
take her hand and just put it on her side
What?
and just think. Does
What?
she feel relief?
No.
God
What?
damn it.
What was that?
That's interesting. What does that
Sounds
mean?
That's an
We-
interesting
Heal
reaction.
you?
Weirdly interesting.
It's fine. It's fine.
I have a thing.
Keep
I have a
going.
thing.
Whatever we're doing.
Arlo, what's up?
I have a thing.
Ow.
If Apollo was trying to pick his way into this door, that means that he isn't the one that put Arthros in the cell.
I think he was going against Tobias' orders and trying to get
To save
Arthros
his-
out.
And
I
you
can't,
knocked him
But I
out.
still do not trust him.
Andromeda. Aria takes her knuckles and says,
That's so cute.
Can I try to
Aw.
pick the lock?
Okay,
I mean,
deep
he was gonna pick the lock. Can I pick the lock?
Absolutely.
I'm better
deep
at
breath,
it than he is.
deep breath,
Theron.
It's okay.
As you go to pick the lock,
Give me a roll.
you don't get very far. It sparks and buzzes even as you attempt
Okay.
it.
"We probably got one more
And-
chance."
Almost pushes back at you with a force.
This is the worst lock I've ever encountered.
This is the worst lock I've
This is
ever
the
encountered.
Worst door we have ever
Absolutely atrocious created
Atrocious
lock.
lock.
I'm gonna,
This
I'm
lock
gonna,
is absolutely revolting.
Uh,
turn
Made
to,
in
try
the
that.
worst conditions
I'm gonna turn to
ever.
Nodos and I'm gonna say,
Notos, any ideas?
He just looks at you and says, oh. Like that little, like,
He just says,
he actually coos.
he
like,
actually
even it was-
coos. It doesn't come clear to you.
Okay.
Head up.
okay, okay. Let's
Julian's gonna
Locked door.
cast.
Simple. Simple.
What?
What are we doing?
It's simple. We got to remember. It's just a door.
It's just
We've done lots
It's a
of
magical fucking door.
I would
Yes,
like
but
to
it's
know.
just a door.
I would like to know where you're all standing at the moment.
Oh no.
I'm in
Hear
front of the
it?
door
Oh,
still,
God.
unfortunately.
Ooh, ooh.
Julian is standing in front of Sin's cell, still trying to find a way to communicate with her. Currently
Okay.
using a light cantrip to do Morse code by covering it and uncovering it.
Okay.
Hey,
And
that's
then,
smart, actually.
yeah, and the rest of you.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Theron's in front of the stupid fucking lock.
There was probably
I-
off
flipping
like,
it off.
Yeah,
Probably.
holding
Aria's
her
with
hand like,
Andromeda
By
and is like
Arthros
looking
He
at
keeps like
Arlo.
Silas.
glancing
Do you wanna
back at
try?
Arthros.
You want to try?
I think Arthros Or Arlow. God, these A names really getting.
I know.
Yeah,
they're the
true.
worst. Why are you guys like this?
He's right next to Andromeda.
Okay.
I'd like to try.
Where's
Seems like
Andromeda?
kissing is helping it.
What were you gonna
Kissing is
do,
helping it.
Julien? Is that what you're doing? The light cantrip at the moment?
Maybe give us a
Yeah.
kiss.
Okay.
Like cantrip Morse code, hoping that Sin knows Morse code.
Anything?
Can like, is anything happening, or can I like go back?
Can I try
and literally
casting
drag
Charming and
Apollo
open
down
the
here?
door? Can I open the door with Charming and open?
What does your spell say? Does it say
We're
someone?
open to the door.
Or something.
I have to be talking. When I speak frankly with someone.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Someone. So
Does my
If
do
I
my
speak
dog
frankly
my
to
dog
open the
speak
door.
anything out?
you can
Maybe you can,
try.
like, Portal your dog.
My dog is
Can you
here now.
pull your dog through the door?
What if the dog just rebounds off the door and just hits
Like,
the,
back into your chest.
He won't
We
be
both
hurt.
knock out cold.
No.
when you summon him, Arlo, it is like in a little cloud of like gold dust that he appears next to you.
So cool.
And he like looks up to you with like a confused expression almost. Like awaiting any sort of order or command.
Pace
All right,
through
buddy.
The door.
Well,
Open. Open the door.
Open sesame.
we're the good guys.
Fetch.
And you see those
need to
guys
know that.
in the cell. They're also the good guys. Trying to get them out. Can you smell anything interesting? Like a clue?
What do you smell with your special nose?
He sniffs the air a moment, and then as if drawn to it, he approaches the door.
Smart dog.
Do you
Sniffing
know the
it.
code?
Good boy.
He
Like
sniffs
taps it with
it.
his nose.
He sniffs it, and his head tilts, and he lets out a small whine,
Oh.
like
I
out
know.
of
I feel the same, bud.
concern. Before he
Yeah.
looks over at you, Arlo, and like sits down by the door.
Okay.
Me too, but
Well, you don't like what's in that door, yes? Is that what I'm getting?
He
Looking at the two of them, like,
Is he also
communicating.
pissed off at the lock? Because I feel that.
he like as if understanding you, Arlo.
Yeah.
He shakes his head.
You don't.
Is
Is that like
there
a
s-
like I shakes my head? His head as a. I
You
don't
said
like this one?
you said you're pissed off at what's behind the door, right? And he shook his head no.
Okay.
Is there space below the door? Like any good amount of space at all? Okay.
It was like a solid fortified door.
Do you think we need to go inside that door, little guy?
He like glances back at the door, and lets out another whine.
Yeah, I know.
You don't
I
want
know,
me to go
bro.
back behind that door, but behind that door is the answer to what we're looking for. Yes?
He barks.
Ah.
Look,
Awesome.
we did know that, but okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
He trots
Hey,
back over to
This
you.
is very sweet. I love
Arlo,
him very much.
and sits before your feet, and just kind of sits and waits and looks at you.
You know how we
Alright.
open these?
I pet him and I say that he's a good boy and I let him, if he has any ideas.
Yeah.
Does your friend know how to open up the other doors? Maybe. The ones.
The dog is looking at you,
Like
Aria,
what?
and then he like looks at Arlo, and then looks at you back again. And he's like, and he makes like a little like
Okay, then
small
no,
little, like,
never
bark
mind. Sorry.
before
I don't
he,
think he does.
before he
You're
sits
very
back
smart.
down.
I don't know. Anyway.
Can Theron go back and drag Apollo down here? I think you might have had the right idea. Like the right idea with
We'll look
like
him up.
literally throwing him over your shoulder.
Do you move to do this?
Well, I don't
Oh,
know. You're
no.
concerning me.
I'm concerned. We should have taken him with us.
You were
We
right.
should have. We should
You were
have.
right. You had the
I
right
thought we
idea.
did.
Uh,
I would have fought for that. I thought we
He's
ultimately did.
handcuffed.
Do you?
I don't want to get locked
Well,
out
what
again
other
or
choices do we
anything.
have?
I feel like we've exhausted most options in this room.
Are you
So
gonna
I
bang
assume my
the
Morse
hand
code isn't
against
getting
just
anywhere.
Against the thing. What
It
happens?
is not. It is not, Julien.
What happens if Aria bangs the thing? Does it like reverberate?
Yeah, like vibrates almost.
Question.
Mhm.
Out of character. Is this like the cell from Loki? Not Loki, but like on that
Very,
Loki
very
thing?
similar.
That's what I had in mind as
Yeah.
well.
That's
Okay.
that's the vibe to me.
Are there any vents in the room? Any vents at all?
Bum,
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 bum.
bum, bum.
I hate everything.
Why was that so
Is there?
in unison too?
Literally, you guys have it down. to
There's
a
no vents.
fucking- Is there anything else in the
Any
room
vents?
other than the cells?
No vents.
Do you move to go get Apollo, Theron? I would like my question answered.
Fine!
I'll go
Theron will
with
go
you.
and get Apollo.
Theron.
Julian
coming
shoots
with.
a quick
I'll
magic
go with,
missile
I'll
at the
go with.
door real
I
quick.
will. Yeah, Aria's.
Okay, hold that thought.
I'll wait.
God
Damn
damn
it.
it.
I don't wanna
Julian?
leave.
You do this. Nothing happens.
You guys stay here though.
Yeah.
Instead, the wall kind of does that same reverberating and almost like a little like force thing of magic bubbles.
Oh, I
across
mean the
it.
locked door.
Oh, the locked door. Nothing happens.
Does it burn his
Yep.
hand?
No. It's far enough away when he casts it that it doesn't reverberate too much on him. If he was closer, probably.
Okay.
And then with
to know.
that, Theron, as you move, as
I'm gonna go
Well, I
with him
guess.
too. I'm gonna go with him too to make sure.
Andromeda's coming
oh,
with, so I'm making
are
sure
you?
that-
All right.
Yeah.
What?
Yes,
God
he is.
damn
As
it.
both of you move,
Stand by yourself.
If you
As
lock
both
me out,
of
I'm
you
going
move-
to rage quit.
you're still in this room.
Life.
As both of you even move the slightest bit towards where the
It's a
exit
fucking
door
trap.
was, 3 walls fly up
What?
around where you stand. And they are loud and quick, and with a swift whoosh of noise and a sharp buzzing of magic, golden walls fly up around you, trapping you in within an enclosure of glowing golden force fields, remaining
me and-
static before all of you.
The
All of
answer,
you.
or
All of you.
All
are
of
in
us?
it.
Okay.
in this new cell?
Silas and Arthros exclaim profanities at the sight. And Sin,
Very same.
Sin looks as though she is yelling and yelling, and she's slamming on the gold as she sees it, but nothing comes from the motion of her lips. And the wall between all of you and Arthros and Silas melts away, leaving you all in one big cell together.
Yeah.
Like brings Arthros like immediately.
Valid.
Perfect.
Like holding on to her so fucking tight.
And almost
Perfect.
Also
immediately,
perfect, yeah.
almost immediately, Arthros runs to your side, Theron.
Aw.
And
Not to my side. I am literally hugging her
Well,
so
like,
tightly.
towards you.
yeah, fair enough.
And Silas kind of stands there a little awkwardly, sighing a bit because he is now in this predicament where the people he thought were here to rescue him are now in the same position as him, and he has no idea where his brother is.
Okay. Hold on.
Julian reaches out
right.
for Silas's hand to
Oh.
come over to the group.
Oh.
He lets you. He has
Is
no...
Sin with us?
Sin is not in the same
No,
cell
she's
as
in
you.
her separate one.
They hate her. Why?
Julian, real quick, to
she knows
Silas's
she's
hand.
not.
Free Britney!
Free Britney!
She's still powerful.
Sin.
Probably wouldn't say that now.
Hmm?
Also, the fact that we're possibly ditching Silky with Westley. When we said that we were gonna be
She's a
back,
good
she's just gonna be
babysitter.
dumping chamomile sleepy time tea for the rest of however long.
With
Sin?
that, what do you all do?
Fuck.
Does anything further happen?
No, we're just in the same cell.
Not yet.
Well,
What?
does Julian say anything to Silas?
Julia was gonna probably hold that thought.
Valid.
Fair.
Is Sin with us now? Does Sin
No,
say
No,
anything
Sin's
more?
in a different.
Sin is still in
Still?
her cell. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're all in one cell, and Sin is in a separate cell.
Yeah, she's.
It's
I'm
trap.
gonna go on the other side of Silas and like clap a hand on his shoulder.
Arya takes out her TCD.
I'm
Theron's
literally
gonna ask
so-
if our
My
first is
hands
okay.
are going right now. My hands are vibrating. This is stressful, man.
Julian reaches into his bag and
Sucks.
waits.
Oh, you ready? You're so ready. That's good.
Arya takes her TCD out. Is there any service in here?
No.
Gotcha,
damn
I
it,
knew
of
it.
course
Just
not.
checking though. Just checking.
After a
That's good.
moment, and bear with me for this, okay? After a
Wait, I
moment.
asked if Arthros was okay.
Oh, if you do, Theron, she nods and she just like hides herself in a hug with you.
Okay.
After
I
a
just needed
moment
to know.
of time passes, you suddenly all hear a faint whistling coming from just outside the room you're all trapped in. Just
This fucker.
footsteps can be heard on the stairs, the sharp heel of a boot, and it echoes through the vast corridor with each solid movement. It isn't
Finnick or
long
Tobias?
before a figure is emerging from the shadows, from the door that you all came in through. Another being in tow behind them. He strides through the door with that same familiar confidence, and once again you all find yourselves face to face with 𝙍𝙗𝙬𝙗𝙬.
Bitch.
Behind him, hidden beneath a few layers of rag-like clothing, stands Abaddyn, Alvarth, Her hair is tied up in a messy bun, and her sharp eyes watch you all intently, dawning with realization at who you are, but remaining hard and stoic. Tobias glances at all of you before he raises a brow. Smooth, he says, with a small smirk. His eyes then trail over to Sin, before they jump to Silas and Arthros, and then eventually land back on the group of you. And he says, I see we're both here for different reasons then. What a shame. And he moves towards the door, the fortified door at the end of the room that you all saw earlier, of which is closer to you all now. He keeps his eyes fixated on all of you, suspicious but not surprised, before he reaches down and taps a few numbers into the keypad of the large metal door. You cannot see it from where you stand.
Can I do perception check to see if I can see even a number?
You cannot see it.
Oh.
What, is he doing the little like...
Oh yeah, for sure. He's like,
what are you scared of, bitch? What are you scared of?
It beeps, buzzes,
shit talk him to death,
and then clicks open as it unlocks. And when Tobias opens it, a warm light shines through, bright and inviting. And it shines across the slope of his nose, brightening the blue of his eyes and shimmering across strands of his blonde hair. It is as though sunlight is streaming through the barely open crack of the door, and it's so bright that even Tobias is squinting slightly as he basks in it. It radiates with a feeling of utter and complete pure magic, natural and untamable, warm and untainted, and you can all feel it swell through your bodies where you stand, even behind cell walls. Tobias is grinning, wide and full of mirth, and he closes his eyes a moment, breathing deeply through his nose and letting out a heavy puff of pleased air as he says, just as beautiful as the day I found you. He sighs, before slowly and somewhat regretfully closing the door once more, the bright light fading away behind the metal shielding it. He then turns to all of you, looks you all over, before gesturing towards Abaddon and barking out a quick, you know what to do. And Abaddon nods and makes her way out of the room. And he then focuses his attention on all of you once more. And he lifts a hand, pointing a finger at something over his head on the wall across from you all. And it appears to be a security camera of sorts, a red light flashing on the side of it. Tobias makes a oopsie face and steps closer to your cell. And he says, didn't think about that one, did you? That might pose a problem, huh?
I mean, we did look like we canvassed the entire room. I feel like we might have seen that.
Mm-hmm. But what can you do about it? It's very high up. But he sighs and he shrugs. And he says, pretty soon the whole school will know you broke in here. They'll most likely keep you in here for the foreseeable future, until they can do away with you. Your position here is well and truly ruined. And he smiles at you all, and he extends his arms and smiles wide and says, welcome to the criminal world. Do any of you say anything to him? All just staring.
No!
Julien sort of speaks up. Oh.
Valid.
And he says, revolt against what? You had killed the people that were trying to revolt. What is your agenda? What is your deal?
He just smiles. And he looks around for a moment, and he looks as though he's thinking of like the right response, but when he moves back to look at you all, his entire attention fixates on you for a moment, Aria. Fully. And you see his eyes fall soft and emotionless for a moment, his expression clearing of any amusement from what Julien said, clearing of any hilarity, turning instead to something blank and eerie. His mouth moves with emotion, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes, and he says quick and rushed, go home, Aria. Go to Ostra. And before he can finish the sentence, Tobias looks normal again. and his eyes are wide with fury, and his mouth pulls back into a snarl so large his teeth can be seen. And he steps away from the cell and grabs his head, digging his nails into his hair and growling out, "Shut up, shut up!" He then barks out a bit of shrill laughter and shakes his head and runs his hands down his face, grinning beneath them as he does so. "Stupid fool, no one asked you to speak." He snaps and then looks back at you all. The expression on his face fading into something unreadable. And now... yes.
Tobias.
Question?
He is staring at you with a crazed look. He is not going to answer.
No. She's gonna try.
Go ahead, Andromeda, please.
What's in there?
And he grins. And it's like toothy, like it's like a wide grin.
Ooh.
And he glances at the door.
Woo.
And then back to you all. And then Abdine comes running back down out the door. And she says, "Only a few minutes remaining, sir." Tobias nods, glances back at you all. And he steps up to your cell's barrier once more. And his eyes are back on you, Julien. And he glances from you to your backpack and back to you. And he's close enough now that his face is ethereally clear before you, across this golden shield. And he says, "I did give that to you for a reason. Don't allow yourselves to die at the hands of such pathetic humans." And as he says this, as he's staring at you so fervently, his blue eyes flash a shade of pink momentarily, and then flicker back to blue once more. And he says, "You are meant for so much greater." And he lifts his hand to the gold barrier, placing his palm along it, and smiling at you. And his expression is sincere and genuine, and warm, even, as he observes you. And his eyes swell a moment with pride before he drops his hand and turns away from the cell. And he begins to walk back over to where Abdine waits by the exit door, and he says, "Best make your decision fast, little ones. I can only hold them off for so long, you know." And he shrugs effortlessly at you all, not an ounce of fear in his expression. And within moments, he's lifting his hand to his side, and his palm glows with a purple flame again.
I feel like he could burn down the school if he wanted to.
If he really wanted to.
If he wanted to.
Aria's gonna bang against the barrier.
And lets them go. And
he can only hold them off for as long as he isn't detained by it.
Yeah.
Or as long as his personality remains stable.
And
Aria's gonna bang
he's
against
got a
the
lot
barrier.
of
Valid. Nothing happens. It vibrates.
No,
where
he's
you
just
hit
gonna he'd look back if she bangs against the barrier.
He does not. He's standing there with his hand.
Tobias!
Wow.
He glances over at his shoulder.
Ooh, Zach, do it again.
Remember to listen.
And he looks at you for a moment, and he frowns.
I just fell in love with Aria a little bit.
And his expression goes from one of like confusion at first to kind of realization before he swallows very like stiffly and says, "Listen to what?"
That's a great question, isn't it?
Maybe you should listen and then you'd find out.
He frowns and like his hand kind of squeezes into a fist.
Maybe if you got us out of here, I would tell you. Just maybe.
And he smiles now.
Yeah.
As if confident again.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Ah, so he's gotten into your head now. Sneaky bastard."
Seems like he's got something with you, I gotta say.
He frowns.
Sneaky bastard indeed.
Yeah, he just smiles at you now, Aria. Like
Aria smiles back.
amused by this conversation. And as this is happening, Silas, kind of starts to panic for a moment. And he steps closer to you, Julien, and he says, what does he mean? Make your decision. Decision about what? What is going on?
Just
Can
sort
I
of squeezes Silas's hand. What are they
Attempt
doing? Are they gonna...
to cast
And-
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay.
I just want to attempt to cast Charming and Open because I'm speaking frankly with him.
Nothing will happen. You're behind this field of
That was a
glass.
nice try.
Yeah, no
That was
magic.
really nicely set up, though.
Mhm.
That was really good though.
It was
So
like
close.
that was like a Shinso moment of
Okay.
like if they
That was
answer
like-
you, you can.
That was
Towards
really
them.
good.
Delicious. That's
You're
my
in.
goal.
Aria does like go like,
Love that shit.
you're so lucky I'm behind this thing.
Does he mean
Huh?
the portal?
Arthur steps up as you're all saying this and says,
Oh my god.
Arlo is so funny.
Arthros leaves your side, Theron, for a moment and steps over to you, Julien, and says, Julien, we cannot stay here. There are no good options.
What about Sin?
What are they gonna do to Sin? Who's the loose end that they were gonna kill?
Arthros looks over and she glances at Silas, and Silas says, she's been here as long as I've been here, and she's been fine. Nothing's happened.
I mean, her various blood and bruises would say otherwise, I gotta say.
Surface level.
Fine.
Arthros looks around and says, I know that she's your friend, but this is survival. What happens when the authorities come down here and they find us in here? What happens then? They'll never let us out.
And
Then what, we just rot away? We rot away, we never go back to school, we never have any freedom ever again.
I don't think we get freedom now, Arthros.
Is Tobias still around?
Tobias is standing there, he's waiting. And you see him kind of gesture towards
You know what?
𝙍𝙗𝙗.
I'm just gonna ask him.
Okay.
Who's the last piece that you're trying to silence off?
He turns. And he grins at you, Julien, and he says, spoilers, Julien.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Tobias is so annoying. He's the most annoying character I've encountered.
Okay, spoilers for what? This isn't a motherfucking book. Be
Or
real.
movie.
He's not interested in being real with any of you.
Let me
Oh,
let
Lord,
me try
it's
something.
not
Let me try
bad.
something. Let me try something. I like shouting at him too. Okay. Red River.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Red River?
Red River.
Red River?
Does it do anything?
What's he say?
He is frozen.
Ooh.
Still.
Red River?
Where he stands.
I got something
And
out
he
of him.
turns around and looks directly at you, Andromeda.
Let me try something.
And he smirks and he says,
Found you.
so he figured it out. I taught him well, I guess.
Fuck.
And his eyes dart back to you. And he says, how do you know that?
Spoilers.
I fell in love a little bit with Andromeda.
Andromeda
he-
sang all the W's
You guys'
today.
responses
She had
are
a
giving me
level
life.
She beat down this girl's
Lost.
bastard upstairs.
It's a good day.
And
I'm
It's a
having
good day.
took line and
That's my
motherfucking
GPS.
sinker.
That's my GPS.
Also, why is
That's my
Abaddon not
girly
like
girl
reacting to
bossing.
Arthros at all?
She, not she, sorry. Tobias looks at you and he nods, taking in what you said, and he extends his palm once more to start the flame again and kind of takes a few steps back towards the exit door. And you hear a bit of shuffling, loud echoes from above. And he seems to notice, and he listens for a moment before he turns back to you, Andromeda. And he says, trying to think of the right line here.
Is that what he says?
No. No,
I
that's
wish
me.
it was.
Sorry.
Monologue.
No, that's
He
me.
still
Sorry.
would too, though.
He
He
just
still would.
monologues.
That's
you know?
me coming through. He
That's okay.
blinks and shakes his head and says, impressive. And he nods and says, whatever he got through to you. And he looks you up and down a moment. I sure do hope it helped.
Where is
He's
he?
giving so many
He's so
mixed
vague
signals.
for real.
It's just so many mixed signals.
Here, I'll try. Arlo walks up to the glass.
Yeah!
Hey,
Oh, God.
Tobias!
We're all just taking our turns.
We just met, but I heard you know me.
He looks at you and says, yes.
That's cool.
Weird.
In fact, he
Funky.
called
I heard
you
that
his
you
snake.
not only know me, but you use possessive language about me.
He looks at you a moment, Arlo, and then turns back to Andromeda and says, you asked me a question.
It's fine.
Sorry, Arlo.
I've always
no,
said
no.
W, so it's okay.
Oh.
Where is he? My brother? You know.
I do. I think part of you knows as well.
Which part?
The part where he told us in the book that find the tree, find me.
That part!
That part. You know that section? Sorry.
He looks down a moment, frowns, and says, it's a shame, really. He was an excellent student.
What happened to him?
He was more than just a student.
I happened to him.
Yeah.
You bastard! She's gonna like run at the thing. She's gonna start slamming her fists against it.
It just shakes as you do this. And he turns and walks towards the exit door. And he pulls his magic back out and he says, I do think you might want to return home, Andromeda. There is something very prevalent that requires your attention back there. And
she's
then
like screaming. And
Which
Julian-
thing? Why
like,
not
her
everything
fist
isn't
on it.
prevalent?
Julien takes out the sphere and he's gonna shout out to Tobias. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, knowing that we'd get stuck down here and then giving me this ball purposely ahead of time. Clearly wanting us to go back. But your hubris will cause you to lose this game in the end.
Mm.
And he breaks the sphere on the ground.
oh,
what
Wait,
does,
you
does
can
he
say
say?
where
Does he say where he's going first?
We're going first.
He's gonna say Ostradel.
Where
What
in
city?
Ostradel?
He's
Where-
gonna say
Hasburn!
Danger Hollow.
Where?
Or the capital. Maybe the capital is a good place to start. I don't know.
He'd pick the first place that he can think of, some place in the center of it all, and he hates the place that's in the center of it all, the Broadlands.
Oh,
okay. Thank
alright.
fucking God. I thought you were gonna send us to the Red
That's
Ones,
fine,
dude.
actually.
Boff is shook right now.
I am. As you do this,
Oh.
you do see him smile before he grabs the exit door and he glances and he watches as the portal sphere breaks and he smirks and he says greater purpose before he opens the door and walks
You're
up the
nasty!
stairs. And Julien, as you toss the sphere to the floor and it breaks and shatters into a number of shards, an opal iridescent swirl of magic swirling out of control before you, flickering and clattering and forming with a quickening force. It whirls before you all, a dark oval like that of a spiraling galaxy. What do you all do?
Everyone through.
Andromeda's not going
I
through. She's
mean-
wailing her fists against the wall, and she's
Arya
just
grabs
Julien
Andromeda's bag.
pulls
Also
Andromeda
dragging
Andromeda.
Andromeda.
and throws her into the.
You don't get in the motherfucking
But
portal.
Theron
You're not
is,
gonna
like,
find him.
holding
Go.
on.
y'all are gonna have to pull her through. She's not
Okay,
going.
then she's fucking pulling. Arya's pulling. What do you want me to roll?
No roll. You can drag her.
You could do
Okay,
it. I
she's
think
dragging
she's
Sick.
not in her right mind at the moment.
Good.
She's like
Julien-
foaming at the mouth. She's clawing to get out there.
Just looking in the direction where Tobias left, just says to himself, "You want to play this game? We'll play this game," and looks towards Sin, and sort of shows a face of sorry, and then jumps into the thing.
And she, as you give her this face, she just nods at you.
I love her for real.
I know.
And-
She could come through.
I know, me too. I don't get to hang. We haven't been able to hang out with her. I'm so sad.
I don't know who said that.
Arthros dives in very quickly.
Well, Theron is holding on
Yeah,
to her,
valid.
so yeah.
I'd like to know who the last person through is.
Well,
guess.
we're
I feel
like
getting
might have
Silas
been
through this motherfucking
Julien?
portal.
Probably Julien.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was looking at.
Making sure everybody's like,
Before
through or something.
you dive in, Julien, Silas catches your wrist, and he looks at you, and he says,
Silas, come.
"As much as I want to go back, I can't leave my brother."
Fuck.
A hand reaches out of the portal, grabs it.
If you stay here.
You're not going to be here for your brother. You're gonna
Push
be
him
dead.
in. Push him
You
in.
guys are not a part of this conversation. You're in the
No.
portal. Go ahead,
I'm just
Julien.
talking. Sorry.
It's the portal.
It's okay.
Julius, just real quick. It's okay. Silky's taking care of them. You're not going to see your brother if you stay down here.
You expect me to abandon him? To leave
We're
the
gonna
realm that
come
he is
back.
on?
He doesn't know where you are. Anyways, I'm not.
He
Put me in the mouth.
looks at you, Julien, and he swallows and he says, "I trust you to bring me back."
I promise you will bring you back.
Better not break that promise.
Grabs his hand, locks fingers with him, and then drags him into the portal with him.
Oh, that was so good.
Okay.
Oh.
Ow.
All right.
Ugh, I love them.
My darlings.
Don't you fucking do it.
1 second.
Oh, don't do it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't do it.
And that's
What if-
where
No,
we're
no,
gonna...
no, no.
What if these walls? What if these
Better
walls are
indeed.
pre-programmed to
God
like?
damn it. I should have
move
told
to a
Zophiel not to
specific
come.
place.
If he gets hurt because of me, I'm gonna throw my
Don't even
body
worry.
off of a cliff.
All right. You all wake in the discomfort of what feels like an uneven ground, atop some sort of stone and grass. And as each of you come to, you open your eyes to a dark floor beneath you. And I assume you all scramble to your feet.
Yeah.
The sight you all see, for those of you who have been to the Broadlands before, is not what you remember. And the sight you all see is not what you would expect to see of your home. Where you were expecting farmhouses and ranches and large, expanding hills of farmland, you see structures that were once homes stained with a decrepit darkness, chunks eating away from the foundation of every building. They sit still and upright and tall, but their bodies are feeble and battered, as though a virus has climbed through them like an acid and gnawed away at their walls. The ground surrounding you, of which once bore textured white cobblestone paths and flowers in bloom alongside them, is tarnished just the same, broken and cracked and stained with patches of ruination, as though they've all been enveloped by that of black lava, as though it had sizzled beneath it and across it and had destroyed anything in its path. The sky is dark and cloudy, and it shines no light upon the scene before you all, giving way to an even more devastating sight, an apocalyptic wasteland, the aftermath of a disaster unforetold. It is eerily silent, not a soul to be seen in the state of the surrounding environment, aside from the small, distant clatter of rubble actively falling from the tarnished, half-destroyed ranch houses, and the sounds of the stones and soot beneath your feet as you shift and move. If it wasn't for the feeling, the aura in the air, you would surely think that the portal sphere had malfunctioned. The feeling around you, however, is familiar, is a memory. It is nostalgic, it is profound and normal at the same time, and it is everything you knew for so long, and you're within it once more. There is something different to it still, however. It feels weaker, unstable, but while that may be, it still radiates home to you all. It is surreal, surely, just as the sight around you is, but it is a warmth of familiarity as well. Julien, it is newness, books, and magic to you. It is learning new spells from within the walls of the Grand Library in the capital. Falling asleep with a book in your hands on the floor between shelves, late-night chats with Napoleon, staring at the name at the forefront of his pages in curiosity and frustration. It is learning how to be you in a new world, everything so unclear about its role in your short collection of memories. Andromeda, it is the comfort of your grove, the presence of family, the sounds of the lagoon, and the smile on Alder's face to you. It is sitting beside your brother on the grassy floor at the water's edge, skipping stones. It is collecting leaves and mushrooms and trinkets in the woods surrounding the grove. It is falling asleep beneath the golden leaves of a giant glowing willow tree. Aria, it is the kiss of cold weather, calloused fingers, and sewing needles to you. It is sitting in the living room of your small home in Drift Hollow, working till late at night on the newest commission your mother had received that day. It is listening to your mother sing as she works, eyes watching every inch of her projects with utter concentration. It is shuddering with the reminder of what the cold and the snow and the ice brings. Arlow, it is the warmth of a joyous tavern, the comforting taste of ale on your tongue, and the presence of family for you. It is nights spent lying on the beach of Hanburn, listening to the waves lap against the sandbank and counting the constellations above you. It is helping your mother with a tray of ale and fresh roast, watching her laugh as you take it from her with ease and deliver it to the table it belongs to. It is stepping your feet into the water on the shore and willing yourself to dive in, but never having the guts to do so. It is to finding your first love and losing him. Theron, it is the sound of a party in a tavern below, the sound of Roz sketching at a desk in the inn's room you share. It is the quick access to pleasure for you. It is the nights spent counting your earnings alongside Roz, cheersing any wealth. It is the thrill of pickpocketing in the crowds of the capital. It is the warm tang of strong ale on your tongue and the haze of drunkenness. It is comfort, a comfort you haven't felt the weight of in so long, Theron. And it pulls at you so desperately, the pain in your back, so prevalent now, it is practically screaming at you to stop holding on. And this time, you cannot help but let yourself go under its resounding pressure. And so, while aware of the party's presence at your side, but far too bone-deep exhausted to fight any longer, you let Theron fade away. Black, draconic scales lighten, dimming, falling utterly coarse until they vanish entirely, revealing a light shade of gray, almost white skin beneath. The horns atop your head shrink away to nothing, vanishing beneath an array of wavy, tinted blue, off-white hair, tumbling down to sit just above your shoulders in loose curls. You feel the stocky shape of your figure shift as well, replaced by a lithe, slender form, lean rather than burly. Your muscles shiver with relief at giving way to such a form for so long. Relaxed once more, the pain in your back almost entirely gone. Instead, a soft burn that is almost pleasurable in its sensation. You stare down at your hands as Theron's claws recede into familiar long fingers, and you can't help but smile at the relief of it all, regardless of all the eyes on you. And when you turn around to face them all, it is with white, pupilless eyes framed with a rim of black. And with that, 𝙍𝙗, what would you like to say?
Well, that feels much better. Nice to officially meet you all. The name's Wit.
Who are you? Who are you?
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
I ask you all to look at the stream screen, please.
No, not this. Oh my god.
Oh no, he's hot. Oh no, he's hot. I love you.
And
love
that
you
is
so
where we
much.
will end this session
What
and
the
season
fuck,
2
babe?
as well.
What the fuck, babe?
I can't
what the
do this.
fuck?
I
What do you
can't do
mean?
this.
What do you
I
mean?
can't do
We have been bamboozled.
What do you
We have
mean?
been bamboozled. We have been bamboozled to the
Oh, you
highest
do it.
degree.
This whole time? Since the beginning?
Explain.
This whole time?
Right now.
This is today for
Explain.
slaves since
I'm
Jenga?
gonna
Explain right now.
I'm
Just
sweating, I'm drooling, I'm melting, I'm dying.
All of the
I'm dead, I
Dragonborn
feel dead.
jokes. All of the Dragonborn jokes.
He wasn't
that
even a
was
mother.
rude. I was stood up for you and I learned my appropriate terminology. And I'm glad I did, because then I can use it for other Dragonborns. But still!
You're right. I'm in pain.
Alright, well,
Look.
anyways. Fuck you guys. Go to
That's
bed.
Theron.
I can't do this.
His name is Wit, and he's
His
a
name is
random
Wit.
man.
Only one name like Arlow. That isn't that interesting, motherfucker.
Who is
we
this
brothers?
man? Stranger danger. Who is this man?
Who the fuck is this man? Arthur's gonna be like,
I'm-
who the fuck are you, bitch? You're not my sexy
Where's
dragonborn
Theron?
man.
I miss my
I
dragon.
miss Theron's
star.
Who
She'll be like,
is Wit?
you? And she's gonna be like, ooh.
Who is this?
Alright,
Who
well,
is
I guess
this
I'm not
man?
gonna say anything.
I'm in pain.
I guess
I'm in
I'm not
pain.
gonna say
I
anything.
love Wit.
Oh,
Vay
he's so
said,
hot,
Vay
bro.
said no words, no speak, voice cannot work.
Whatever.
My voice is
Explain.
working.
I
Explain.
simply will not say anything until next session.
I'm gonna. We have to have a next session right now.
I will share a reference though that I drew of him.
Yes.
Hmm.
No.
In the references chat.
That's my boy.
He
Oh, I
is
didn't put it.
So
How are you? How are you
handsome.
feeling? How are you feeling, James? You haven't said much.
Yeah, James, how are you feeling?
James, how you feeling? He has been bamboozled to the highest
Going through
degree.
the 5 stages of grief.
I'm going through the
Oh,
five
you're
stages.
muted.
And suddenly,
Baby,
Andromeda's
you're
dead.
muted.
Oh, I'm muted.
There you go.
All I'm gonna say next session, as soon as we're back in, Julian's gonna shove him to the ground.
We'll start kicking him.
Oh
Hey,
my
yo.
god, who's this imposter?
Hey, yo.
He's just gonna push him and he's gonna be like, "What the fuck? I still love you,
What the
but what the
heck?
fuck?"
What the heck? What the
Someone in the
heck?
chat, Red in the chat said, "Does he even like coffee?" Was it all a facade?
Oh no!
Oh
This
no.
motherfucker facaded
y'all
us.
doubting.
Oh.
Hey, if I knew that being a dragon and then changing into a hot changeling was possible, maybe I wouldn't have picked fish for my character. But I did, so.
That's what changelings
gotta-
look
you gotta
like.
make-
That's literally what
You know?
changelings look like.
And?
Hey, Vay, remember that
Real
joke
great.
I made about like Julien and your character?
I do.
What joke was that?
Thing is, maybe it wasn't a joke.
Hey,
Maybe
James.
it wasn't exactly a joke.
Oh,
James,
I
real,
see
real
what's
quick,
happening.
James.
Mhm.
Our
Do
first is
you,
about
do you
to lose your
remember when
mind.
we sent our D&D characters like Pokemon team?
You fucking
Two
bastard!
Right back a Zora and a Ditto.
You scumbag!
Wow, that was a lot.
You bitch.
I have to go pass out. And
Listen,
process
this is the most hilarious thing to me because there was just last session this huge reveal about changelings. And meanwhile we're sitting there like,
Me being like, oh, who's the changeling? Can have you guys shift? Can have you guys change?
Are
Like
you the
we made the
changeling
joke
that's
several
hunting me?
times. Like, it's one of us.
Are you the fake Zephyrus, Theron?
I was
It
so sure
was!
it was none of us. I was actually so sure it was none of us.
I was dancing with Arthros the whole night at the bar,
True.
so.
That's your alibi.
Oh, I wonder how Arthros is gonna react.
I know.
What the
I know.
Badly.
That's what
Pretty
I'm
badly,
saying.
especially if everyone tries to
What
date
the
Wit now.
fuck? We're all
That's
in
not
line.
gonna go well.
I need to go stop.
Arthros
Andromeda's
says
in line.
exclusive, but
Andromeda's in
louder.
line.
I can't.
that's so funny.
Listen. Alright.
Alright. Good night.
Wow.
I have to go.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
so
so
tired,
valid.
man. I
You're
have to
so
process.
valid.
That was the craziest thing
I
I
had
did.
to process.
I love
What
you
a cliffhanger.
guys.
I love you guys.
Chat, thank you for being here. Thank you for an episode. Thank you for
I
a
love
great
you, dog.
season 2. This is definitely... This season was my favorite. I love it a
This
lot.
season was intense.
When's
I know
the
there's
next
only
season?
2, but...
I
so what do
love
you guys
it.
want?
Tomorrow?
I gotta choose my
Tomorrow.
fucking...
Like
Well,
tomorrow?
I guess I gotta go make a wit Pinterest board. I'll see y'all in 32 hours.
I guess I can. Well, I can't, but I could.
I have to
unprivate
go
some
make a
of my
Wit
stuff.
X Andromeda playlist now.
All right. I love you guys.
I love
Fucking
you.
wit.
Love you.
Love you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you for a great session.
Bye.
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 Yeah.
What?
I mean, I love you, but I'm still mad at you.
I love you,
I
but
hope
fuck
you
you.
Bye, chat. Drop those theories. Drop that raving. Oh my god, my thing
Oh.
messed up, but that was fine.
Messed up, but
Bye.
now it's fine.
Good night. Good night.